வராதீங்கன்னா கரெக்டாக இருக்கணும். மூடிடுச்சு. ஓப்பன் ஆகுது. லோடு கொடுக்குறோம். Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Partially gone. The textile secretary is taking, I mean, taking some politically driven some money there. The secretary is kindness for us to not
Hello, check. A warm morning to one and all gathered here. I would like to welcome you all on the behalf of the entire Tekin team to the fourth phase of Prabhaav Innovation Grand Challenge. After successfully completing the previous three phases, now we have come to the Detroit of Asia, Chennai, for the fourth offline episode of Prabhaav. And even among a series of flagship events planned annually by Tekin under Global Sanitation Center of Excellence, abbreviated as GSCOE, which is the brainchild of Professor Vijay Raghavan, ex-PSA of the Government of India, and was established in Jan 2022 at Technology Innovation Foundation of IIT Palakkad, Tekin. The PSA's office continues to lend its support to the Governing Council of GSCOE. The primary focus and thrust areas of GSCOE include collaborative and sustainable innovation, incubation, scale manufacturing, skill development, training showcases and deployment of sanitation solutions, technologies that provide reduction in pollutants and pathogens, reduction in use of vital resources and energy, improvement and efficiency in recovery of nutrients and energy, creation of products and byproducts that can benefit the society and also provide livelihood, safe and clean sanitation, etc. Water, water everywhere, nor a drop to drink. And an 18th century expression by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, which is still relevant and reverberates across the boundaries across the globe, reminding us the vitality of sanitation, as nowadays improving global access to clean drinking water and safe sanitation is one of the most effective means of improve public health and safe lives. With this insight, we begin today's event focusing on arts of sanitation. With that, let me invite Ms. Anuradha Shankar, CEO of Tekin, to give you a brief insight into Prabhaav Innovation Grand Challenge being organized by GSCOE in association with Technology Innovation Foundation of IIT Palakkad. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm happy that you are here. We have a lot to learn from all of you. So Technology Innovation Foundation of IIT Palakkad, Tekin for short, is the Section 8 company that carries out incubation as well as any scale that is required for startups to grow, and we are a synergetic catalyst to innovate. So very briefly, I will run through this deck of slides to explain what is Global Sanitation Center of Excellence as well as Tekin and what we do. So we have as our collaborating partners various government agencies, NGOs, IIT Palakkad, which is our alma mater, various institutions in and around Palakkad to start with, but we are also supported by IIT Madras and other institutions that bring knowledge and share it with us. We have industry and MSMEs to support for the manufacturing as well. So we have 3 centers of excellence: Global Sanitation Center of Excellence, which I'm going to focus on; the Technology Innovation Center, which is the nerve center and conducts all the incubation programs; the MedTech Research Center of Excellence, as the name suggests, focuses on medical technology devices. So as any incubator, we do offer startup support, some grant funding, world-class mentoring both for technical as well as business aspects, marketing, legal and financial support to the startups, state-of-the-art lab facilities, support to go right up till go-to-market stage and increase, the outreach, intellectual property support so that we help them patent their ideas, and some amount of incubation space. Having said this, many of our incubators, being all over India, do have online mentoring as part of their program. So you don't have to necessarily be in IIT Palakkad. You can be anywhere in the country, but if you want to prototype, if you want to use our testing facilities, you'll have to come down there. So what we do, take from idea to entrepreneurial level as well as acceleration. We provide facilities for prototyping both in our own labs as well as the labs of IIT Palakkad, and intensive laboratory as well as field testing, because what works in the lab may or may not work in the field in real life situations. We support them for scale manufacturing, because what is developed in the lab as a prototype doesn't necessarily work in the world outside. So for scale manufacturing, things are different, materials are different, and live volume testing, so that what you have established or tested in the lab, you are testing at scale in real life situations where all the constraints are removed. The other focus of GSCOE especially is to train maintenance and service personnel, both in plumbing, sanitation, and the whole sewer, septic tank, whatever it is. And this is essential. For example, the sewage treatment plants established in Bangalore, for example, after 20 days, they don't work because there aren't maintenance and service personnel to service it, or awareness among the public on how to use and what not to throw into the toilet. So I'll skip that. We have already 9 incubators in the sanitation space. We have a disinfection robot. We have a toilet with no sludge, no water, especially suited for rural and hilly regions. We have a team that has disinfecting coatings on toilets, so the need for using too much of water or too frequent cleaning is reduced. We have sensors for diagnosing illnesses in through toilets as well as sewer lines. We have adjustable toilets for disabled people or elderly. There are electrocoagulation, oxidation systems or robotic cleaning devices for sewer lines, and so on. So some of our medtech incubators, I'm not going into this because this is not the forum for it. And we also have incubators through the intelligent collaborative systems, and some in plastic regeneration for useful materials. Our incubation space, our wet lab for analysis of BOD, COD, you name it. And we have collaborators. So we have HDFC Parivartan and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that are our funding partners. We have IAPMO, that is International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, and Toilet Board Coalition, which are our knowledge partners from the industry. As I mentioned, we have various institutions, faculty all across the country who are supporting us. We have industry partners as well as NGOs which provide us feedback on what will work in the field or not. We have ERM Scientific, which is one of our partners, and they're providing us a showcase pavilion which they are setting up, and large volume testing, because we can only do small volume testing within our premises. So the Global Sanitation Center of Excellence, or GSCOE for short, the idea is to optimize the technology for real life testing, evaluation, and demonstration. Take the business from what the customer's requirements are, and scale it to go-to-market level and skill and livelihood, as I mentioned earlier. We function as 4 pillars. The first pillar being to funnel ideas into the incubator. Second pillar conducts all the programs for the incubation. Testing begins at this stage, and adherence to standards and codes are drilled into people right from this stage. Stage 3 is scale, demonstration, as well as showcasing and refining the business model to take it to market. The 4th pillar is actually manufacturing investment at a series level and sales and marketing. So we provide the entire gamut of support, and at this 4th pillar stage, we provide the skill development. which includes plumbing, sanitation workers at apprentice, technician, supervisor or design level, whatever it is, to take it to support the startups to implement all these things. So we are collaborating with various institutes all across the country to roll out the training through the partner organizations, including IAPMO, Indian Plumbing Association. We're trying to set up some collaboration, whether it is Uralangal in Kerala or Bosch Institute in Hyderabad, so on, so forth. We have already 3 NGOs, Keystone Foundation, S3IDF, which is Small Scale Sustainable Infrastructure Development Fund, and DICCI, who work with people in who are at present sanitation workers, and to improve their livelihood and get the feedback that what is working on the ground or what problems they have on the ground, because that is essential for the startups to understand. I will skip this, except to note that though manual scavenging is banned, a lot of the contractors still use this, and we want to get rid of this in whatever little way we can. And circular economy is essential, as today's panel speakers will emphasize. MedTech is supported by West Pharmaceuticals, and we have a whole lot of incubators in that. Some of our institutional partners, we have a lot more, and our network is the alumni, Pan IIT, as well as people with roots in the Palakkad region to support us. But we do have mentors from all over the country. Coming to the training part, we have started the first batch of training, and our trainees are now undergoing internship in factories or construction sites. The training is 80% practical, and therefore there's only 20% classroom training, and within the short span of time, they learn actually what works, what does not, how to arrest leaks, how to arrest problems. Some of the field sites we visited and the problems we understood, and then now the startups are addressing these problems in the Kotagiri region to start with. Some of the Reinvent Technology Bill Gates Foundation is bringing in, and we are going to collaborate with various entities to set this rolling. We had the fortune of meeting Mr. Bill Gates on 1st of March. Okay, now coming to Prabhaav Grand Challenge. So this is an event started in January. This is the 4th in-person event, and we've had 3 online events. It will culminate in the final pitch on 13th of May. And so applications are open till 11th of March. So anybody wants to apply, please do so. There is a grant of 10 lakh rupees to start with for incubators that are selected. But after the first round of pitching and evaluation, I think sometime in April, we have 50,000 rupees to the selected candidates to develop their prototypes. That's the entire schedule. You would have got it in your email. I'm not going through it. Theme, there are hordes of problem statements there, right from cleaning the toilet, automation, it could be data on analysis on how many people use the toilet, what is the behavior, or it could be what does the sewage contain, and therefore what needs to be done to eliminate pathogens or eliminate greenhouse gas emission, and so on and so forth. Leak detection, it could be creating modular units so that the whole sewage treatment can be decentralized. Having centralized systems does not work everywhere, because if you don't have sewer lines in some towns and cities, you have the problem of transporting sewage across in tankers, which may or may not be the best solution. So I'm not going into all of them, and we provide you support end to end, and therefore we are networking with various entities all across the country for this. This was our online event. We had Dr. Mohanty of PSA's office opening the grand challenge. We had various speakers at Coimbatore, drawn from government, industry, NGOs, academia as well, and business, so that we get all the inputs that the startups need. This was our second online event. Our Bangalore event, we had our chairman, Professor Ramesh Venkateswaran of IIT Palakkad, as the chief guest, and a lot of people who brought immense knowledge to the table. This was our third online event, including Mr. Sanjeev from Indian Sanitation Coalition, and then this was our third offline event at Coimbatore with Mr. Venkatesapati from Kerala, Secretary of Water, Kerala Water Works, Kerala. And this is today's event. So welcome to the panel members, the chief guest, Mr. Jaishankar, Dr. Indumati Nambi, our keynote speaker, panel members, Mr. Santosh Raghavan, in no particular order, Mr. Said Hussain, Mr. Krishna Kumar, Dr. Vijayan, Ms. Dakshayani, Dr. Kurian, Mr. Gopakumar, Dr. Satishwaran, and Mr. Joseph Ramkumar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite our chief guest, Mr. M.R. Jaishankar, onto the podium. Mr. M.R. Jaishankar is presently the Senior Executive Engineer of Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board, which is a statutory board of Government of Tamil Nadu that provides water supply and sewage treatment to the city of Chennai and its metropolitan region. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone, to all the distinguished panel members and eminent persons from various industries. Okay. So, good morning, everyone, and I thank Professor Indumati for inviting me for this event. And actually, I am just fitting in the space of government representative. So, I do represent only CMWSSB. So on behalf of CMWSSB, I will be throwing you some of the challenges and opportunities for you to innovate and work upon. Basically, I have accepted this event on the invite of Dr. Indumati because I have great respect for the works of Dr. Indumati, Dr. Leji Philip, and my teacher and professor, Dr. Kurian, because they have always the concerns of the society in their mind when they work, and they extend all their works to the field to make the conditions better for the society and the systems existing. So that is the reason I just accepted. And the theme of this panel discussions, it's very crucial and very important that we continue to discuss on this, reduce, reuse, recycle, and I think reinvent. We were hearing about refuse, and in a sense it is similar, I think, refuse and reinvent. So we should stick to our needs more than our greeds. I think that is the way to go forward. So what is the existing sanitation conditions? Why should we talk about or continue to talk about these things? You might be knowing that just only 1/3 of the sewage that is being generated or being accounted is being treated in the entire country. And it is close to 80,000 MLD. We are noting that close to 30,000 MLD is only being treated. And even in our state level conditions also, when it is around 3,000, we are closer to somewhere 50% of the treatment capacity. And out of which the efficiency or performance of treatment is much more to be desired upon. So this is an important area which we should continue to discuss and trying to innovate. I congratulate and wish this Technology Innovation Foundation of IIT Palakkad an excellent journey and also notable achievements in their journey. And so coming back to this sanitation conditions existing, I'll just stick to the city on where I work. So in Chennai alone, if you take, we have a population of more than 8 million plus, and our collection system is very age old. We started in 1914. So we have now close to more than 4,500 kilometers of collection system. And the existing capacity of sewage treatment is close to 900 MLD. And what the sewage collected is somewhere around 630 on an average. So you could understand the problems from these three data itself. So it is, if I say it is around more than 4,000 kilometers of sewer lines, the manuals around is more than nearly close to 1.5 lakhs. So the difficulties of a centralized sewerage system could be much understood. And it is very important to note that, see, many times we get agitated upon the symptoms only. The disease is conveniently ignored or doesn't get due attention. For example, we always, or the press always get agitated, or many times it gets focused upon the sewage overflows. Is it just the failure of the engineers or maintenance for these overflows? Is it not the inadequacies of the capacities or aging of the infrastructures or irresponsible dumping of solids into our sewers which cannot carry them? And much more importantly, is it the way to do or work with just expanding of the infrastructures, capacities, or continuing with the system without addressing the causes? That is primarily, if you do not regulate the growth, which is the cause for these failures, then how we are going to solve this issue? This is going to continue because the causes are going to still lie. And the difficulty in maintaining these huge infrastructures, underground infrastructures, and understanding their conditions continuously is a huge challenge for everyone. Apart from this, think about the cost. See, the sewage infrastructure establishment cost is for a treatment plant. It is closer to 1.5 crores per MLD. We have still capacities to be addressed, gaps in capacities to be addressed. And the establishment of underground sewage infrastructures, not only the cost, the gestation period, and the conditions are also changing. For example, if the sewer system is being designed for a growth period, the growth is, we assume a linear growth, but the growth is exponential in certain areas, in certain pockets. So it completely alters the condition for the performance of the system. But these are not still being addressed. Of course, the letting out of sewage into the water bodies through tanker lorries, that has been addressed to some extent. We have brought in some amendments in the acts, and we have followed it with some rules and operation guidelines. This is going to help us in a larger account. But still, when we wanted to innovate or address these key challenges, I think the first way to address it for this kind of growth we are experiencing, because Chennai alone, from 176 square kilometers, we have grown to 426 square kilometers. In this sewage system itself, the underground sewage network itself, we have still to complete the sewage networks for more than 21 areas, added areas. Already we have more than 4,000 kilometers of lines to be maintained, operated. And we have more than 130,000 manuals to existing. So under these conditions, I think it is very key and important to go back to these themes to reduce and reuse, recycle, reuse. It is very, very key. And much more important is that we move not only with this, we have to move closer to the source to exactly address the problem. Then only we will be more sustainable and resilient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your know-how with us. It has really brought a lot of clarity in our thought process and instilled the adherence to standards as non-negotiable. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Anuradha Shankar to hand over our token of love of Tekin Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, let me introduce our next speaker for the day, Dr. Indumati Nambi, Professor, IIT Madras. Dr. Indumati Nambi is a professor in Civil Engineering Department. She obtained her MA in Environmental Engineering from the Center for Environmental Studies, Anna University, and her PhD in Civil and Environmental Engineering from Clarkson University, New York, USA, and became a faculty member of IIT Madras in 2005. Her research focus has been primarily in water quality sector, specifically groundwater, industrial wastewater treatment, and restoration of water bodies. She has published over 85 peer-reviewed research articles and guided more than 12 PhDs and several master's students. She has established and served as PI and governing board of Center for Urbanization Buildings and Environment, sponsored by Government of Tamil Nadu, and Center for Technology Development Demonstration and Dissemination, sponsored by Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board. Professor Nambi has been promoting the conversion of research ideas from lab to practice through problem-directed research, projects, and entrepreneurship. Professor Indumati is the director of Samudyoga Waste Chakra, a startup focused on providing sustainable waste management solutions through cutting-edge, innovative, and carbon-reducing technologies for solid waste and wastewater. She is also the founder of Water Chakra, aimed at recovering water and nutrients from urine using waterless urinals since 2018. It's a pleasure to have you here with us, ma'am, inviting you to deliver the keynote address. Or to you, ma'am.
USB port, right?
Yeah.
It's probably not reading it. Now it is. So we have few more teams now. So So while it is loading, probably I'll get started. Good morning, everybody. A lot of familiar faces in the audience in the first row. Nice to meet you all. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today to talk a little bit about, I think, what we all know. It's nothing new. I'm going to be, since I come from the environmental engineering background, all of us have here, but I also have a little bit more experience in the innovation space. So I thought I will share some of my experience also, like looking at the audience. Initially, I made this presentation for the participants, so who can learn a lot about rethinking sanitation, but maybe I have to slightly change my orientation of my talk in between. So I thought I'll also talk about innovation, my experience in the innovation and entrepreneurship space, helping students to build entrepreneurships in the environmental space. So I'll add on to my presentation. So yes, I'm trying to. Okay. So yeah, this is all very, very, at least to the audience here, 50% of the audience here, it is very evident. These data have been glaring at us for a very long time. It's not new, right? Half the population lacks access to sanitation, and what is the impact of poor sanitation, diarrhea. We keep hearing this again and again, okay? It's the worst cause of death compared to even the other major diseases. And in terms of money, it is costing the world, costing particularly the low income and developing countries a lot, burden due to the diseases. But they've also estimated, all these international agencies have estimated that investment in this sector yields a lot of returns, okay, almost 4 to 5 times the returns if we are going to invest it properly. Okay, so that is the challenge, where to invest, how to invest, what technologies to invest can give us valuable returns and also address the big challenge we have here. So Oxfam did a gap analysis recently, and I tried to pull out the top 10 in the order of ranking, okay, the gaps what they've identified. They've talked with various stakeholders. They've talked with people affected by crisis, practitioners in the sanitation area, online surveys, and a lot of literature review. And repeatedly in this table, I find water supply, lack of adequate water supply, maintaining the sanitation systems, lack of adequate staff to maintain it, okay, and lack of treatment of the water and the waste. What happens to it beyond toilets is always something which is a question mark, which has not been addressed in many of the programs what is going on in the world. And if it is addressed also, are they cost effective, are they energy efficient, are they scalable? All these are big question marks. So this is again a study done by the Gates Foundation, looking at different decentralized sanitation systems. Okay, sir here from Metro Water, he deals with large scale centralized systems, and innovations are happening in that space, but it's kind of getting saturated, right? It is only implementation. We already have a lot of technology, and Metro Water is doing a great job trying to implement and retrofit their, I thought he was going to talk about all that today, but yeah, I can fill in. So just to introduce, because this is more on decentralized, probably he avoided that. So in the centralized systems also, some innovations are happening, but more of the implementation, okay, but there is again, in Chennai also we are retrofitting all our activated sludge process with MBBR, converting them to MBBRs. And we are also looking at recycling the water IIT also, we have a system where we can completely 100% recycle the water for different purposes, toilet flushing, gardening, and also we put it back into our lake from where we draw water also for supply. So it is a completely closed loop system. So Metro Water is also implementing this in some of their treatment plants. In addition, they are also sending it to the industry after going through RO process. But here what I'm showing you is decentralized systems which have been there for a long time. They are continuing to be there. All these systems cannot like overtake the existing system, okay, because we have multiple demands, multiple sectoral demands, multiple geographical demands, and multiple ecosystem based demands. So all these are still necessary, and they are serving the population across the world. And here they have compared starting from pit latrines all the way to a little more advanced version, vault, twin pit, septic tank systems, and the modifications. Okay, and here, and I'll go to the next table which shows other set of technologies. So here they've compared and all these in one place. Most of the time it is very randomly presented. Okay, each startup or each NGO comes up with a technology and they showcase their numbers. So this is a very nice document where everything is put in one place, and you can see, compare and contrast. All of them have their own merits and demerits in the places where they have been applied. And I would like to look at particularly the area requirement. Here you see that the footprint area, one thing which is missing in this data I would like to add is the carbon footprint of different technologies, because when we go to the next page we will also see compact advanced treatment technologies like ASP, MBR, MBPR. There you also have to look at what is the carbon footprint of this technology. Here they have looked at the land area footprint. Okay? And so this kind of also tells us how effective they are, okay, in terms of pathogen removal, pathogen destruction, and how long is the lifespan, what are the inputs and what are the outputs from these systems, how usable are these inputs and the outputs. So we see the next table, the other little more advanced versions of those: bio-toilet, biogas reactor toilets, incinerator toilets, and packaged STPs, which are now mushrooming across the country, particularly with the demand for small scale decentralized systems for apartment complexes and gated communities. So this is a huge market, okay, but is that market effectively performing? Are these technologies effectively performing? That is a big question mark. Okay, so most of the time we find that there is only infrastructure in place, and when you go there, nothing is performing well. Okay, the effect, or at least it is underperforming. Okay, so there are gaps. Okay, the gaps in terms of numbers of toilets to be built, and also gaps in terms of understanding and choosing the right technology. Many international organizations are working in this sector. I have a list, it's not even a complete list. There are many more organizations. Many startups have also mushroomed in the sanitation sector, because there is a lot of international funding and Swachh Bharat mission funding for this sector. Talking about Swachh Bharat, started off with a huge budget, and then you also saw the impact of Swachh Bharat going up in terms of the overall coverage as installing toilets in many of the rural areas. Swachh Bharat Mission 2 expanded their scope to solid waste management also, and that is also progressing. But again, the focus is on building toilets, and making people use the toilets was the challenge, and also what happens to the wastewater and the fecal sludge coming out of these toilet facilities. Again, this is not a one size fits all or one technology fits all. It has to be based on the terrain. Okay, so in Tamil Nadu we call it Aintinai, right? Coastal areas like Mullai, Marudam, Neidal, Palai, Kuranji in Tamil we call it. Mountainous areas, coastal areas, right? Agricultural areas. So septic tanks are not a best solution for coastal areas. Do we ever make the distinction between, no, it's just randomly applied across the country. Rural area, you don't have a sewer system, you have a septic, just put a septic tank. Okay, much worse in peri-urban areas, it's directly pumped into a nearby lake. At least rural areas, people have that consciousness of not putting things into water bodies, protecting water bodies. But urbanized, peri-urban areas, we lost that consciousness also. So it's in a very dismal state. Although we have toilets, open defecation free has been achieved, but we have created another problem to our water bodies, groundwater, soil, everywhere, wherever these wastes go. So there is a need to address these issues. These are the major gaps. So decentralized systems, there was a big revolution when Bill Gates in 2011 started this Reinvent the Toilet Challenge. They ran it for 2 rounds, up to 15 and then 15 to 20. And a lot of different ideas were funded in both the rounds. A lot of different technologies came out of it. I can just share some of it with you. It's there in their website and in many, many portals. So they very, very advanced technologies came out of it. Urine microbial fuel cell. This is like Duke's Reclaimer, compact membranes-based treatment system along with oxidation. Waste to water, University of Florida team came up with this compact systems where electrochemical systems were used to completely treat the water to a drinkable standard, and I think even Bill Gates can be seen in some of the pictures drinking the water to showcase that it is successful. The investment he made in this team was successful. And Caltech, this is a very popular decentralized system. They are the winners of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's competition for decentralized toilets. So Michael Hoffman from Caltech came up with technologies to generate hydrogen, fertilizer, and electrochemically treat the water so that it can be reused within the same system, including for washing, hand washing. They said the purity level is very high. So all these systems, when you look at it from the Indian point of view, looks like it's too high tech, right? When we are still struggling to have water to our toilets and make our septic tanks work or have at least a soak pit next to a septic tank, we are still miles away from these technologies. The other big thing is, although the need is there in the developing sector and in the underdeveloped sectors, I don't think these innovators really thought through what is happening there, and can we come up with technologies low cost, low energy, socially acceptable. And challenges in India is again operational challenges. In the first slide I showed you that lack of proper maintenance and skilled labor. So all these are big challenges for India and other developing world, and so we need to develop technologies which can suit our country. We can think global with lofty goals, but we also have to work at a local level. So this is another high-end, when you look at recycle and reuse, bioplastics from wastewater has been there for about 10 to 12 years. The research has been on, and they are trying to get bioplastics that can replace the conventional plastics from wastewater using a bacteria which can store organic carbon as polyhydroxyalkonates. So this is again still in a very, very nascent stage, but it is promising, I would say, when you look at plastics from the oil sector. Okay, then there are other really, really advanced technologies which are coming into the in a very, very advanced stage of development. Many universities abroad are working on is the ultimate smart toilet, where it is a not only just a toilet which receives our waste, but it can also be our health monitoring tool. Just like how we have our Fitbits and other gadgets. So they can monitor the user's weight and what is his even age based on how he is sitting, what his health condition on that day, optical methods to check the volume, clarity, consistency, color of the urine and the stool samples. Then it's able to even give us suggestions on lifestyle suggestions on how to, what is missing in your diet, can you add certain supplements to your diet, and also in terms of frequency of usage, urinating every few hours, what time of the day they are coming to the toilet, can also tell us about the health status of the person. Pregnancy, checking the hormones in the urine can tell about. Also, it is a really fancy tool. It may be something very futuristic, but I just wanted to show the extremes of innovations which are happening across the world. Okay, and we don't know what price these toilets are going to be. This is a show of Kohler's Numi, which is a sensor-based toilet. So all these people are innovating. I would say they are innovating for when we are looking at a social cause, right? Our innovations, the faculty and the students and the NGOs in India are working towards a social cause. But most of the innovations coming from abroad are more at looking at the market. They are looking at India as an investment market. So many billion people, so many millions of toilets, and so there's a huge market. Okay, so there is a difference when you look at innovations, when you put your mind on something for money versus this. But of course, money is important, and I would say that there we need to rethink our innovations to orient somewhat, to look at, take the clue from them. Okay, money is important, so we cannot just look at a socially relevant applications. We should not be depending upon corporate social responsibility funds or government funds. Okay, the new way of thinking, my advice to the innovators here is to think about the social aspects of it, think about the technology, but also think about commercializing. Okay, so we forgot about that aspect, particularly in the water and sanitation sector. Most of the things are government based, and there was not much of innovation happening all these years because of this aspect. Business, there was no business angle into sanitation or toilet. Okay, so that is what we need to rethink in the coming days and years. Okay, so one thing I wanted to show is one of the technologies which have come out of IIT Madras to showcase or to tell why business is important, how we can project. The young student teams here can also, I'm sure your accelerator or your incubator is talking to you about all this. So we should be looking at the customer first when you're developing an innovation leading to a commercialization. If you're looking at it from the business point of view, just like any other product, even in sanitation, you should be looking at your customers' needs, right? Customers. So many toilets which were built by NGOs from abroad were not even used, right? You might have seen pictures where they were storing wood logs, or women did not want to even enter the toilets, because they had the doors and the walls had gaps, just like the Western world. They have toilets, right? They have gaps everywhere. Okay, so the African women just ignored the toilets. After a large investment made, nobody used it, right? So we need to be sensitive. There should be enough lighting for security and all that. Many of the points were missed in the early developments of toilets. So we have to think about the social aspects, the customer's needs, and also look at the business aspects. So how can toilet become a profitable business? So here we were looking at how to make this. We started with urine. Okay, the urine to fertilizer is also something which is already there. People have tried it, but they have not commercialized it. It's been there for more than 20 years. Okay, the technology is not new. So how can we develop a technology and optimize a technology so that we can commercialize it? So why we chose urine? Because urine is a very, very valuable resource. When we are mixing it with the wastewater, you dilute the urine. Urine has a very high concentration of nitrogen and phosphorus compared to the fecal matter. Okay, so if we can harvest the urine and recover the nitrogen and phosphorus in a concentrated manner without mixing with the wastewater, then you have a cost difference instead of looking at it downstream. So we looked at what all problems, keeping this as the core, what are all the problems, what are all the inputs we can get in terms of money, right? So one thing is water. When you are separating the urine and converting, you're not flushing the urine down in your urinal, but having a concentrated urine stream, you address the problem of water requirement in your toilets, right? Every flush requires about 2 liters of water at least. So if somebody is using it for 5 times a day or 6 times a day, that's a huge savings of water for one person, right? So then we wanted to address, of course, sanitation is not properly maintained. So can we generate enough income to have clean toilets? Okay, can we provide clean toilets to the public by generating an income, by making it a business model? The other big issue we are trying to address here when you are recovering the nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus, is the problem associated with eutrophication, which often happens when we discharge water after the secondary treatment without removing the nutrients. Most of the places, even treatment plants, large treatment plants, we don't have nutrient recovery systems. And the other end of the spectrum is the nitrogen, phosphorus are all valuable fertilizers. And where are we getting our fertilizers from? Most of them are imported. There is a huge foreign exchange. So if we can try and convert all our urine to fertilizers, how much of this foreign exchange can we save? And how much of a fertilizer demand can we meet? So we're looking at 5 different problems that can be addressed with just one innovation or technology in place, which is the urine recovery and conversion of urine to fertilizer. Okay, so we started out with that problem objective, and the goal was to balance the environmental challenge with water, energy and agri demands, not just energy. Okay, so we also looked at ammonia as a fertilizer, currently how it is being manufactured. Okay, the big industries use ammonia as a feedstock for the fertilizers, and there is huge amount of energy involved in the manufacturing of ammonia. Okay, the Haber-Bosch process of getting ammonia is quite energy intensive and it has a large carbon footprint. So putting all this together, so the gaps of sanitation can solve multiple problems in the sector and in the country. So this is the schematic of what we have here in our building in IIT Madras. So the water, the urine is diverted, stored, and then we use it in a steam stripper to remove. We have a steam generator and a steam stripper to remove the ammonia from the urine, and then we send it for struvite precipitation using a low-cost magnesium salt. And finally, the water. The recovered water can be diluted and sent for gardening. It is pathogen-free because it goes through the distillation process, and they still have some salt in it. So when diluting, it can meet the agricultural demand. So this is how it works. This is the actual setup we have in our building. All the urinals in our building is converted to waterless urinal by using a small adapter at the bottom and then diverting it, going from the drain. It is going into our tank, which is in the 3rd floor of the building, and from there it is pumped to the terrace of our building where we have this technology, steam stripping and struvite, along with the precipitation chambers. And this is the recovered struvite and liquid ammonia. So there is, we have done some process optimization. Technology is not new, but the design of the condensation columns and the process optimization has been done, and a patent has been granted now. I mean, it was filed in 21, but recently we got it granted. It's called self-sustainable integrated modular urine treatment system. Okay, so this is the final ammonia solution we get. The struvite, we've run it through a lot of tests to make it acceptable by the industry and the fertilizer companies. And we also did, this is what I wanted to tell the innovators here. Developing technology is one, but we should also create a market for it and find out what is your value proposition, okay? Money, in terms of money. So we did a simple calculation. If you're going to have so many people living in slums, we are addressing the sectors of the population which are not currently addressed by other means of or centralized or decentralized. So we can have public toilets which are at poor maintenance, and also slums where they don't have enough public toilets. Okay, so we did a simple calculation, and so the numbers, as you see, are quite large, very futuristic, okay, assuming that every place will be taking up this type of technology, which is feasible. That is what we showed in our business model. The commercialization plan, we are looking at putting our first plant outside IIT in the coming months, in June 2023, and then scaling it up once the government approvals are got and we get the acceptance from everybody. Okay. So, yeah, the business model should clearly project any innovation. This is very important. What is the return on investment? How much, who are your customers? Our customers are, one is the people who are using the toilet, and the other one is the industry which is going to consume the ammonia, and the farmers who can directly buy the struvite. So we are looking at 3 sectors, and so we can look at how much of gains you are going to get with a return, payback period of 2 to 3 years. It is possible to run this system, even with a electrically operated steam generator. Right now we are looking at solar thermal systems of steam generation, where this will be even much, much less. Within a year, we will be able to have a return of investment. Okay, apart from the monetary aspects, as environmental entrepreneurs or ecopreneurs, we have other things to showcase, right? So how much of emission reductions are happening with our technology, how much disease control has happened, okay, carbon footprint, water footprint, everything can be projected as add-ons to sell your product. Okay, so that's the best thing about environmental innovations, right? So we are showing all this, plus there is a business, profitable business. Okay. So we did some back of the envelope calculations. How much carbon footprint EcoFert can mitigate if we are assuming, only like, right now we have urinals only for men. So only 50% of the population we can cater to. And so if we are doing a calculation of having all the urine collected, this is still futuristic, but just to have some numbers in mind, so that we get so much of nitrogen and phosphorus, okay, from just targeting the urine from the male population. And this is the, this can actually cater to about 1/7 of all our agricultural nitrogen requirement and 1/3 of all our phosphorus requirement. In terms of carbon footprint, so we looked at how much aeration requirement is required at the wastewater treatment plants for the nitrification. People here know that every gram of ammoniacal nitrogen needs about 4.36 grams of oxygen, almost 4 times what our BOD requires. So there is a huge savings in terms of carbon footprint for the aeration because of the nitrification process. And then there is a huge carbon footprint reduction because of you are avoiding the carbon footprint of that much of fertilizer coming from a regular chemical fertilizer plant. So if you add on, we get about 30 million tons of carbon dioxide savings per year. Okay, that is a huge amount, while we are trying to clean up our toilets and toilet waste. Okay, so now we have moved on to other products that can be recovered from urine. We're looking at hydrogen. Now the whole green hydrogen is booming, hydrogen economy is booming. We found that wastewater can be a source, not just urine, any wastewater can be a source for hydrogen. No, there is electrolysis is one route where people now are working extensively, but we are looking at nano aluminum oxidation, sodium borohydride reduction, metal hydride reduction route, and we found that there is a lot of potential in wastewater for hydrogen. So very, very promising results in our initial phase of experiments. So we have moved on. I think we are going to be prototyping this in the next few months. We have received funding from Carbon Zero Challenge to do a prototype. So there will be hydrogen generation from after ammonia and struvite recovery, the leftover water, we are planning to recover hydrogen from it. So there will be a fuel cell, and that can power the whole system. We are using steam from electricity, so we are thinking whether we can loop back and power the steam generator from the hydrogen which we are generating in our own system. So these are the results from our laboratory for different types of wastewater, urine and regular wastewater. We have tested conditions under which we will be generating hydrogen and how much we will be generating, whether we found that it is viable to do it even at a smaller scale. The other solution people posed to us is, you're taking care of the urine, what about the fecal matter? So we had to give a complete solution. So we are looking at fecal solids. Again, a lot of innovations have happened in fecal sludge management, but from my interactions with the NGOs working in this sector, it is a huge challenge. Composting, even when you're having eco-sand toilets or pit latrines or all these decentralized systems, composting is a big challenge. And now people are even questioning them, asking that you are using manual scavenging. Men are handling this. It is inhuman, right? So NGOs are facing the brunt of the other NGOs. So, and acceptance of this compost is always a challenge. Right now, IAPMO is working on technology on standards, international standards for compost from fecal solids. We are part of that team. For the last 1 year, we have been discussing, and it is in the final stage of release. But still, we will always face, even compost from solid waste, it is very difficult to take it from the urban area to rural area. Logistics becomes a huge challenge. So composting may be a challenge in the future also. So we are looking at something which is acceptable by the people, right? There should not be any, during the process of making the product or during the use of the product. Using the compost by farmers also, there are a lot of issues, right? You've seen International Waste Management Association's reports where there was a lot of resistance when wastewater was used in farming. So how do we make it acceptable, make it in an acceptable form? We looked at biochar as a solution. Okay, again, biochar, since if you're going to mix water and waste, it's going to be a huge challenge. Again. How do we, pit latrines will be ideal, but we can't have pit latrines in urbanized areas, right? So we are coming up with a technology for separating solid liquid and then taking the solids alone for a low energy pyrolysis using microwave technology. So some of our early results are here. Again, we are in the stage of prototyping this. So we'll have a complete solution. Okay, it is a decentralized solution for every home. If these things are designed to be fitting inside your toilet or just behind your toilet or just in your inspection chamber where we have in every house. Okay, can it be compact enough to go into the inspection chamber or in your septic tank? So you can completely eliminate sewers. Okay, so this is something which is again futuristic, but we all know sewers are the biggest cost in a system, right? 70% goes for the sewerage system in the whole treatment and collection system for the government. So can everybody go out of the grid? Just like how solar pulls us out of the grid from the electricity, so can we go out of the grid for wastewater? Okay, so that is the thought process. Biochar combined with urine to fertilizer and straw white, and the biggest challenge again will be marketing them, the mechanism of how do we collectively take it to a consumer. That is going to be a big challenge. Okay, but it can easily be tried in gated communities where you have not so centralized but somewhere in between, not so decentralized like a home, but it is in between. Okay, and so the other big things which are happening in the solids management as alternative to compost is hydrothermal carbonation. There was a professor in Israel, Jordan, recently who gave a talk on this technology where they are looking at a high temperature, high pressure operation where we can carbonate the sewage sludge. And the advantage of this compared to the microwave pyrolysis is that it can work with 80% moisture content also. It needs 80% moisture. So you don't really need to do the solid liquid separation. So hydrothermal carbonation to produce the char, which can again be used for any application, making it even activated because there was steam and other things. So it can be used in the environmental industry also. So yeah, these things I think are known to us, so I won't dwell too much on it. People are looking at small scale biomethanization plants for decentralized systems. Before we were only focusing on methane, but now there is more and more we can get out of these anaerobic systems, right? Green ammonia, green hydrogen. Our biotech department is looking at extracting aromatic compounds from intermediates of biomethanization. And of course, the digestate is very rich in nitrogen, phosphorus. Okay, so there is a lot more innovations can happen to make all this efficient, market commercializable, okay, and low carbon, definitely low carbon. So again, everywhere, whenever you innovate, it's not just important understanding the customer. You have to understand the business models and make it viable business model, not just humanitarian or supported by government or NGOs. And the third thing is the metrics. Okay, every eco-entrepreneur should come up with these metrics right from the beginning. What is your technology going to do as changing the scenario in terms of how much carbon footprint, water footprint reductions can happen? What is the impact, disease burden, how much disease burden we are going to reduce? All that should go along with your technology, okay? Not just projecting your technology. What are all the SDG goals, okay, you're touching upon through your technology? That is also a big thing we need to project. And of course, linear to circular, we can't just think of treating alone. We have to bring back all the nutrients which went into the making of your wastewater, right? All this, so much of soil, nutrients, sun's energy, everything went into making your food, which became your waste, right? So we have to give back those resources into the nature, and so keep innovating. How can we bring back energy, bring back the nutrients, bring back the carbon, all that which went into making the wastewater. Okay, so I just wanted to show the innovation contest which we run every year, a Carbon Zero Challenge, looking for technology like this. Annually, we get about 1,000 applications and shortlist 100, and we fund 25 of them with 5 lakhs each to build prototypes, to do all the, we train them to do customer discovery, business model propositions, sustainability metrics and SDG metrics. We give them all the training, we give them money, we also give them mentorship, business mentorship and technical mentorship. And finally, we select 5 who can become startups and give them 10 lakhs each. So this is happening every year. Some of the teams of last year are shown here. And this is our success story in a snapshot. From here, I think you can move on to accelerators. All of you are familiar, I hope. At least for the students, you should track what TBC is doing. Okay, TBC is one of the best accelerator programs in the sanitation sector. Okay, successfully demonstrated. They've taken successful startups. Okay, and they have accelerated them into large-scale implementation projects. Okay, so track them on their website. Okay, so I will say in summary, gaps exist. Gaps exist in the sanitation sector. Gaps also exist in the institutional sector where we are trying to build. I think if I talk to the students here, having gone through 3 rounds of Carbon Zero Challenge and worked with 75 plus teams, I know the challenges what they face when they are innovating. It's not easy to innovate in the environmental space. It's not easy to develop a business model in the environment space, right? We are working on a technology and building a business which there are not much takers, because most of it, your market is government. In India, it is very, very difficult. Okay, it's working with the government is very difficult, right? I have founded a startup, and I know as a startup how much difficulty they face. Even approvals, you bring the money to put your pilot, but approval to put it in a space because it is controlled by the government is also challenging. Okay, so the other thing is challenges faced in the institute. This is what I wanted to share as my experience. So many students, teams who are in Carbon Zero Challenge struggle working with their own guide. They want to innovate, they want to come into this space, but then there is a restriction imposed by their guides, by their institutes. So those things are the ones we need to address. If we want more innovators in this space, government has to be sensitized. The academic institutes have to be sensitized. One simple model would be, I think Professor Kurian is also here. Even in Anna University, this can be taken up. So align it with the curriculum, right? So not all students have to work on research-based MTech projects or even PhDs, right? They can take up a part of their research to the innovation space. If we can facilitate that as faculty, then it will be easy, because right now the students are struggling, I'm sure. They have their own academic load and academic requirement, and this is in addition to that, they have to find space. That's probably the reason why not many are here. I don't know. But if we align it with the academic curriculum, we make it easy on them, less stressful on them, and they have the faculty themselves can guide them through this whole process of building this innovation. And the faculty can become a co-founder if they want to. All that, I think now the new education policy has eased out a little bit. So all that is possible. So we look forward to more teams in working in the sanitation space, in environmental space. Okay, make use of all these facilities here, right? We have innovators, incubators across the country. Just last week, we were in the Tamil Nadu startup. They were discussing on a new startup policy. And this is what we were all insisting. Startups should come out of universities, right? So that they have the strong foundation of knowledge and guidance and all the prototype space what IIT Palakkad is giving. Many of the people outside the academia, they don't have space. And all this have to be tested at some scale. You can't be doing it in small beakers, right? So space is a constraint, mentorship is a constraint, and so it has to come from institutes. And we have to facilitate that. Government also has to facilitate that. Moving forward, I think I'm summarizing whatever I said so far. So we need to facilitate startups from both ends. Again, government should be open to new technology, right? MOHUA controls what technology gets adopted in the government sector for implementation. Okay, so they have to be up to speed and be open to new technologies. And Startup Tamil Nadu now has negotiated with the government, and up to 50 lakhs it can be given to startups without tendering. So that is also in the early stage of implementation. So these are all positive things we need to look at and move forward. Think of making this whole innovation and entrepreneurship successful for India. Come up with India-centric innovations and startups. I'll stop here. Thank you.
From anybody?
First of all, thank you, Professor. I am Dr. S. Sakishwaran, one of the panelists. It is an observation I would just like to make. For example, when Professor started, you had also mentioned about CMWSSB doing so many innovations, but it had to be presented. I think we should all congratulate CMWSSB for having taken the bold step to move towards indirect portable reuse at stage. Because when the whole country is just thinking about and talking about it, you need an agency, particularly in the government sector, to take that very first step. Once you take the first step, there are always a few issues which need to be addressed, and then it starts to move forward. Now this 10 MLD plant, which has been there I saw the treatment scheme in the 13th International Water Conference webpage. Of course, that is there, and I had also, brought it up at your level, at your managing directors also. But just to touch upon the point of what you talk about, having somebody to take that first step. It is always, as Madam was saying, there is always easy to say, you have to do this, you have to do that, but somebody has to do it. And CMWSSB has been a forerunner right from the early days when it was conceived. Now, only one small observation, I think, as IIT also, when Madam touched upon that topic of eutrophication and phosphorus and nitrogen going into this, I think that is one aspect which you have to see when you deal with the Porur Lake aspect, because we do not want it to be, getting into eutrophication and then once it gets into it, trying to renovate it back is an issue. But I think now, because Professor is there, Director is there, I think all of us can be, part of this, and then try to make it, remove it, and then maybe temporarily put a stop to the discharge before it gets into it. And I'll be happy to help.
Thank you, Dr. Sakishwaran, for touching upon it. Actually, I should thank Dr. Sundaramurthy, who laid the path which we are now traveling upon. So the most bold innovations came through him, and we are just following it through. So this is one project which is very close to it. Actually, I didn't touch upon the many projects we are working upon, because I was just talking about the challenges we are facing only. Of course, as Professor said, we understood the problems on the ground conditions, and we tried to address it through some decentralized treatment plants. Like we have put some 1 MLD treatment plant at Chetpat using MBBR technology. So we are closely doing all these things, small innovations like putting decentralized wastewater treatment plants at some points. Another thing we are interested upon was that circularity of usage. So what we thought was the water should go back to its source, and the nutrients and other things should go back to the soil. So that is what we should achieve. But it is a very long travel, and it is treacherous, and we have a lot of challenges in this, because the integrity of the collection system is no sound. You understand, it runs into kilometers. So then only we actually thought that we should address this, it should all work and try to address all the solutions problems simultaneously. And one thing is that this new thing we have done, that trying to put back water to the lakes, the urbanized lakes which have lost their catchment. During the 2017 and 19 crisis, I was working with bringing water from the quarries to the city, daily supplying 30 mld of water, which was a very difficult task at that time, because so then we thought that though we are not bestowed with large water reservoirs for Chennai, we have many small lakes which are being encroached upon due to urbanization, and the best way to restore a lake is not just doing some ornamental things. We should bring back water to its then only we can be able to sustain its the water body. So we thought we will bring back water from the tertiary water to the lakes. The one challenge, one problem which Professor Sakteswaran addressed is we are very conscious about it. We are actually looking at the data not only at present. He has brought it to our notice, and we are looking at the historical data and trying to mitigate that problem if it is an alarming situation. And in the future projects also, we are actually including certain solutions that could mitigate this problem if there is any alarming situation. Thank you everyone. Yeah.
Yes, in fact, thank you, sir, for what you have said. It is very rightly, as you have pointed out, as the first plant and then the second plant, always innovations happen like that. I think, as you rightly said, in your second plant, maybe I think the chemical phosphorus removal has to be added. Once that is there, I think then you can move ahead. Because the idea, what I had also mentioned, is even the Great Lakes in USA and Canada, which are the second largest lake in the world, even 10 years back, they have said, what you discharge into that should be free of nutrients. And we don't want to get into it and then do that.
Not only bringing back water to its source, what we thought was we should actually see, it brings many important solutions to us. That is, thing is decentralization. See, we wanted to supply water from the lakes around your area itself. So you own the water body, you just connected, because in the urban space what is happening is that we are totally disconnected. Many of the people became conscious about the sources of their water only during 2015 floods. So we thought that we should be very conscious about the water bodies, then only we can maintain it also. So another thing is that we thought we should recharge the groundwater, which is the most decentralized way of doing the supply and sustaining for a city. So of course, that is we thought it should be a holistic solution, and we should have a systemic approach rather than discrete and small approaches.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a point to add here. This Porur Lake catchment area, because I am also working in the same sector for last 12 to 13 years, done extensive studies on all this water body, pollution, and also on the septage management system. And catchment areas, very well we can clear it off in Porur Lake, wherever you have. We have a data for that. And only that is also very easy to clear. And number two is, rather than just adding that water back to the lake, if you can able to sell that water to the industries, or if not industries, even the domestic, because you are saying it is 100% free of nutrients. In that case, you can very well sell that water directly to the domestic usage for secondary purposes. In that case, the government can get additional revenue rather than adding that water again to the lake, and again lake is getting whatever, you know very well about the treatment efficiency and the kind of people who are working on maintenance. In case if there is any flaws happens in the process, obviously it affects on the performance of the water, and that pollutes again the lake. That is a drinking water base as of now. And rather than that, my request is, whatever help is required from our side we can do it. Better to commercialize that water, which is very well suitable for the industrial purpose and also for secondary domestic usage around that area itself. Only thing is we need a infrastructure where we can collect that water, and for that you have plenty of space there in that belt on the bypass area, and collect that water there, store it, and then you supply back to the in and around that area for a cost. I feel it's a revenue model. You are already spending huge money on that treatment process, and the entire infrastructure can be easily recovered by diverting that into a supply chain rather than adding on to the water body, and again, one more headache will start maybe very soon. This is my suggestion, sir. Thank you.
I welcome your idea, madam. But see, in this travel, it is something like third or fourth step. We have taken only the first step. See, once you are trying to use the wastewater again and supplying it to the domestic or other purposes, first we should change the perception. There is a problem with the perception of the public. And this cannot be managed, I think. It should be built upon the trust or the quality which we produce. That is how it has to be done, and it has to be more sustainable. So we thought this is the best way to discharge it in an open space and let the public see this water is very good and should. See, incidentally, what has happened is we have started commissioning this pilot project in August. So we never started to market this water, but so slowly once people took samples from this water, tested for on their own, now we have a demand of close to 1 lakh liter of water daily from this source. So this is how we have to do it, we think, slowly. And another thing is that industrial demand cannot exceed 15% commercial demand, and you need different kind of networks for that. So you cannot build another, see, you have a distribution system where you are supplying only 1 to 2 hours of water. Do you think it will be viable to put one more pipeline into the entire city and supply another water? So that is not very viable. So we thought we should actually integrate everything and have minimum infrastructures, provide better service, and also make it more resilient. Thank you.
One thing I want to ask, because when you are doing the recycling and putting into the lake or pond, whatever the natural water resources, where is the QC, what is the transparency of the people when you build the trust, bring the trust among the people, where is the QC, what is the transparency of the transparency, how the people will cross-check it?
Yes. See, one thing is that we wanted to build some certain systems which will indicate the quality of water. So that is also part of it. But this is a pilot project. First, we have done this work. You understand now the technology has enabled us to install online monitors and then transmit the quality of the water continuously. For this also, we have already have systems to transmit this quality of the water to our pollution control board and other systems. Only thing is that we will have to make it available to the public. And this cannot be an isolated thing. We have to do it for other things and also make it more integrated and easy for them to access. We are working on that. Definitely that will also come through.
One more question regarding this same project. Actually, if you are pumping out this demineralized water into the natural water resources, then the entire natural water resources can be neutralized, right? And the minerals, ions, which is in the natural.
No, see, sorry, because he was talking about the minerals only. It is not a completely demineralized water. See, we were working from. We had the other day I had a discussion with some people who were talking about putting a lower quality of water into the lakes, not even going for ultrafiltration membranes or other carbon absorption, other things. They wanted to put it with minimal treatment into the lake because they say that the lake water quality is very bad. And you are talking about the other extreme. So certain people advocate that we should put RO water into the system, but it is very costly. See, it is, and you have another stream of waste running through it, which has also to be again managed. Okay, we thought in between we will do the system, then we will slowly optimize the system. We are having many redundancies in this system itself. We thought we will optimize it and also address certain key concerns as Professor Dr. Saktiswaran said. That also should be addressed, and we also should address emerging challenges, the emerging contaminants and other things. So this is a pilot project, absolutely. We are actually studying that, testing it continuously, generating a lot of data, trying to understand how it functions, how it sustains. Then only we will be putting other system into it. And apart from this, at present, it is limited to the fact that bringing water back to its source and making the water body more sustainable. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I have a question for Professor Indumati Nambi. You talked about the biochar and the grey water this thing. So both these are energy, they need electricity to work.
Mm-hmm.
So are there any solutions that use less electricity? I'm looking at it from hilly regions or rural areas where electricity is at a premium.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that also. Right now, solar thermal steam generators are very successfully demonstrated in many places. Even in Chennai, we have one plant in a school in OMR. So it can generate up to about 200 degrees Celsius steam just based on solar power. So we are trying to integrate this with steam generators or even solar hot water. We know that it is available, but temperatures are not as high as what we need. So at least partially the temperature can be supplied from the solar, and then we can give a little bit of power supply. But including all that, we were able to get a payback period of 2 to 3 years. So if we can completely eliminate that carbon footprint through solar, I think in the next couple of years, we will be having a carbon neutral technology.
Or even use your hydrogen generation.
Yeah,
to
so if the
provide
hydrogen, yes, hydrogen fuel cell also, that is also in the pipeline. Yeah.
Actually, you said about this ammonia extraction and phosphate extraction from the urine. Okay, it might be viable for corporate sectors or educational institution which has mass. What for the independent households? If you are coming to market, for market, if it is a common public which is available, then it is financially viable. Then how it can be improved?
Individual households, it is still, at least the steam distillation may not be viable. But it can be viable in small apartment complexes. Like right now what we have in our building is only for our floor. Okay, so we have demonstrated it. So if we can extend it to our building, which has about 400 men, 400 to 500 men coming in, going out every day, it is viable. Okay, so
how many people on the floor?
80, we are 80 men, so we are multiplying it. So it is still viable at that scale. Okay, because, but yeah, individual household, it is still a long shot. And operation and maintenance also becomes, unless we automate everything, okay, then individual household, I think we are still better off with looking at solid liquid separation and treating it. Biochar is still possible at the individual level using microwave technology, which is again a low power technology. But yeah, technology takes a while. You all know the whole pipeline of TRL levels, when it becomes a minimal viable product, at what minimal viable scale. All those calculations will be done when you go into the accelerator mode. We are still in the incubation innovation space. So
what about this operational cost? Installation cost is one part, this acquiring cost is one part, then how it is manageable?
Everything is what the calculation I showed, operation cost, taking into the operation cost also, we are getting within a 2 to 3 year payback period. That is not just the capital cost. So the sale of ammonia, the sale of straw white, and the savings in the water is going to feed into, we are also making a profit so that we are paying back our capital, right? So operational cost is met, plus a profit is made, so that we are paying back in 3 years. And then after 3 years, it's all profit. That is how the business model is worked out.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Very encouraging.
I would like to add here, see I myself Veerapan from Chennai Associates. So talking about your house products and all, urinals, what I'm saying is it can happen only for the office complexes where we have separate urinals,
right,
and for the other IT parks and other areas. Coming back to the, sir told about the implementation of madam this one. Sir, it's possible because old projects leave it, for the new projects, for the new developers like Shriram Properties, SPR Properties, which is all coming up now, and you can apply the rules. Already the rules are there, only the implementation is the question mark. See, even for an house, I think the Keel Park, one gentleman called Suresh, he has done for his house. No, he is not getting water from anyone, he is not getting energy from anyone. He is sustainable. When one person is able to do that, why not others, is the question. And now for the new projects, it is possible. And it is possible when we are moving towards net zero water, net zero carbon, and so on. And it is possible, sir. So only thing is implementation. Public don't touch it. Let it come later. But coming back to the individual houses, individual developers, it's possible.
Yeah.
This is what
So urine, to add to that, even if they don't want to install a urinal in your bathroom, there are urine diversion toilets which in the market for a long time. So there are also female urinals. We have investigated and found that there are female urinals. So it is just a matter of behavioral change. If all of us collectively focus, so 50%, like I said, 7% of the fertilizer needs can be met. We can make it easily 15 or 20%, right? So it is a behavioral change. It may take time, but collectively, if the government and the people work together, it is possible.
First of all, I thank you, ma'am, for giving more inputs in many projects related to environmental basis. And I'm having one question related to that, the bioplastic from wastewater. Actually, here we are getting the bioplastic from the wastewater, right? It's actually the bioplastic is same as available in commercial way. Whether it is 100% have the same like quality of it, ma'am.
Yes. I have physically seen it when we visited one of the plants in France, Veolia's plant. It is exactly, they've tested it out, the same property. It can be modified also to suit different applications. So, yes, you're...
Ma'am, what bacteria involved in it, ma'am?
It is a specific, the I showed you in the presentation, right? I can share you more information. Okay, but it is still not done in a commercial scale, even though this was 10 years ago when I visited, they already had a product in hand from the bioplastic. Okay, but still it has not been, again, it involves a lot of, implementation. It cannot be, after your wastewater treatment, you have to go through 2 more steps, okay, to make sure that you extract the plastic from the bacteria. Okay, so it is still futuristic, I would say. Yeah, I will share information if you can.
And as you have said that in these many projects were already many students were taking part in these domains, but every project as a final year student it ends up to the publication, but it's not implementation. So here we can introduce that in final year we are doing a 2 or 3 project at the semester basis, but in one semester it is we can implement as a innovative project. Then it can be taken to real life. Because in my point of view, in many students were end up with the publication. Up to the paper, but in each and every project there are some new innovation involved in it as a research basis, but it's not implement to the real life. So if it is if we introduce as an innovative project, then it can be implemented.
Yeah. I think that is the biggest problem we are facing. So much of time, energy, money is going into doing a lot of projects. That's what I was trying to say. Innovations and incubation, entrepreneurship should be integrated into the curriculum. Okay, it need not be one project. Your whole final year project can be on that. And in IIT also we defer the placement. If students want to take their project to commercialization, we defer them to sit in the placement. So they can sit in the placement 1 year later, and there are fellowships to support the students for that 1 year, some 20,000 per month or something they are given to continue their entrepreneurship pursuit. So these things should be brought in all institutes. The prototyping space should be provided in all institutes. Only then the effort or the mind, the brain power of all the youngsters will finally reach the final application side or implementation side. At least give a 3-year window for, it's minimum 3 years for a technology to go from basic proof of concept to your piloting. Okay, so that space should be given to youngsters. You should not rush into sit in the placement, go into an IT job after working for 1 year in environmental, right? That is the criminal waste of resource. Particularly MTech students who are getting HTRA or PhD students who are funded by the government for 4 years. If they just end up going somewhere else, it is a criminal waste of public money.
Question is slightly different. That why do you focus with publications? So, for example, the government is, even the policy makers who is sitting in UGC, AICTs, they are just focusing with the number
On
of publications
publications,
for
yeah.
ranking also.
Yeah.
So the students are forced to do some publication.
Yes.
Even they are able to deliver products.
Correct.
So where to discuss this?
Yeah.
And how to convert our Indian policy for educational institutions.
Yeah.
That is the things I am also discussing many forums. But as
Now
a
I
senior
think
members, no.
now a little more shift. I think IITs and NITs, at least patents are value. One patent is equivalent to so many publications. So that is one step forward in the commercialization thing. Right? Even for faculty, I face this challenge when I ask my other faculty. Those even in IIT, those who are involved in startups and commercialization, they are doing it out of passion to do something different. And along with their publication requirement for promotion, this is an add-on. And how many people will be doing it? It's an extra burden on them, right? It takes a lot of time and resource. So even for faculty, they should enable them to get into this space by including that in their promotion criteria. Just like students also have to be supported that way. I think MHRD, UGC, they all have to take this.
Like a senior members should to explain to the government.
Yes.
And are wasting so much manpower in terms of just writing a paper. For that we have to download some software, Grammarly, and wasting of energies. But most of the students are very much interested.
They want to do hands-on, do something which makes an impact.
Something has to be created.
Point taken. I just wanted to add one more point. We do have a member from MOA and from PSA's office on our governing council, and they have promised personally to me that they will support us for piloting projects that come through the center.
Very good. I think they should support all the incubators across the country. That will be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful and interactive talk. Now, I would like to request Mr. Jayashankar to hand over the memento to Dr. Indumati. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
Day, for which the topic is Reduce, Reuse, Recycle, Reinvent for Sanitation. The panelists for this discussion are Dr. S. Veerappan, Chairman and Managing Director, Sanveer Associates, Ms. Dakshayani S., Managing Director, Practice Enviro Solution, Mr. S. Krishna Kumar, Management Consultant and Executive Coach. Dr. S. Veerappan is a renowned academician and industrialist and presently the Chairman and Managing Director of Sanveer Associates, which offers end-to-end solutions for mechanical, electrical, and public health engineering services for a wide variety of buildings and water projects in India and Gulf countries. Dr. Veerappan holds BTech in Civil Engineering and MTech in Environmental Engineering and has received a PhD in Civil Engineering. He has a vast experience of 31 years in the field of civil engineering, and to recognize his contribution and efforts towards plumbing skills trainings, Indian Plumbing Skills Council has nominated Dr. Veerappan as Super Trainer for Plumbing Trainings. He is a faculty member at SRM Ishwari Engineering College, Chennai, where he was instrumental in establishing first of its kind Engineering Innovation Skills Center. He was the past chairman of Indian Plumbing Association, Chennai chapter, and is a member of various professional bodies like IWWA, IPHE, IE, and ISTE, and has organized several technical conventions and seminars in these domains. Ms. Dakshayani is presently the Managing Director of Pratix Enviro Solutions. She is established woman entrepreneur and a water management expert who has established Pratix Enviro Solutions, a sustainable social enterprise, since 2011. Ms. Dakshayani has an MBA from IIM Kozhikode and is also a recipient of National Award for Innovative Technology Development. She is extremely interested to advocate policy direction towards sustainable water management and also to document and disseminate best practices on water conservation, management, reuse, and recycling across various sectors of the country. Mr. S. Krishna Kumar is a renowned management consultant and business growth strategist with over 30 plus years of experience in mentoring and coaching executives and startups to develop their leadership skills. He has been a visiting faculty in several IITs and leading management institutions of the country and has handled assignments in career transition, stakeholder management, and outplacement for specific HR skills. He has a BTech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT BHU, Varanasi, and has a post-graduation in Industrial Management with specialization in Marketing from National Institute of Industrial Engineering, Mumbai. The moderator for this panel discussion is Dr. M. Shabrimalai Manikandan, Associate Professor of IIT Palakkad. I hereby request all the panelists as well as the moderator to come up onto the dais. Welcome, sirs. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning to all. And the first panel discussions on reduce, reuse, recycle, reinvent for sanitation. So the brief introductions to this theme is mainly focused with the circular economy by following the principles of multiple R's, particularly to maintain or improve the effectiveness in the sustainable health monitoring, particularly environmental. So we know that cities are growing with diverse populations. So that required, or we can say that highly demand innovative approaches that can minimize the resource consumptions and also focus on the resource recovery. And many of the countries are interested to convert their economy into multiple technologies based on the multiple R's of environmental health monitoring. So bringing multiple R's together and implementing innovative ideas will help us move towards circular economy by creating a closed loop system and minimizing the use of resource inputs and creation of the waste, pollutions, and carbon emissions. So the multiple R's are like reduce, reuse, recycle, reinvent for sanitations, which can be a standards that can improve the conversion of multiple products into a reusable economics. So for this panel discussions, we have three experts, and I request the esteemed panelists to open their thoughts with for 2-3 minutes, and then we can continue our deliberations with a set of questions to the panelists. So now I request to Dr. Veerappan, please can share your experiences in the theme of reduce, reuse, recycle, reinvent.
Good afternoon, almost nearing good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. And I think we are now addressing mostly experts only, not the students, I think so. In fact, students are very less now. As Madam said, very informative, Madam, whatever I think, it's very, very informative. And I think students have missed it, honestly speaking. Missed it. Okay, coming back to the reduce, recycle, little background I'll tell you. Myself, Veerappan, I was pushed into the public health engineering division. When I started my career in after completion of BTech from Pondicherry University. That too, when I pushed into the public health engineering division, there are various divisions. For the betterment of the students, I want to tell you, when you are studying it, is different. When you are moving out of the campus, it's totally different. I understood that there are various departments in an organization, starting from architectural, structural, public health engineering, estimation department, planning department, so many things are there. Wherein, when we studied, we are coordinated with only one department. Whereas when you go out, we need to you have various departments. In this public health engineering division, we just pushed in. I pushed in, and then in fact, head of that public health engineering division, without knowing anything about the public health engineering. And that's the learning we started. In fact, I started learning so many things in which plumbing, fire, electrical, everything I just learned in a short time in the sense. And then I moved on to Larsen and Toubro, started my career in JE and reached up to general manager. Wherever I worked out, there is a question of water. Say public health engineering is nothing but is mostly related to water, mainly water and sewage. And in a building, two important aspects are there, particularly water consumption. Water in, water out. This is a concept. Water in, how to bring water into our residential buildings or various buildings, and how it has to be disposed of. During, way back, there are enough water which we were using it, and it is being utilized for various purposes. And now the time has come that we don't have water and we don't have almost energy also consumption, it is limited now. When we are talking about reduce, recycle and this one, wherever possible, we need to do it now. In the sense, the water consumption for a typical person at domestic, see various segments is different. In a code, it will be given very clearly what is the consumption water per person for residential, commercial, as well as hotels and various. So let us talk about residential. It is of 135 liters per capita per day. So the day will come and we need to all work towards the consumption has to be, 135 to 150, but the consumption we need to work towards 100 liters per capita per day or whatever less. And that is the innovation which we need to do it on, reduce the water. Let us start with reducing the water. When I say reducing, people think that it is only the usage of water. No. There are hidden things also happening in the water. For example, you have a mobile phone. Mobile phone consumes almost 10,000 to 15,000 liters per mobile for making it. The car, if you take whatever cars, your we are having it. It's around 50,000 liters it is consuming. So, where to cut the source? Just now I'm giving a small example only. So now you tell me where to start reducing the water. We need to reduce the water from the source itself. Way back people have started, doing the plastics, right? We all encouraged, beautifully we encouraged everything. Oh, plastic, light, everything. And the people who invented the plastics or whatever it is, have they not thought about how to dispose of plastics? So much problem is giving it now. So many problems. Why? See, engineers were all inventing, budding engineers, also has to think that when anything they invent or whatever it is, what is the damage it is going to do, it is doing it for the environment. See, we should protect the environment. Okay, so coming back to the, again, reduce. So, at the source, we have to reduce the water. See, when I was in the Indian Plumbing Association committee, now yesterday we celebrated World Plumbing Day in our Chennai region, Chennai chapter. We started now. It is on 11th March because awareness is on only water, water, water. How to save water. In fact, we are all working towards Amrit scheme also. Madam Tara Madam has clear, given the direction to Indian Plumbing Association that not only consumption, reduce the consumption of water, the products what the manufacturers are producing it, they have to reduce the water at the source itself. That is, she called all the manufacturers in the forum and told that find a way to reduce the consumption. When you open the tap, say for example 5 liters is coming. No, you focus on only 3 liters. Source, reduce it. So this is what, just an intro which I am just sharing with you. When time bounds, I will come again and then talk about the other aspects also, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, now I request Taxi Madam to share the experiences in the sanitation products.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity given to me today. And almost for last 3 years, I was not part of any panels because I was focused into different business vertical, mainly on the plastic management. And for this sector, sanitation, I'm here from 2011. I think I've attended hundreds of meetings, hundreds of IIT presentations, and lots of groups discussions and all. And in 2013 itself, I took a decision. Discussion alone will not give us a result. So I got into the action. In 2013, I started working with the Tamil Nadu government with all the secretaries, did a lot of presentations to the secretarial level. And then I did a first project in 2013 at Katupakam Panchayat for a sanitary complex, women's sanitary complex, and developed a technology for this bio septic tank, where the existing septic tanks can be converted or upgraded into a bioseptic tanks, where the entire sludge is eaten up by the bacteria. Then it treats the water in the process by gravity, and the final treated water let out to the plantations. And that also on the gravity based. So initially I tried out with the Canna indica, which is a Kalvale chedi, normally we call it as in Tamil. And that was a grand success. Mr. Shankar was the chief secretary at that time in urban development, rural and urban. At that time he gave an opportunity, and now he is retired. But that was the first project which I did and made it a success. And like that, another 2 government projects I did. That is also near to that place only, the village areas. And basis on that, government took a decision to bring a law, mainly the GO, government order. That was also given in 2014, 106 is the GO number. And basis on that, they made it mandatory for most of the septic tanks to upgrade or maybe to treat the water and then let out the treated water. Means the sludge is completely eradicated at the source itself. That was a beautiful technology because we were working on manual scavenging, solution for the manual scavenging, and that is a one-time solution. And the God has created already the bacteria which can eat up very easily. No need to do anything. Only thing is we have to give a hydraulic retention time required for the bacteria to eat up that waste. That is the retention time normally we calculate. Same applies to even sewage treatment also in a larger scale. And that was a wonderful technology. Then after that success and after the GO, I tried out with a couple of public toilets. We tried in Punamalli bus stand area. That was a grand success. And after that, Mr. Kamble was there as a officer here, CMA. And he was also very much convinced. And now I think he is in statistics division. And few government projects, after that I realized it's not my cup of tea. The reason is there is no scale. And speed is not there. And that is when I started an entrepreneurship. In 2015, I founded this Pratik's Enviro Solutions, which is a commercial organization. I launched all these products under this umbrella. Bioseptic tanks for individuals, retrofit septic tanks, bioseptic tanks, and all rural areas I can do in just one day. Even if you say 1,000 houses, I can execute in 1,000 houses in 2 days. That is a kind of prefabricated structure, because initially when I did the projects in government, and everywhere I used to take almost 15 days, 20 days, even a month to convert that. And then finally I thought then there is no scale. If I keep doing it, how long India will take to do it? That is when I started working on prefabricated structure. Now I have my own 2-acre facility where we do a prefabrication of the septic tanks. I think Mr. Veerappan is my customer. You can have a live example from here, because I have done one project for him near to Thiruvarkadu, and successfully it's going on. Only toilet water I did for him. And then likewise we have done more than 1,000 projects, and even today, every day I keep doing the project. The reason is because if I convert one septic tank, the biggest advantage why I was so passionate about this is nearby water bodies will not get polluted. And when we calculated on number of tankers from the apartments, from the individual houses, what they pump out using the sewage lorry tanker, it's huge. My target was to give a solution at the grassroots level, where the source is there. If I give a solution at a source, then I don't have to go and then meet any officers. That is when I myself got convinced so much, made it commercial, and even today we are doing a lot of industrial projects, residential, builder projects, and it is a complete full-fledged business. I mean, scalability is there. And next level, this is for the rural and the urban areas. Again, when it comes to economics of that, it is very cost effective. And when we compared that with the conventional septic tanks, if you want to build even in the bricks, it costs you about 50,000 rupees. And recently I developed about a month back one more technology where the existing septic tanks, you can just put it in just half an hour, our system. The entire sludge is taken care, filtered, and filtered water can be easily by gravity itself get into the soil base. The BOD COD level is below 100, which is suitable for soil absorption or further soil treatment. And this we have launched it, it cost you only 25,000 rupees for a single household. Whereas when it comes to your apartments, again it depends on combination of system. And compared with all the conventional system, 25% the cost is lesser when you go for this kind of advanced technologies. And it is fit and forget model. So this is kind of a thing, we developed it and still we keep doing it. And the next level is when it comes to rural and semi-urban, I have a complete solution. So it is scalable model, easily implementable. I can do it 24/7, that's not a problem. And another one is the metro areas, where you have a huge water generated from the government, where you have a pipelines. And again, STPs, he was talking about, Mr. Jaishankar, about 30 to 40% coverage on sewage treatment plant. There are certain models which are very much successful in other states, which is soil biotechnologies, right? Wetland construction. It's just a matter of a gravity-based system. You don't require a huge maintenance people for it. Even 2 MLD, 5 MLD plants are successful in Pune, Nasik, and other locations. Even in Bangalore, already 5 plants they have given a tender. Whereas in Tamil Nadu, not even one tender for the technology, soil biotechnology. And it is very simple. The entire water is treated by using the enzymes, microbes, along with that, certain types of species. And then finally, ammonia and nitrate will be removed by the plants. Simple it is. And you can do even 5 MLD, 10 MLD plants in no time. And this is the one which we would like to highlight on it and take the initiative from IIT, I think, to take up this kind of projects, which is already there in the budget. Already it is available in other states and tenders are happening in other states. But in Tamil Nadu, I think somebody has to start the initiative. And one more.
I want to ask that, can you explain what is the scope for the startups? Because, because some of the startups
if they are interested.
Yeah.
See, I'll just finish off one technology and then I'll give you the opportunity for that. And another thing is we were talking about on FSTPs, fecal sludge treatment plants. And we were discussing with Andhra and Karnataka. Even yesterday also I got 30 tenders in Karnataka where fecal sludge management, nobody wants to come forward. For startup, it is an opportunity. Reason is fecal sludge management system, if you know your basics, or it's very simple to treat. We can give hybrid system, hybrid fecal sludge management system technology, where you can have prefabricated structure. People are taking 2 years to do one FSTP. To commission it, I can do it in just 4 days. We have a technology, we can give the technology, demonstrate it, and fecal sludge management tenders are plenty. People are not having a technical knowledge, or the civil work takes so much of time with so many approvals, and it takes 2 years, one FSTP to complete. And lot of re-tendering is happening.
Yeah. So now in this case, as you said, there are many tenders now. For the startups, for example, if I want to apply for the project, as a startups, I do not have the minimum requirements for this tender process. Because most of this tender process, particularly any kinds of implementation of sanitations, we need a minimum
parameters to be met. That is a qualification criteria.
Yeah. So how do you solve this problem?
That is what I'm talking. That's what I'm coming to help of IIT, where IIT can take up the initiative on this technology, prefabricated FSTPs, where you can set up a unit and then produce the product and make the government to go for, what is it? Consent to operate. What is it? Consent to operate, or maybe under expression of interest. If they can give an expression of interest, no criteria is required to meet. All that is required is technology has to be proved. And if I go and tell them, they won't listen because I'm an individual. But if IIT goes and tells, government will listen. Expression of interest, we can go.
This is slightly different questions. That you said that you have many projects, no? Okay, so when you submit your tender documents for a particular project, you are always meeting the requirements like a minimum turnover.
That I'm
but
doing.
like some of the startups participating this event, they would like to know that how to solve this problem of minimum turnover.
They can go for JV, joint ventures. But only thing is, whoever is giving the tender document, they have to mention there is an option for JV. If that is the case, we can very well interested to take up the JV.
Okay.
We can do it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
And hydro FSTP, I'm telling, even today, everybody is struggling. Even Melinda and Gates Foundation also for FSTPs, they are asking the 200 you build, 500 you build, 1000 you build, but nobody even able to build even 5% of it. I'm telling you, there is a technology available, simple, close your eyes and go ahead. But only thing is somebody has to take the initiative. And we are interested to work. We are interested to take one project and demonstrate it. The FSTP can be executed in 4 days, which they take 4 years to do. I'm telling construction of FSTP. And the design is very simple. You need a collection tank, you need secondary collection, third level collection, and all the solids will get retained and all those solids will get dried up in the process, or we can introduce the bacteria to eat up. Again, because that is another challenge in FSTP, the disposal of that sludge. Our selling of that sludge, saying is very easy, but nobody buys the sludge of human waste. And that is another challenge. And for that, we can use our hybrid system. We have done plenty in private sectors. But in government, when it comes to MLDs, that is where now we need some people, organizations like IIT who can support us to take up larger, the project.
Okay.
But private projects, toilet wastewater, right now, half an hour I can deliver the unit. It's readily available. We are doing the projects in private sectors. Single household cost you only 25,000 rupees. And retrofit, if they already have septic tank, lift it, put it inside, just connect the inlet, that's it. And in case of commercial projects, depending on the capacity, take maybe about 2 days time. That's all. And this kind of projects for startups, we are willing to support them whichever area they require, wherever they want to implement, we are willing to share the technology also.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So now I request
Thank you
Krishna
so much.
Kumar sir.
Yeah.
Please
Good
share
afternoon.
your views.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. And compared to my other co-panelists, I am a very, very recent entrant into this domain, and my knowledge is very, very basic in that, because I have been a corporate person till about 4 or 5 years back, and now I'm into academics. So I teach sustainability as a subject to some management students, and I had taken some guidance from Professor Indumadi also. I am mentoring certain projects as a part of the academics. So my attempt now is basically to share the best practices from engineering industries into this line, because I feel that is one of the areas where I could contribute, because I have limited exposure in sanitation and water management per se, which is basically the goal number 6 SDG, which is clean water and sanitation. So talking about this 4 Rs, which is reduce, reuse, recycle, reinvent, etc. I come from basically an auto industry background. And these 4 concepts are profusely used there. In fact, I would say that even before the advent of this sanitation, when only off late sanitation has become a business where people seem to be looking at it as an opportunity, which has a community dimension, which has an environment dimension, which has a successful business venture also. These 4 Rs have been used in auto industry for a very long time. And auto industry is possibly one of the pioneers which use this, and they have been there for a very long time. If you talk about the first one, which is say reduce, and steel is possibly one of the major products, major items which any auto industry consumes. And value engineering, value analysis, VAV as value engineering, value analysis, these are concepts which we have been using it for a very long time, basically to reduce the material content and making the, reducing the power to weight ratio of a vehicle, and thereby making it more efficient. In fact, I'll just touch upon this, and possibly I'll give 1 or 2 examples where I see a similarity in this sanitation. Similarly, if we talk about reuse, the end of the EOL, as we call it in sustainability, that is the end of the life. Once the product finishes the life, the salvaging of that product is something, which of late has become even a business. Companies like Mahindra and Mahindra really have that as a business. They even have a facility somewhere in the outskirts. So they have a process of salvaging certain items from the vehicle and how it can be put to a reuse. If you talk about recycle, the steel that is used is totally flattened in that, and with some processes, sometimes it really gets into the manufacturing of a new vehicle. And if you talk about reinvent, depending on the strength and the characteristics of the steel that you get it after the recycling, they find alternate use of that material instead of just disposing it, which is reinvent. So if you take it in a very small way, if you take water, the way steel has been a resource for auto industry. Here, when we talk about water, which is basically the theme, for reduce, if you take that as the first one, even in my house, I have used some of those high performance taps which has those powerful nozzles. What I have seen is, as an engineer, what I have seen is, once the water comes at a very high pressure, automatically, you tend to consume less. See, many times what we do is, suppose the water comes very slowly and it doesn't come with a very high pressure, you tend to consume more. So one of the very simple solutions of this reduce, which is the first one, is that, if you have a high pressure nozzle, or if you have a high pressure pipes which are there, you will possibly, you will get it at a high pressure, and maybe, you will, even to wash your hands, you will possibly tend to take only a few seconds, which I find it as a very simple solution. Second is, when you talk about reuse, here also I have seen one of the systems, I forget where I have actually seen, whatever water that you use typically after bathing, it gets collected and there is a small pump, it goes into a flush tank. So which means, even before you do any treating, as water which you have used it for your bathing, it can be directly transferred into a flush tank. And if you talk about recycle is, you typically go through a treatment process which is there in most of the establishments also, where, after the treatment, it goes for non-domestic applications, typically for agriculture, etc. But at this point of time, we have not recognized this as any possibility of converting it into a potable solution in that. Then, talking about reinvent, I feel this is an area where, people have to put in their efforts from an R&D perspective. Because if you really visit countries like Singapore, they say that, the tap water is potable. I mean, it would have also gone through all kinds of treatments. In fact, you won't even know from which channel, the water has come. But they say that, no, you can drink it. So, which means that, the technology has really gone at a very high level where, they would have totally eliminated the suspended particles. They would have totally eliminated the toxicity in that. So, I feel, that will really be at the high end. And obviously for that, as I think Professor Indumati mentioned in the this, lot of mindset and other changes also will have to be done. So, I look at this as an opportunity for people to put in research work from a reinvention point.
Here, sir, can you add some more points? How can startups in sanitation build a business which can be sustainable?
Okay. So for a sustainable business, I mean, if you look at it, what I have seen is, I mean, there are a few projects that I have also mentored. Many times, I think, especially for projects like this, which has a social relevance, giving the correct customer value proposition becomes a challenge. Because it is much easier for a conventional product, whereas for a product of this kind, giving the correct customer value proposition, when I say customer value proposition, it is basically, what is the specific pain point that you are addressing in that? It could be water related, it could be toilet related, it could be something where, a particular gender is not able to utilize for various reasons. So what specific pain that you are addressing, and at what cost you will be able to do it, because this, the people who are really consuming it will be, in many cases, will be the lower strata of the society, and even if they are funded by government and other NGO areas, etc., I would say that one of the critical success factors is identifying the pain point and what is the customer value proposition that you will be able to give in that. I think that possibly is a starting point, and everything else.
Here we are discussing about more sanitation products. But we cannot convert all sanitation products into a business for a startup.
No, very true.
Because involvement of government is most
Correct.
important.
Correct.
As you said,
Correct.
people will buy a mobile phone but may not buy a sanitation products also.
Very true. Very true.
How to change that mentality? Or do you have any specific sanitation products where we can see more market potential? So do you have any experiences?
See, in one of the projects which we have handled, we also tried doing this for a particular village. Some of the students have taken this up. They were trying to work on this on a particular village. I think they wanted to treat the water which was collected from some of the septic tanks. I think they had connected up some septic tanks, and they were trying to rope in one of the venture capitalists who was willing to fund it to create a fertilizer out of that. So that project is going on. It's currently going on, and it is yet to really see the results. And that is one of the areas where they had taken the community also into confidence, the society also into confidence in terms of how it is really going to benefit.
Because we have seen from Madam presentation also that there is smart toilets.
Yeah.
But even the toilets, existing toilets companies are doing that type of innovations. But as a new startup, where to share my technology? Even they are advanced with the technologies, but I am in the new startups there. So do you have any small...
So I have a feeling that, maybe, we should go into more and more rural areas which are less developed is my suggestion. Because I would say that, even some of these projects also, there are many backward areas which are not really touched by these organizations. So, I mean, definitely, they are possibly going to towns and maybe the outskirts of towns. There are still very rural areas because, many times, we talk looking at Tamil Nadu or Kerala as a benchmark. There are a lot more backward areas if you really travel across the country where the opportunities are enormous. If you go to interior Uttar Pradesh or you go to interior Madhya Pradesh, etc., there are still some places where you still have open defecation also.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So these are some of the areas where we may have to even, so if somebody is a beginner and if he likes to start, I would recommend that he goes to states which are even more backward, so that the chances of any project becoming success and chances of roping in the community is even better.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That's my recommendation.
So now I request Veerapan sir, can you share some market status for this type of sanitation products? We know that there are many sanitation products and there are many projects that were implemented by Government of India. But how do you bring the startup so that they will have a less risk in the business. That is very important because
I'll just come to the market strategy before getting into the sanitation products. Here, how many of startups have come, sir? Just, I look very, very calm, like we four are speaking, sir. Little, I don't want to have some sort of, interaction I want to have now. Otherwise, it will go in a different way, sir. This is what I feel like, because he was also speaking about reduce all 4 hours per star, no hour pesanam. So let us talk about another hour also. I want students, please, just any startup is here? Okay. Sanitation, we are talking about sanitation. What is sanitation in your house? Sanitation product na ennama? What is sanitation product? First of all, Madam, bio patti pesunanga, ellam pesunanga. Madam, I want the cost also to be informed to them that what is the cost involved in in a house, so that easy for them to arrive at the cost. What is the sanitation product? Soluma. Sorry, I'm just putting a question to the startups. Enna veetla enna sanitation irukku? Enga thanni varudhu? Where the water is coming and where the water is going? Can you all let us have that now? And really, this session is going to be a very, very finally, your conclusion will be a different style, sir. Just wait and see. Tell me, sir. Veetla chumma sollunga. Enna paapora? Kalayila endone enga pora?
Restroom, sir.
Restroom. What is there in the restroom?
Sir,
Closet.
We have a
Closet. Closet irukku. Indian closet alladhu European closet, other Western closet. 2 are there. Okay. And apart from that, wash basins irukku. Apro. This is the sanitation product in solra. This is what, see, first of all, definition of the sanitation is important. Enna product? Apro vera enna irukku?
Sir, we have done a product, sir. One product.
No, that's what?
Touch-free restroom restoration, sir.
Touch-free
restroom restoration.
No, that's okay. That will come later in the startup. Now I'm asking about sanitation, wash basin, closet, like whether Indian or European, anything else. And coming to that chrome, that is the CP fittings. What is that? No, CP fittings. A sanitation product is fitting. That is your tap parts. Tap where the wash basin, where the shower 2-in-1 and so 4-way diverter and so 6-way diverter, some மசாஜ் இல்லை 4-5 இடத்துல நம்ம பங்களாலாம் போனீங்கன்னா when you switch on 4 பக்கமும் தண்ணி அடிக்கும் on the 4 sides. என்னது இது? That is a massage diverter. And shower பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா people are all talking about water saving. shower பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா தண்ணி கம்மியாக வருது, I want more water, something like that. That's a product has come up like rain shower சொல்லுவோம், rain shower. But ordinary shower is being installed in the house. But nobody uses the shower. Most of the people will not use the shower. But shower நம்ம பண்ணுவோம். ஓகே. அப்புறம் வேறு என்ன இருக்குது? கிச்சன் பக்கம் வந்தீங்கன்னா டேப் இருக்கும். 2 டேப்ஸ் இருக்குது. எப்போ பார்த்தாலும் தண்ணி திறந்துகிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. முக்கியமாக ஃபேமிலி மெம்பர்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, என்னுடைய ஒய்ஃபே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டேப்பை திறந்து வாஷ் பண்ணுவாங்க. தண்ணி மட்டும் போகும். இட் வில் ஆல் வில் கோ. பாதி வாட்டர் போயிட்டே இருக்கும். பட் ஸ்டில் தே வில் வாஷ் த வெசல்ஸ். ஓகே. தென் எனி அதர் திங் சானிடேஷன் ப்ராடக்ட்? That's all. அந்த பக்கம் வந்தீங்கன்னா வாஷிங் மிஷினில் பாயிண்ட் இருக்கும், அந்த சைடு யூட்டிலிட்டியில் இருக்கும். தீஸ் ஆர் த திங்ஸ் ஆன் சானிடேஷன் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ். ரைட் சார், த கொஸ்டின் இஸ் த நியூ சானிடேஷன் ப்ராடக்ட் வென் கம்மிங் டு திஸ் ஒன். தேங்க்யூ. வென் கம் டு த யூரோப்பியன் வாட்டர் கிளாஸட் இதெல்லாம் வரும்போது சிஸ்டன் இருக்கும். சிஸ்டன் இஸ் ஒன் மோர் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் திங். வேரின் ஃப்ளஷ் டேங்க் இருக்கும். ஃப்ளஷ் டேங்க்கில் வந்து ஃப்ளஷ் டேங்க்குன்ற ஒரு ஐட்டம், இன்னொன்று வந்து இது இருக்கும், அது பேர் என்ன, வாட் யூ கால் சென்சார் பேஸ்டு சிஸ்டம் இருக்கும். அந்த அதர் ஒன் இஸ் ஃப்ளஷ் வால்வ் இருக்கும். ஓகே. இதெல்லாம் தான் சானிடேஷன் ப்ராடக்ட். கம்மிங் பேக் டு த ரெடியூஸ் த வாட்டர்னு சொல்லும்போது ஆல்ரெடி நான் சொன்னது தான், ஹிடன் மெயின் திங் இஸ் மேனுஃபேக்சரர்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஆல் தீஸ் பீப்புள். சார், ஸ்டார்ட் அப் கேட்டிங்க இல்லையா? தே கேன் கம் வித் த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஃபார் சானிடேஷன் ப்ராடக்ட் இட் செல்ஃப். கிளாசெட்னு எடுத்திங்கன்னா இன்றைக்கி 10 to 20 people are there in the market, starting from the Parivare, Hindware, Sira, so many things on the market. இன்றைக்கி நம்ம ஐஐடியில் போட்டிருக்காங்க, it is a Toto, which is a Japan make. ஏன் நம்ம இந்தியன்லேருந்து போடக்கூடாது? I'm just asking it actually, Indian are far better and water consumption is very less. Compared to that urinal what I am just used, it is of usage of water is 75,000 liters is being produced for making that urinal. Why we need to buy that urinal for this on this campus? See, the question is, நம்மலாம் பேசலாம் சார், எல்லாமே பண்ணலாம், பட் இம்ப்ளிமெண்டேஷன் வரும்போது we are all very weak. This is what I am saying from the IIT ஸ்டார்ட்அப்லேயே முதல்ல அவங்களுக்கு சொல்லுங்கள், ஒரு ப்ராடக்டை தயார் பண்ணுங்கள் வேர் இட் கிவ்ஸ் லெஸ் வாட்டர். That is important. That is what I am talking about, sanitation product.
Here, just I want to add from our Krishna Kumar sir. He said that if the tap with a high pressure, we have a feelings of reducing the usage of water. Yeah, actually you are correct. Even whenever I open the tap, I feel, oh, I am wasting my water, I should reduce it. When it comes slowly, there is something, perception also involved in this. Okay, that's one way. It's a different story. But you can also add how to sell this type of sanitary, which platform can be used for.
Covering that. Because for them it's very easy. So when you are going to the product தெரிஞ்சிருச்சு என்ன தெரிஞ்சு. Another terminology I am telling you, grey water and black water. Grey water, black, another terminology, only 2-3 terminologies தெரிஞ்சிட்டா போதும். Grey water என்றது the waste water which is coming out from wash basins, kitchens, அதெல்லாம் தான் grey water. And the soil or black water ன்னு சொல்லுவோம். அது வந்து it is coming out from the closets, urinals and other areas. Okay, so இது இந்த terminology ஞாபகம் வச்சுங்க. Now coming back to the market. Water reduction என்றது, okay, I am putting the question to you, my students itself. என்ன reduce பண்ணலாம், எப்படி reduce பண்ணலாம்னு சொல்லுங்க பார்க்கலாம். Can you tell me how to reduce that? One is, I told you, hidden இதெல்லாம் விட்டுருங்க. Directா how you can reduce it. ஒன்று வந்து செல்ஃப் டேப் இருக்குது, செல்ஃப் க்ளோசிங் டேப், யூ கேன் கோ. சென்சார் லிட்டில் காஸ்ட்லி, பட் சென்சார் இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் அஃபோர்ட் யூ கேன் கோ, நத்திங் லைக் தட். வாட்டர் இமிடியட்டாக உங்களுக்கு குறைக்கணும்னா இதுதான் வழி. சென்சார் இருக்குது. ரெண்டாவது செல்ஃப் க்ளோசிங் டேப் இருக்குது. சிஸ்டன் போனீங்கன்னா 3 liters இருக்குது, 6 liters இருக்குது. மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த ஃபீமேல் ஆர் தே வில் கோ டு த நார்மலி கிளாஸெட் தான் போவாங்க. யூரினேஷன் போனாலும் சரி, எது போனாலும் அங்கே தான் போவாங்க. ஸோ 3 liters யூஸ் பண்ணலாம், 6 liters. சொல்லுங்கள், இவ்வளோ இதை நம்ம we are all talking about these things, but are we implementing it? That is the question. ஸோ வேறு என்னென்ன இருக்குது? இப்போ நாங்கள் வாஷ் பண்ண சொன்னேன் இல்லைங்களா, அந்த அந்த என்டையர் வெசலை தனியாக எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்து போட்டுட்டு பக்கெட்டில் எடுத்து கூட நம்ம வாஷ் பண்ணலாம். ஸோ பட் இட்ஸ் இட் ப்ராக்டிகபிளாக தெரியாது. ஸோ தட் இஸ் வாட் வி ஷுட் இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட். வாட்டர் கன்சம்ஷன் சொல்கிறது அங்கே தான் நான் ஆரம்பிக்க சொல்கிறேன். வீட்டிலேருந்து ஆரம்பிங்க வாட்டர் கன்சம்ஷன். இட் இஸ் பாசிபிள். And now the marketing of all these things, you can create all this product, you can create. You can even, இப்போ ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் இருக்குது, வாட்டர் கன்சம்ஷன் இவ்வளோ இருக்குது. இப்போ நியூ ப்ராடக்ட்னா வாட்டர் கன்சம்ஷன் கம்மியாக இருந்தால் நீங்கள் டெவலப் பண்ணிங்கன்னா யூ கேன் கோ டு த மேனுஃபேக்சரர். ரோக்கா, லைக் திஸ் what you call Hinduware, everybody you can go. I will facilitate for you. So I was the procurement head for entire L&T. I know all these guys on the sanitation products or even any other product you take, even you take abroad also. நீங்கள் ப்ராடக்டை இவ்வளோ வாட்டர் கன்சம்ஷன் தான் பண்ணி நீங்கள் எடுத்துகிட்டு வாங்க, ஐ வில் டேக் யூ டு திஸ் ஒன். பட் ஒன்லி திங் இஸ் டோன்ட் டூ மச் கமர்ஷியலைஸ். ஐ வாஸ் சீயிங் மேடம் 20 to 30% ப்ராஃபிட்லாம் போட்டிருந்தாங்க. மேடம் தயவுசெய்து அந்த மாதிரியான இதெல்லாம் போயிடாதீங்க. 15% இஸ் அ நாமினல் பெர்சன்டேஜ். ஈவன் கவர்மெண்ட்டு கூட 10 to 15% யூ கீப் த ஓவர்ஹெட்ஸ் அண்ட் ப்ராஃபிட். Don't go beyond 10 to 15%. So because it is the real thing happening in the industry. If you show 20-30 also, then அடுத்து ரைடு வரும் உங்களுக்கு வீட்டிலேருந்து. பீப்புளுக்கு ரைடு வந்துடும் வீட்டிலேருந்து.
I'm sorry to interrupt here. So one point, இப்போ சார் சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தார் இல்லையா, அந்த வாட்டர் யூசேஜ் எப்படி ரெடியூஸ் பண்ணுறது சொல்லிட்டு சென்சார் பேஸ்டு சொன்னாங்க பாருங்கள். இதில் ஒரு கான்செப்ட் ஐடியாஸை டெவலப் பண்ணலாம். பண்ணுறீங்க இல்லையா, மேனுவல் ஃப்ளஷிங் பண்ணும்போதே நம்ம நிறைய இடத்துல I'm sorry, in so many places, even if you go to water usage or even in petrol or anywhere, if you want to just flow the water, that there is a flow meter or something like that, where you can develop a technology. Just if you want to set 1 liter flushing, then only 1 liter only it will flush every time when you use. If you want to set for 2 liters or 3 liters, develop some technology. It is just an idea where even if I flush tank, if I set for 1 liter flush, when I press it, I can gauge it and then put only 1 liter only it will go. Like that too, adjustable system, something like that you develop a concept and the product and market it. Simple. so that reusable of whatever the reduction of water usage will be there. At the same time, anybody can set themselves. If they want 3 liter, let them set. If they want 1 liter, let them set like that. But sensor is always cost is huge. Because you know, I myself don't buy the sensor thing. Because one is maintenance is the biggest headache. If something goes fault, no, then I have to break open the entire stuff and then do it. Manual is always good, whatever we are having. Maybe this idea, if somebody wants to work on it, please work on it and make it something product like that. It is definitely a sellable product.
See, what I was telling, the product what I told you, it is always linked with the market strategy. Market strategy, everything, see, what is available now, this is available. What is the drawback which we can find out from this? Find a new product, market it with the same manufacturer. Instead of reinventing the wheel, you go with the same person. Sir, I have this product, I have the little water consumption, they will support you, they will fund you.
Ma'am, at the same time, if you do this with your brand, IIT brand, sell it to any corporates, whoever is already manufacturing the glasses, already manufacturing the taps, sell it to the concept and make the money. That's it. That itself is a big business idea. I feel easily can be done, but somebody has to sit and work on it, make a model, make it success, demonstrate, document the thing, and then sell that as a technology for a people who are already manufacturing it. I think patent it and then sell it.
Sir, you want to add any more?
See, the interesting point that's coming out of this is, talking about opportunities. One, of course, is, to identify newer areas where I mentioned that, you could go to areas which are unexplored. The other point, like what Dr. Veerappan has said, is that, even on the existing products, where, from a technical point of view, and with an user interface, and these days, you have a lot of ideas that are coming in terms of gauging the user requirements. So you will always be able to identify certain gaps which are not really fulfilled. For this, I again go back to my customer value proposition, which I mentioned, saying that, what is the benefit you are getting, and if you are able to give it at a better price, perhaps, you should come up with a prototype and take the support of whoever else is there and try to push it for marketing. I think Dr. Veerappan has given quite a few ideas in that. Perhaps you could blend all these things and give that as a direction or a suggestion to those budding entrepreneurs.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We'll take few questions from the audience.
Just conclude now. I want to just, is it we are going to conclude now? I will give you a clear live means in the sense, the example for you. I visited a person's house. It is nearby Kilpak, sir, Mr. Suresh. I went to his house and saw what not we are doing. He is doing it as a single person, and he is now 78 years old. When I went around him, one, reduce or recycle water consumption. Right from the rainwater harvesting, he is utilizing the water, and for the domestic usage, he has not even getting now any water from municipality. Number one. Number two, solid waste management. You take solid waste. He is doing it on his house. Entire waste, he is using it for the gas. Gas, he is not purchasing from the government. He is using it for his own house. One thing he told me that, sir, at one point of time, he got the gas disconnected. Why? Anybody know why? Why disconnected? Means, since he has not purchased the cylinder from this one, they got disconnected. He has been disconnected. Then he applied and then got it. But what I'm trying to convey is, he is using the gas. Number three, hydroponics. The water plants he is using in the terrace. Everything he is using in the terrace, the plants, that's earth pollution. He is avoiding that. Number four, the one refrigerator is having small, but it's costly around, right now it is 30,000-40,000 rupees. Air to water generator. He is having it. And he is drinking that water. And that water he is using it for water, that hydroponics. And last but not the least, grey water, and this one is, grey water is not separate, that he is trying now, grey water. And then the last point is energy. He is not getting any energy, the electricity from the government. Rather, he is giving it to the government. At one point of time, I asked him, sir, what is a subsidy? He was very angry with me, very angry, and told, sir, if you're asking this question, whatever I explained to you, I withdraw everything, you please go out. Sir, why you are asking? Everybody, when I say everything, everybody asking subsidy. Sir, what is the issue? No. When you are spending 2,000 rupees per square feet for construction of a building, add 100 rupees or 50 rupees, do all these things. You are buying a TV, you are buying a refrigerator, you are buying so many hi-fi things. Are you asking a subsidy? Are you asking subsidy for all these things? Don't depend on the government. Don't depend on the government. So what the conclusion of this reduce recycle is, if you have the willpower to do, and you can do it and achieve these SDG goals set by the Government of India. Thank you very much.
I just want to add one point from a product development perspective for the entrepreneurs. In fact, this is something which I went through with some of the projects that I anchored with my students, or rather I mentored with my students. Many times, when we are doing this kind of an exercise, that is what is available and what we have to do, a very simple concept that I used to teach my students is called benchmarking. That is, you clearly identify what is available there and what is it you would like to do. And more than anything, instead of just having some subjective estimates, try to develop some metrics which are measurable. You should be able to say that, okay, these are the numbers which is there. Whatever is the metric, right now it is available. This is how I would like to do that. And this is the kind of benefit that you'll do. So unless you establish the metrics, even at the product development stage, you will not be able to see whether you are really progressing, whether you are really improving. Because this is one area where I have found that some starting entrepreneurs are not successful because they tend to make it subjective at some point of time.
So the last one is, for the benefit of the students, there is IS code 17650 part 1, 17650 part 2. This is related to water efficient products for sanitation, for the closets, for everything. It's being designed recently. And it is reference to the IAPO, International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, where I am a part of the committee. That is Water Efficient Products India. Those two codes you can refer as a startup, and there will be given the requirements, and you can follow up that. That's the message.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll take few questions from the participants.
This goes to, good afternoon everyone, and this thing goes to Ms. Daksha. You were talking about a business model or a commercial model that you have implemented, that is from business to a consumer, is what you have thought. Have you thought of a different model where you can pick up small groups of franchisees or student intern groups which will take your product to, say, a municipality which doesn't have this facility of, they only have septic tank, like a Gudwanjeri, they have only septic tanks available in each of the houses. They are going ahead and building flats and everything. It's fast developing area. Have you reached out to such panchayats with group of student interns who will go and implement your product? See, if it is 25,000, if you give 5,000 to the group, I am sure they will be able to go and install in every house there.
If you are able to give me even 1,000 students, I can do it from today itself. I am open.
Okay.
Reason is, we are looking out for franchises, not just for copy and paste.
No.
We are looking out for people who can just take the product and execute the project. Any technical support, any services, we will take care of it. But only thing is, most of the cases what happens, they will buy a product from us and already the same experience. But I am happy about it in a way. Reason is because when I started, everybody was asking about the bacteria. One house I gave in Katupakam in the beginning, I said in 2012 and 13. And the septic tank never got overflow.
Never overflow.
Then what happened, she was saying, Tamil la சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. உள்ள ஏதோ போய் உட்கார்ந்திருச்சு போல, தண்ணியே வெளியே வர மாட்டேங்குது. பயமா இருக்கு, உள்ள ஏதோ மாட்டு போல ஏதோ உட்கார்ந்திருச்சு போல சொல்லிட்டு. Means that is a kind of knowledge the women at home they have about this, right? And I said, you don't worry, the water will never get overflown. But I had a different application for them because I already gave a overflowing line to the garden. which they were not able to see because it was below the earth itself. I did about 1.5 feet. That was a design which I did it for them. And even today it is functioning, even after 12 years. And we have track record for last 12 years customers, even today they are with us. And why I am saying this to you, after that, close to 20 people who have started without even doing any R&D or anything or any consultation, straight away they'll buy a product from me, they dismantle it, they just do for themselves and then implement it. But the bacteria what they use is different. That is where the different, when it comes to a water quality, the final parameters. And even today, the bacteria what we use is an imported one actually. And we don't use any local bacteria. It's only because of the quality and the life of bacteria. Again, in the laboratory, when they develop the bacteria, the life of the bacteria also makes a lot of difference. And I was talking to Mr. Veerappan when he approached me in the beginning for his project. When you do a treatment, it should not be for only toilet. My request to all of them, whoever is there here, my request is please don't do treatment or give a product for only one treatment for toilet water. Because when you look at a domestic wastewater, 70% or 80% of the water comes from the other sources, not the toilet. Toilet per capita is only about 30 liters. But whereas when it comes to others, it's about almost 100 liter. Like your washing machine, kitchen, bathing, all the other activities, cleaning, everything put together. 135 liter to 150 liter per capita. And your 80% of the water in the soak pit, it overflows to the road. And technically, all of you know, whoever knows about sewage, if you leave the water for 24 hours, bacterial activity takes place, it becomes a black water the next day. So next day the grey water becomes a black water, means that is a kind of contamination you will have. But people, they think grey water means no contamination. That's only when you use it immediately. And he was saying, I think, we can take a bath and straight away we can connect it to toilet flushing. Please never say do that. Even STPs, because the technology totally fails. Reason is 24 hours you will not be using the toilet flushing daily. You will get 100 liters or 500 liter, 500 liter, it will not be used. Next day morning, bacterial activity, your flush tank will become black color in water and you will have worms in the water. And same STP water when you treat, if you do only chlorination, 90% is the assurance, the accuracy in the treatment of the quality. So what happens again, you will have a worms in the treated water of STP also. That is where we have another technology where 100% bacteria is eradicated in our system. And you will never see the worms, and water, even if you keep in the tank or wherever, even 1 year, 2 years also water, it will never become black. Because there is no bacteria, 100% eradicated. UV cannot do that. Your chlorine will not do that. Only ozone will treat the water to that kind of a quality. So we have final tertiary treatment in all our bio STPs. Maybe evening I am more keen to participate in that sewage treatment system economics. Because we give a sewage treatment plant with only 15% on the operation cost compared to the normal STPs. 85% cost savings on operation. And initial installation is 30% saved on capital investment. So this kind of applications we have done, but all these things, believe me, I have done it only on my passion. And I am not a microbiologist, I am not a chemist, I am not this one. All this stuff, when I started off in 2011, started all these challenges one by one, how to conquer the challenges. When I started working on it, we developed all this. So we are happy to have more and more franchisees, both in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, to sell the product, and we can give them, now we have a ready-made finished product. They can't even open it also. Okay. So the entire thing is completely sealed. Just lift it, put it, connect the inlet. You will see next day clear, crystal clear water outside from our system. So we have that also. Kindly just refer the people to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Should we not be mindful of what kind of chemicals we use in our bathrooms and
that you can use Harpic, Lysol.
Will it make a difference to the whole thing?
No. You can use any type of chemicals except the acid. But even if you use the acid also in our bacteria, it will not have much of a difference. And only my suggestion is, it's common sense. When the acid is used, 1 liter of acid with equivalent to a 500 liter of water, what will happen? What will happen? 500. Yes, it is just a dilution. When it dilutes, the power of acid is gone. But you will have a death of bacteria, which is called a mortality rate of the bacteria, which can be immediately refurbished, maybe after a day or two, by introducing the additional bio tablets, whatever we provide.
Yeah, thank you.
Very, very good entrepreneur. And you have to learn from her how to convince the claim to get the job.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So I thank the panelists for sharing their experiences in sanitation products. Yeah, thank you so much.
I extend my thanks to all the panelists and to the moderator for this enlightening session. Now I would like to request Dr. Indumadi to hand over the memento to the panelists. Dr. S. Veerappan. Okay. Dr. S. Veerappan. Miss Dakshayani. And was Mr. Krishna Kumar. Thank you, everyone. Let's continue where we left off. For the next event of our schedule, we have the second panel discussion with the team. And this panel consists of Mr. Sajid Hussain, Chief Operating Officer, Tamil Nadu Water Investment Company Limited, Mr. Santosh Raghavan KV, Senior Specialist, Indian Institute of Human Settlements, and Dr. Kurian Joseph, Professor, Anna University. Mr. Sajid Hussain is a Chief Operating Officer of Tamil Nadu Water Investment Company and an expert in industrial wastewater treatment and recycling. He has several years of industrial experience as head of operations in wastewater business and being involved in design, engineering, and management of several industrial wastewater recycling projects. At GWC, he was also responsible for the development of unique zero liquid discharge technologies such as brine reuse technology for textile dyeing effluent and also for pulp and paper. He has also been into technologies for retrieving byproducts from reverse osmosis brine. He has an M.Tech in Environmental Engineering from VIT and Masters in Environmental Toxicology from University of Madras. Dr. Kurian Joseph is an environmental engineer and currently professor at Center for Environmental Studies and director of Center for Climate Change and Disaster Management at Anna University. He received his B.Tech in Civil Engineering from University of Calicut, M.Tech in Environmental Engineering from University of Kerala, and PhD in Environmental Engineering from Anna University. His areas of interest include cleaner production, industrial and hazardous waste treatment, municipal solid waste management, and environmental impact assessment. He started his professional career as a project engineer in a Chennai-based Indo-Italian consultancy company in the field of water and wastewater treatment. He offers environmental engineering and management-related courses to postgraduate and graduate programs of the Anna University and is actively involved in a number of consultancy works. He was the investigator of Asian Regional Research Project on Sustainable Landfill Management in Asia and recipient of several international laurels and awards into the credit. Mr. Santosh Raghavan is a senior lead of Indian Institute of Human Settlements, a national educational institution committed to equitable, sustainable, and efficient transformation of Indian settlements. Currently, he leads Tamil Nadu Urban Sanitation Support Program, which has been supporting the government of Tamil Nadu in scaling inclusive sanitation. Santosh has experience and interest in diverse areas of work such as water, sanitation, air pollution, health, and energy. He has a master's in environmental health from Cyprus International Institute, Harvard School of Public Health, and B in environmental engineering from Mysore University. His current interests are in urban sanitation and methods to scale up sanitation. This discussion will be moderated by Dr. Sunitha K. Nair, Assistant Professor, IIT Palakkad. Now I welcome you all. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I think we are in between you and the lunch, but this is a very important topic, so we need discussions. And I think this panel has the right combination of industry applicators from the public department as well as from the academia. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a great discussion. And of course, the topic here is circular economy of circularity in waste to wealth. And I think it is it has translated the concept that green and growth cannot go together. And in that aspect, we would also want to also know that in the coming future, almost we are reaching a condition where the economies would be completely controlled by the reuse and resource reuse and reinvent technologies. So with this, let me move on to the panelists. My first question would be to Dr. Kurian Joseph. So if you look at water and wastewater, how do you think it forms as a nexus in this context?
Yeah, that said, I thank the organizers for this opportunity. So madam is asking, what is the nexus? So first of all, what is a nexus? The connections. Okay, the connections could be positive or negative. So water and wastewater, how it is connected? We use water, it becomes wastewater. Okay, of course, nowadays we have started thinking to use the term used water instead of wastewater, used water. So water becomes used water. So the close connection is water. Even the wastewater or the used water, 99.9 or 99% will be water. Okay. Now, we are very much interested in water, but not that much interested in dealing with wastewater, even our own wastewater. So that is what is making this circularity a challenge. Okay. So if we recognize that we need water and that water quantity availability, of course, globally if you take, it is finite, but in the distribution, there is a difference. And our demand for water is on the rise. It is increasing due to different reasons. I'm not getting into that. So we are reaching a stage where unless you look at your wastewater or used water as the source of water, we will not be able to sustain. So there is a strong nexus and connectivity, and especially we can be proud that Tamil Nadu has recognized this in well advance. Of course, maybe the system forced that, especially Chennai, we had scarcity of water that forced us, our industries, to look at wastewater as the source of water for the industry. Not now, 20 years back. Of course, that time, the CPCL or MRL were forced to look at different options for their water, and the city sewage was considered as the best options. That was followed up by MFL. Now, of course, the metro water itself is using that as the model and using the wastewater to meet the industry. So there is a strong connection. But how do we force it to work requires several things. Of course, the time is short, so maybe if there is any further questions.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to hear from Mr. Sajid. What are the future pathways to circular economy through sanitation?
Good afternoon to everyone. Happy to be here to contribute. Before I answer your question, I would like to say two things on the way we work. particularly on my personal front and also the professional front. On the personal front, Dr. Veerappan was also mentioning about one person in Kilpauk. I literally do all those things in my house. So I'm one of those, I don't just speak, so we are doing it. So in my house, we have complete waste segregation, complete composting of the waste. I use the entire compost for producing food in my terrace. I have, it's an individual house, of course, but I put all vegetables are from my terrace only. Only I buy rice or oil and some large like onions and things like that from the outside, but otherwise everything else is produced in my own house. I have a grey water and a black water separation system. The grey water gets treated. It's a kind of a soil biotechnology phytoremediation combination designed by me. And that water goes and combines with my rainwater harvesting system. So both together, this is how it. So we make sure not a grain of waste goes out of my house. Almost it is zero waste kind of. Even my plastics and everything I segregate. I have a regular vendor who comes to my house, collects and pays me every week. I get $100. Not much, but I make sure of that. Everything is washed, clean, all the containers, whatever. The only thing I struggle with is plastic packaging, and I'm always looking for a solution for that. Probably one of these days that may also happen. So this is on the professional front. On the personal front. On the professional front, sanitation, if you look at sewage, as we say, treatment is much easier compared to industrial wastewater. Industrial wastewater is much more complex, much more challenging. We have implemented complete zero liquid discharge, where for tanneries, textiles, some pulp and paper work we have done, for some pharma also we have done, where we completely not recycle and recover the water alone, but we also recover residues from it, like salt, like sodium chloride, sodium sulfate, fertilizers, and all the things are being recovered. So we're moving from zero liquid to zero waste discharge in industrial effluent, and it's much more challenging. So I think in the sanitation sector, it is much more easier because the kind of waste that we are dealing with. Of course, but we have to deal with large number of people. That is the biggest challenge. So we have to a kind of a shift in thinking and a kind of a requirement is there. So like sir said, instead of calling wastewater, one of the things that we can work on our minds is we call it used water. So because when you said waste, then you will tend to waste it. Used, then probably you understand much better how to reuse it. So in practical situation today, based on the Tamil Nadu experience also, and what we work on the urban water sector also, sanitation also. What we see right from the toilet, I think Dr. Indumurthy gave a wide pathways that are possible. I mean, she gave much more than probably I'll be ever able to say that. But on a practical front, from the toilet, you are conveying the wastewater, either as a grey water, black water, or urine, or a combined waste. The conveyance and collection, that's another challenge. And then you are bringing it to the treatment plant, and you are treating. Treatment can be for a city, for a village, it can be for an individual household also. So these are possibilities. Today what is happening is, in Tamil Nadu, you are treating the water, you are able to recover water. So we did 2 large projects for the metro water, where we were the project management consultants, where tertiary treatment and reverse osmosis, where we are supplying the water recovered back to the industrial clusters. One at in Irangatu-Kottai, Sri Perbudur belt we are doing, another is the Minchur belt. So where we are supplying about 45 mld of treated water going back from sewage. Tamil Nadu, in fact, is a pioneer. In the earlier, we used to supply secondary treated sewage. Metro water was the first in the 90s, where they supplied water, secondary treated sewage water for CPCL, MRL, MFL and all that. The other thing that is there, again in Tamil Nadu also, it's a very good example, is that most of the sewage treatment plant, large sewage treatment plant, they have this bio-methanation, gas plants where they're generating energy, electricity, and it caters to the operation of the plant itself. So that is another very unique aspect that has been done. Of course, handling of the residue, the sludge, is still a challenge, but there are possibilities where, of course, biomethanation, you get a more stabilized sludge, and possibilities for composting is another possibility. And composting it with maybe municipal solid waste or food waste, combining it with it is also another. So these are many things that are possible. Of course, the new technologies Madam was talking about was like struvite, like ammonia. These are some things that I think we should look into and create such opportunities also.
Thank you. So from Dr. Kurian's discussion, we now know that we need to use a different terminology itself, and water is a resource and wastewater is a resource, and you have now talked about some methods of that. But how about implementing it from the social aspect of this acceptance of this circular economy in sanitation? Maybe Sir Santosh sir can give some idea about it.
Yeah, probably this you can do it for yourself. So it's working. In terms of implementation, we lead a program which is supporting government of Tamil Nadu. It's called Tamil Nadu Urban Sanitation Support Program, and for all of you, Google it, you will find, and we have listed many challenges, and probably I will highlight few things about innovation and the challenges and then what we have done, but more importantly, what is it that young innovators like you can learn from us, and also we learn together. So, of course, just a brief on innovation. There are many things that are being talked about. So any idea which is not put to use is still a new one. So don't worry about things which you have heard, but that's not being implemented. You can still try them. So that's one thing. Second, the two important parts is that one, we have all been talking about the physical full cycle of the so-called sanitation, water, whatever we are talking about. There is an institutional full cycle to this also. So what does that mean? Is that any product you develop, you should understand the market of it, who are the key players, and how something can be scaled up, or whatever you want to call that as. So given that there is another parallel full cycle, that is the institutional cycle, so you need to keep certain things in mind. So what does that mean? So innovation need not be only on products, right? Not necessarily technology. There could be process innovation, right? All of these are important. You need to understand market. Platforms are good innovation, right? So you can try and innovate in those areas also. So don't limit yourselves, or do not look at only through-wide production, but go beyond, and that's what Madam was trying to explain, that you need to look at the business, the economics of it, right? So that's the second important point. And when you slightly go a little deeper into this, right? So there is also innovation on communication which is needed. It's not easy. So I'll quote a simple example of my own personal experience. So when I started working, I mean, I'm also an engineer with a lot of passion for thermodynamics and fluid mechanics and all of that. So we were trying to improve indoor air quality by improving chulas, right? So when we were trying to do that, so we looked at 2 or 3 different regions. So indoor air quality in Uttaranchal was much, much better than probably in West Bengal, right? One of the key reasons is that more men were spending time in indoors in Uttaranchal because of the cold. And you had a fairly better systems. Instead of focusing my energy on innovating an improved chula or improved ventilation system, if I trigger things around gender, so one can kind of achieve impact at scale, at speed. So this is something which we all should keep in mind. Focus on what is the scope of your innovation and what is the scale, and understand the complexity, right? All of these things have to come together, and then we have all been siloed by looking at things. I am an engineer, I am a social entrepreneur, I am a gender specialist. But what is needed is, when you're innovating, try to look at these things from all these angles: physical full cycle, the institutional full cycle, the complexity associated with it, and keep the scope and scale in mind. while you are innovating. That'll help you quite a bit. So solutions will come from elsewhere.
This was a very interesting example. I mean, in what aspect did the number of men increase in the number of men alter the system in their quality?
Okay, so now we are getting to the roots of it. Probably this requires a little bit more elaboration on it, right? So a decision at household level, who makes it, right? So it's typically, we are a patriarchal society. Men decide what they want, right? So now if we empower women and what sort of a social innovation that is needed, and if you can work through that, that's what is far more important than improving probably technologies associated with social. So that's one way of looking at it.
Thank you.
Okay, so in simple terms, so there are two sources of pollution within indoor that we're talking about. You have Angiti and you have Chula, right? So what are the ways with which you can do that? Many simple ways, right? So one is you improve ventilation by providing whatever drafts and other stuff, and also you improve your fuel quality. All of this were happening without the so-called, there are many Chula-related programs, right? So without this, a simple thing that you expose men more to the pollution, and then they make corrections to the system per se. So you can achieve innovation, whatever. So you can achieve outcome through triggering the pivotal things that we're talking about elsewhere. It lies elsewhere. So if you're keeping the outcome as the goal that we're talking about, so automatically the other things will happen. So you need to identify those pivots.
Very interesting, that case study. Yeah, so as of now, we have been discussing about the acceptance. But from a technical point of view, Dr. Kurian, how eco-friendly are these biological systems that we are developing? You know, physical and biological systems that are used for the treatment.
See about this acceptance, okay, it's only a psychological issue. See, circularity is there in nature, okay, it's not something which has come recently. Of course, we have added economy to it. What is economy? Economy is about our production and consumption. So we want to bring that, what is happening in nature, to what we do, okay, the things. Even sewage, acceptability of sewage as drinking water is always a question. You also ask that question. All of us drink our sewage. You agree or not? Okay, not directly. Okay, we discharge that into our river. All the cities draw water from the river, treat it, drink it. No problem, no issue. But once we say that it is sewage, it is treated and given, we have this mental block. Okay, so that's all. So we forget that we are part of the cycle. But as we have moved to the city, the nature is not able to do it by its own. That is where we are trying to intervene. And that intervention by all kinds of biological systems are also natural systems only. Okay, it's not coming from elsewhere, except where you engineer some microbes, but for sanitation purpose, such engineered microbes are not required. So they are all natural systems we engineer to make it faster, to cater to the bulk of us who have accumulated in cities. Now when it comes to chemical systems, so when you talk about sewage treatment, I don't think there is a chemical intervention required. We are only talking about recovery of some chemicals to it as a product which could be used for fertilizer purpose. But industrial treatment, because we have some situation which the natural systems cannot do it, we need to intervene with the chemical route. That comes secondary. First is always biological systems, and biological systems are nature-based systems. So there shall be no concern from technical point of view. Only thing, there are challenges. Biological systems will not work at the speed that we require. Okay, they have their own speed. Maybe we will be able to speed up. Okay, so if you want immediately, maybe you need to go for some chemical intervention. So that's how the chemical systems gets into it.
Yeah, so that's a very right point that you have specified. In connection with that, Mr. Sajid, what about industrial effluents? How are people adopting reusing and recycling systems in industry? And is it possible to quantify the economic aspects of integrating these systems?
Yeah, see, in industry, recycling and reuse is driven by two aspects. One is regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance in the sense that your treated effluent should meet the discharge standards that are required to be met. And it's typically very difficult to meet the typical discharge standards because of the kind of waste and complete biological treatment, as I also mentioned, that you cannot achieve everything, you need some chemical treatment and all that. So the cost keeps going up. So industry looks at, okay, for compliance, if I have to do so much of treatment without any recovery or anything back, then it's not viable thing. I mean, it is like putting money down the drain. So it goes down the drain. And at the end of the day, you also don't achieve the regulatory requirements. So then industry has moved into a situation where you use high advanced membrane processes to achieve the standards. And thereby, you also recover the water and recover the salts or products or whatever also. So these things are possible. The other aspect is the cost of water. Now, typically, most of these, we are a country which is water scarce and scarcity is going up. Tamil Nadu is very water scarce state. And cost of water here is very, very high, particularly for industries. And when you look at it, governments or municipalities are ready to supply water for domestic use or for agriculture use. That is the priority. So industry is the only as third priority. So typically what happens is when you have a scarcity situation, then industry will not be given water, or water will be at a very high priced rate. So today water is at something like 100, 150 rupees a kiloliter for industrial purpose. That is a key factor for recycling and reuse. So economics works out. So if you say, for example, if I just give a ballpark figure, for a zero liquid discharge system, it costs about 300 rupees a kiloliter to treat. Almost 50% of the cost you can recover if I am recovering water. Right? So that becomes, if I recover some energy, I recover some other byproducts, then probably I can come close to treatment. If I don't recover, then it becomes a burden for the industry to treat. Then they may not comply with. And this is what we are finding across the whole country where they're looking at just compliance, you're not really complying. Where the cost of water is high and it enables the industry to recover some costs in that, and then they go towards compliance. So it's a very important aspect. Another important thing is in industry, it's a two-stage kind of process. One is across the value chain of any particular industry, you may have a processing sector which processes, produces a semi-finished good. And then semi-finished good is taken up and made a finished product. For example, if I'm making a fabric, a dyed fabric is a semi-finished product. And then the dyed fabric used to make a garment. But the pollution is in the dyeing part, making the fabric. And there is where the cost is also low, it's mostly job work kind of stuff. So here the pollution cost is high. But the finished goods manufacturer, he makes the money. He's making exports. He's making a lot of money there. But to transfer this cost to him is the challenge, because there will be somebody who says, no, I don't do any of these things. I will give you much cheaper than this. Even 5%, 10% lower. Somebody else also mentioned, don't talk about 30%. It's true, 10, 15%. So even 5% higher, he'll buy from somebody else. So how do you transfer? It's a policy issue. So these are some of the things that probably we have to look at in the sanitation sector also. How expensive is water? It's almost free. So there's no charge on water. Then what is the cost of disposal? I have situation in many of the municipalities and corporations where the sewage tax that they collect is not sufficient to run the treatment plants. But then if you have to raise the sewage tax, people will create a big ruckus, right? So this is a paradigm shift that is required in our thinking. And at the end of the day, all this is reaching the river, like Dr. Kurian also mentioned, everything reaches the river and we are drinking it indirectly. And these rivers are now in cities like Chennai, it's practically dead. So then we have exceeded the capacity for it to do natural treatment. The circularity is gone.
In one way, it is very encouraging that it's not just policy that is driving this in the industrial sector. Now, on the same lines, if we are trying to implement this in communities, this is to Mr. Santosh. So how do we ensure that there is a participatory planning within the community to include circularity within them, their plans?
Okay,
Are there any models which are tested, tried, which you would like to recommend?
I mean, I'm not being very prescriptive. So, I mean, I think we're all talking about when we're talking about economics per se, so sanitation is a public good. So now how does enterprises and innovators like you all can contribute or be part of the so-called ecosystem or the system per se? So in terms of participatory planning, when it comes to sanitation and a circular, the closing the loop kind of thing. So I have not seen a scalable model. And again, you can ask me a question, why do you need a scalable model per se? But we have not seen something which is practiced across India, across the state, where you have the views of all the participants or the stakeholders being considered. So there are three, four things that I would like to mention. So one is that does not mean that there are nothing. So one thing which is there is, for example, when city sanitation plans are prepared, so you have something called City Sanitation Task Force, which is supposed to be a sort of a platform where decisions are made in a participatory manner. So, but they're not functional to the extent that they should be. So that's one. Second is that there is I don't want to use the word informal, but there are informal platforms where these things are being exchanged, discussed, all of that. So there are many of them. But the key thing is that they're so transient, right? So they are dependent on individuals. They are dependent on whatever, temporally what exists. So that's the key thing for us to kind of think through and then set up institutions. For example, so within the mandate of the urban local authorities, I mean, let me just step back a bit. So when we are talking about sewage sanitation and non-sewage sanitation, so other forms of sanitation, I'm again emphasizing that it's not this versus that. So let's be very clear on it. So we do not have a clearly laid out mandate for non-sewage sanitation within the local authority. So, and that is the first thing that the government has changed, and CMWS, as we were speaking about. So the recent Urban Local Authorities Act, the Municipalities Act, has been amended to include the non-sewage sanitation also as a mandate. So there, if you're moving from that to the next level, which is about reuse and recycle and the circular economy, so I think there is a need of some sort of a role clarity, right? So institutionalization is needed, so without which we won't be able to kind of, so that's on the government side. So we also have non-government equivalent. So how do we enable them? And who are all the key players? And I don't think we have a clear understanding on who are all the players per se, right? So that's the one thing. Second is, I think the existing platforms per se, so for example, the services provided by the non-government players, right? So very good example is Tamil Nadu's desludging service operators. So basically you have truck which is owned by a private player. They lift waste from multiple locations. They are to the tune of 10,000 of them. They have their own challenges, right? So starting from safe operations, which is one of the biggest thing. And when we are talking about safe operations, how innovations can contribute is, let's not look at PPE as the only resort. So there are process innovations. How can the process itself can be safer, right? There are many questions around that, and I can throw you hundreds of them, right? So it's important for us to recognize those community-led or different player-led platforms and try and strengthen them. So that's very important. So we have a good history of self-help groups in Tamil Nadu, right? So which have been doing human services, right? So we need to kind of recognize them, enable them, right? So for example, community and public toilets in certain cities are managed by these groups, right? So including operation and maintenance and the challenges that have been thrown, like O&M, how do you manage? So it's not about setting up certain things. And there are a lot of innovations around that, including how do you finance, how do you manage your finance, accounting, all of that. So the key thing is how non-government players, which includes hosts, including people per se, so how the voice can be heard, recognized, and then gets into a decision-making process, and then we are acting upon. So one simple example is we are trying to create under TNSSP a platform for NGOs, right? So wherein they can come and work together, identify common goals for the sanitation and the improvements around that, and they also have other mandates. So these are some of the innovations that will help to address the gaps that are there.
Also, yeah, I mean, in the same event that we held in Cochin, there was this discussion on centralized and what happens when there is geographical variations, you know, within the state itself. So what you are saying is right. I mean, we don't even have a mandate on how to choose between the centralized sewer system and the other one. That's very right. So as a concluding remark, would you like to give some general comments, and then we'll take the audience discussion.
It's a very valid point on the centralization and decentralization. One of the things that you should know, I mean, Mr. Jaishankar also spoke on this. He said 4,500 kilometers of conveyance. I mean, we have a system where we take the sewage from remote areas and bring it to another remote area of the city. And in conveying this, you use a lot of energy, you lose a lot of manpower also, and there is a lot of challenges in it, and you have leakages, overflows, all that kind of stuff. But most important aspect is, almost 80% in Chennai city, 80% of your cost is towards this collection and conveyance. Only 20% is towards the treatment. So there is a huge amount of money that can be saved if we are going to decentralize it, one. Also the efficiencies are going to improve, because that's where the biggest inefficiency of our system is, in the collection and conveyance system that is there. Here is where the leakages, overflows, bypassing, everything happens, and you use a lot of energy also. So at the end of the day, what is reaching the treatment plant is only about close to 50%. He also gave you a number. So that's 50%. That's an alarming thing. So that's an inefficiency also needs to be addressed. So there is a very good reason, or there is a very good purpose if we can work on a decentralized system. The second thing is, when you decentralize it, you have options for recovery, you have options for byproduct possibilities and all that. And so there's going to be a win-win situation. So we have to move towards becoming more and more, I think, decentralized. It doesn't make sense to pump from one end to the other end and create a havoc in the whole system.
Just a doubt, I mean, in connection with what both of you said. So when we are having this decentralized system, do we run the risk of increasing these manual scavenging, won't we be, and then of course the associated fuel consumption of transporting it?
See, now in Chennai city, for apartments more than 100 dwelling units, there's a limit where you have to go in for your own treatment system. Because what is happening, the city is going up, we have skyscrapers coming up. The old conveyance system is no longer going to, when the policy has taken that you have a decentralized system, you have your own treatment plant and all that. But there is a lot of complaint, because the apartment owners association, they have to typically run these kind of systems, and they're struggling big time. And they say most of the time of our association activities is on this. We have to spend on treatment, how to run it, how to replace it, rectify it. And there are not many operators who are trained or qualified to run this. So we have to come up with technology which is much more easier to operate, less resilient on power and less on mechanical aspects. Make it as self-sustaining as possible, more safer also. Your question is valid, that it should not become that you do more of manual scavenging and such thing. But manual scavenging, I mean, if you are conveying for long distances, manual scavenging is still a problem. So I think decentralization will reduce it, not go into the contrary.
Dr. Kurian, would you like to?
Yes, so if you recollect what we were discussing right from the morning, we can see that there are several things which has to be looked at in an integrated way, as Santosh also was saying. That integrated mindset should be there for the innovators. Very often, they also struggle. They just focus on one element. For example, to start with, you have seen there are several mindset or mind block. Okay, morning we were talking about if you treat and put it in the Porur lake, then eutrophication will come. How to deal with that? So this kind of issues are there. Okay, so most of the points that we have discussed are related to our mindset with reference to even water or wastewater. There are also material related issues. It's not just the waste. Of course, if you have to manage the waste, there is a space required. Okay, the land requirement, energy requirements. Then, of course, we talk mostly related to the methods. Okay, innovation, all the things. Mostly we are talking about the technology or the methods. There are machines that are required. More importantly, manpower that is required, capacity of the people who will be able to do the job, maintenance of the system that we are giving, monitoring the operation and maintenance of it. Of course, the money part that comes. Okay, I'll just ask one question to our audience. For example, here we are talking about waste to wealth. What is this wealth aspect in the context of sanitation? Youngsters, we are saying waste to wealth. Okay, and generally when we talk about waste to wealth, the first perception, especially ULBs or any other organization, if waste is wealth, you take my waste and give me some money. Because waste is wealth now. Okay. So, if you have more waste, you are more wealthy. Correct? Is that what we have in mind? What is that? What do we mean when we say waste to wealth? Wealth, connect it with wealth. Waste and wealth. What is that wealth that we are talking about? Sorry? Resource. Waste we need to convert into a resource and then that becomes wealth. Okay. That is one perception. That is the general perception. So that is why people say, you take my waste, you convert into a resource, then that is a wealth, so you can make some money out of it and you give part of the benefit back to me. Is that possible? If waste is wealth, that should happen. Correct? But is that possible? It is happening. So you take waste, make some money, and also give part of the benefits back to the producer of the waste. It's possible, okay. But it may not be possible all the situation. And I feel it may not be possible. But the first part is the waste itself contains a lot of resources. That is where that reduction aspect comes. Okay. But for example, water, if you are not wasting, that is the wealth. But after it has become waste, to create wealth out of it, there is a cost to it. Okay, there are requirements to it. And after that only, I don't think you'll be able to get back. So we have to start with that reduction aspect. But even in reduction aspect, the cost aspect comes. For example, our Veerappan sir was talking about so many sanitation products. Let's say you have innovated a sanitation product, but it is costly. Say water faucet you have come up with. Normal water faucet is 1,000 rupees. And your innovated product is 2,000 rupees. But it can save 50% of water. Will you be able to market that or convince the user? Or how will you approach that convincing the user? I hope you understood. I have a water faucet. Okay, conventional faucet is 1,000 rupees. My product is 2,000 rupees. Okay, but it will require 50% less water. So what are the key questions that I should be asking? Yeah, how do I do cost benefit analysis? What are the elements I look at? Also, I should know the cost of water. How much water? Okay. How much water I'm going to save. So that kind of a connection, you should be able to do it. Okay. So the benefit in terms of saving the water, by which this additional cost may be able to get back. Maybe in few months itself, you'll be able to get back this. So that kind of a thing is required. Not only that, of course, this additional water that you're using is becoming wastewater. And that wastewater is going to be treated. For that, there is a cost. So that kind of connection. And more than all those things, when we talk about sanitation, the key wealth is the health. Why do we do all these things? It is ultimately to protect the health of all of us. But of course, the health directly we are not able to understand in the form of wealth unless when we are unhealthy. Okay. When we become sick only, we know the value of health. So ultimately all these things are connected to the health of the community, both including the humans and the ecosystems. Thank you.
That's very nice way to put it. We will come back to the audience. Yeah, so maybe we should rewrite it as ways to health. And maybe we'll have the concluding remarks from the person who's been in implementation in societies.
I think finally somebody alluded to that, and thanks to Professor Kurian. So I think that's why I mentioned public good, right? So public health. It's very difficult for the innovators to be in this space, right? So it's very easy to do convincing argument on cost and benefit in other cases, but when you're talking about public health, so I mean, if you look at the government of Tamil Nadu list of diarrheal death, so it's like 8, 10. So that's the reporting number that what we have. So and even if you were to convert them into equivalents of whatever DALIs and other stuff, so we may not be pretty much there. So the investment is not worth it. So that's one other thing. So just to conclude 3-4 things, I mean, I would like to emphasize that innovation is not only technology, so go beyond that. So there are many other areas where you can try and explore and then try and come up with solutions. And also, it is very pertinent to the work what you're doing already. So innovations don't fail. It's just that they're not put into practice. So you need to be cognizant of that. And also it's important for us to have that laser sharp focus on what you're doing. So the moment you think through in an integrated manner, right, it is very easy for us to get diverted and lose the focus. Don't do that. So why we are saying that you need to have an integrated approach is to see how to make your innovation work. And you have to have that focus. If you're working on one simple thing such as material improvement, whatever you are talking about, right? So it's important for us to have that focus, but at the same time, link it to the other things that we're talking about, right? So otherwise, innovations don't fail. It's people who put that into practice, it may not work. So that's the other thing. And there were questions about benefits, right? So I would like to kind of give another perspective. So more, I mean, public health is equally important, but imagine this. This was highlighted by other speakers also. India relies on on-site system to the tune of 2/3, right? So there's a huge potential. So any changes to this scale has a substantial both business and also public health and whatever, the other related impact. So that's one. Second thing is that we all use toilet and there is some system, right? Any improvements to this, which we normally call it as retrofit. So there is a lot of potential under the retrofit also. So it's not that you have to put in certain new systems, but retrofit has a significant potential and it has got its own challenges. So one is it has to sustain, and more importantly for a place like Chennai, it has to be resilient. The challenge is even more. And I hope you will appreciate the difference between sustenance and resilience. So I think thinking around that will be useful. So it is a substantial potential for us because one, basic services are not being met for many people. So still we have substantial number of people who are devoid of basic services. So you have systems which are put to use, you don't have basic services, and then there is a substantial potential for us to kind of do whatever you want to call it as, retrofit related innovations. So I think that's where I probably would like to stop.
Just a follow-up question. So when you say basic services, you mean we need to have more cheaper systems which can be affordable to everyone, right? Is that what you are meaning? Or
yeah, I didn't want to be so prescriptive of saying being affordable, because in a household, they can buy a mobile, but they do not want to go for a toilet. But yes, the crux of the matter is how one can provide services which is acceptable to all of us. So I think that's and affordability becomes a pivotal question there.
Thank you, thank you. I think we'll, lot of interesting questions or discussions.
The sewage treatment plants, where you are talking about an affordability factor and also the cost-wise maintenance in the apartments, because daily we get not less than 10 calls about it. When it comes to a new sewage treatment plant, it's very easy for us to convince the people, because it's a one person taking a decision and investment is easier. And if I give the comparison, trust me, if I go inside, I will get the order. That is a kind of technology we have, where your cost of maintenance is almost zero. I can say just about 5% compared to a conventional sewage treatment plant. And operation is, we don't require any manpower, we don't require electricity, nothing is required. It just fit and forget kind of a sewage treatment plant we developed. For that only I won the national award actually. We have done close to 1,000+ projects now. It's all more of private projects. And government SIPCOT I did one, Metro, Chennai Metro Rail I did one. Successfully even today also it's all running. And here, one is your query on that is mainly how to address that question. I would like to need some solution, because when I talk about on associations and STPs, they have huge problem. Every day they cry, but if you go with the solution, they won't close it, only because of lack of decision. They are unable to take a decision quickly, or even after a year also they will not take a decision. That is where question is. At the same time, the investment what they make towards upgrading their existing STPs or converting their septic tanks into a STP or whatever we are willing to give, 5 to 6 months is the return of investment. And I am thinking of a finance option where the banker can fund for that, and through which they can pay off the thing and then recover. Because every month, when it comes to your points, how to convert that into wealth. Every month, associations, STPs, they are pumping out using lorry tanker, paying minimum 1,000 rupees per truck. 40 to 50 loads a month they are paying. 50 to 70,000 rupees per month disposal charges for them. I am telling them, pay 25,000 rupees EMI or 30,000 rupees EMI to your bank loans. Your investment is 5 to 6 lakhs. That money can be recovered in 5 to 6 months. Even that is not working. Even though it is there, 1 or 2 cases it is working. But in Engineers India Limited, I converted that existing 50 KLD into an upgraded one, into a bio STP. And they were paying me per month 1,35,000 rupees as my maintenance cost. After, when I exited from the contract after 2 years of completion, I converted, convincing all the top engineers, converted into bio STP. Now it is 5,000 rupees a month maintenance for that. It is up and running in Suruseri IT Park. Why I am saying this, the decision making also matters a lot. Easily they will convert that into that money, and from that day when if they stop the lorry tanker today, they will start earning the money from that day, from the waste what they are generating. But here the crux of the thing is, the challenge mainly is how to convince these multiple decision makers to take a call.
Now, for example, if you talk about big apartments, okay, the apartment people or even the builder is not aware of what technology. Okay, they will have some consultant, and they will have their own technologies. So the kind of solution that you have needs to be propagated more. Okay, that is one aspect of it. Second, of course, there could be space constraints issues where your solution, whether it will fit in. Okay, because this may not be possible universally on case-to-case situation, because a biological system that you are talking about, maybe it may require more space. I don't know. Okay, so if they have a space constraint, that may force them to go for some other technologies. But there is a space for it, and this could be tied up with this consultant, especially bigger projects. They all come with the mechanized treatment systems, which will meet the requirements of recycling. Okay. So if your system also can do that at a very cheaper way or least cost way, there is good potential for it. We can connect and we can help.
I mean, I would like to add, but I mean, it's a little challenging aspect simply because, I mean, you're saying there will be some savings for the, so in the energy sector, you know, the energy saving, you do energy auditing, they do, and they say these things, if you do, you can save energy. You have this energy saving companies, ESCOs, which practically they invest make the investment, and from the energy savings, they take their payments, right? So maybe this is a model that you may have to look, where you say that I will save you this many tankers, and this is the money that you are paying for the tankers. That's the money from which I am going to get my investment back. So it's a little risky thing, but you will have to put the investment upfront and say, whole thing is at my cost, and this is the bill that you have to pay me back. So this is something that is possible. But of course, there is another issue. Probably if they use for flushing toilets, dual plumbing is there, then the water consumption will be much more lesser, and there will be more benefits also. Other aspect is regulatory compliance. I see most of these high-rise apartments, the only thing they have to do is to put a pipe outside and to the nearest lake or to the canal or to stormwater drain, and it goes. So whatever savings you say, they save much more. This is a problem. This is a practical problem.
Hello, sir. Hello. Here. Yeah, it was a very nice discussion. I would just like to add one point. Like, if we can, like, involve government in some form of tie-up. So if we offer them this solution, like implementation is the main problem. And first of all, you told awareness, they are not aware. So maybe from TV ads or something, we can make them aware. Second thing, implementation. So if we are giving them subsidy on electricity or maybe on gas cylinders, if they buy this solution, suppose if they are buying some environmental solution and if they get subsidy, then I think people will be, more interested to buy that solution if they are getting some kind of benefit out of it. So that's what I feel like that can be done in this scenario. Tell me if I'm wrong or if it can be implemented.
Dr. Veerapan already talked about subsidy. Okay.
Yeah,
because always we feel something subsidized means okay, you may take it, but you may not operate it. The key point is I should feel that I need a system. Okay. That feel is there, and you are able to convince that your solution meets their need, then there is no need for a subsidy. Why? Okay. So, but very often we are not still fully convinced about the need for it. Okay. Then if subsidy is there, I take it to tap the subsidy than to use it. Okay. Subsidizing may be required initially. Okay, on case-to-case basis. I'm not talking against subsidies. Okay. Yeah.
There is a regulation and there is a policy. 8,000 rupees per household they are giving to install the biogas plant for all the rural and urban areas, even for metro. Till today, not even one case is disposed even in Tiruvallur district or even in Kanchipuram district. Because even if there is so much of marketing is happening biogas plant, nobody is willing to buy. They are saying, that smell will come and all this, where do I put the cow dung and cleaning up and where do I, remove that liquid discharge, what we are getting from it. All these associated factors, people are not interested. We pushed it through the BDOs, which is initial stages I tried with that subsidy, and to get one subsidy, how much we ran to the Tiruvallur district collector office. And even after we got it, the customer was happy to get only 8,000 rupees subsidy, but he was not willing to operate the biogas plant. He didn't even use even for 3 months also. in spite of doing all this. Then finally it is scrapped now. Even though there is a subsidy, nobody uses. There is a fund available for it. So it has to be convinced at first level, the product, the need of the product for them. Then the subsidy, if it is there, it's good.
Sir, here, let me correct first. I'm not talking about subsidizing the biosolution what you're providing. I'm talking about tying up with government. Like if they are getting, subsidy for mainstream thing like electricity.
Of course, as an innovator, that young innovator, you may not be able to get connected. That is where your institution should facilitate. They should have a connect with the local government, and the kind of innovation problems that you are dealing with should be of interest to the government. It's a both way. We cannot just develop something and force. We should develop a solution which should be of interest to the government or any sector. So it is both way. So any government, they are looking for solution providers. In fact, there is shortage of solution providers. It's both way. There is a struggle, and the governmental system has got its own way of working, but both are required. We should look for real problems and develop solutions and connect. You may not be able to connect, but the institution should facilitate that connect.
I'll just add, because she's young and she's hoping, she's having hopes, but I should tell you very frankly, working with the government is, first thing is you should not work with the government. Because I think many entrepreneurs like her, who's already gone through so many years, will agree with me. It's very difficult to work with the government. So you should not. You should work in the private sector, demonstrate your technology, gain recognition, and probably the government adopts your technology or makes it a policy decision or something like that. Other way, it doesn't happen. A government by its very nature will not be very experimental or very because the way it has to operate, it's public money, right? They're handling public money, and many scams and things come out because of this kind of thing. If it's a scam, probably they'll participate much more eagerly. So, but this is the problem. So openly I'm saying it is not good for you to go to the government, work on the private sector, get recognition, and the government recognizes you, and then adopts the technology.
I agree with all that was said. I think understanding the customer's pain points, that is the first important thing we have to do as innovators. And once that is there, even in Carbon Zero, we say talk to 100 customers before you even start building your prototype. So that will give you the overall big picture and what are the pain points. The other big challenge I see, like unlike industrial sector where water is priced high, very high, like 60 or 80 rupees per kiloliters, 150 also. There is more incentive to recycle waters because there is savings. So the biggest challenge we face, one thing is working with governments, the other thing is the price of water. Price of water is so cheap, we hardly pay anything. There's no incentive for anybody to recycle, reuse water.
Come up with a policy for the recycle and reuse of water. Recently, 2019, government has enacted a policy that it will come in force immediately. For that, in that, all the industries, wherever the SIPCOT and SITCO is there, they are going to use only the used water, recycled water. For that, we actually, even the TUC has done a study as a whole, as a Tamil Nadu. We did a feasibility study for wherever feasible to use the treated water. Accordingly, we identify around 52 grids in the state where the potential is there. The residential, it has to, the mindset has to come. Because just I wanted to examples. Around 11 years back, I went to Singapore to see a treatment plant as my study visit. Immediately they given a water, you drink it, I drink it. It is named as new water, NEW water. I drink it. Then he asked, what you are drinking, you know? I don't know. It is a recycled water. Then I got shocked. That is the thing, that mindset has to come. That is the main problem. And about the government, working in a government, it's really difficult, like that Sajid was telling. Now government has come up with that out now. That is, now we have come with a solar policy, that solar has been started. Now we came with a recycle policy. Now the electric vehicle policy, like that, so many policies are coming. Once it is proven in the private sector, then government will take it and it will come out. It will take some time, that's all. Now, because we got some mindset up. We joined the government, we have to retire safely. That is there, always there, it is there. Even from the ASP to SBR or other technology, it took me for 10 years to convince the people. And also from our conventional sewerage system to fecal sludge, that is all took 4 or 5 years to convince the people. Always in the government it is a problem, but it will come out, there is not a problem.
System delay.
Yes,
System
system
delay.
delay.
It's a process.
Yeah,
As,
process delay.
It is called the process.
Process delay. Yes,
The process.
Yes.
So we are doing a lot of these recycling projects where we are supplying water to industry. SIPCOT is
Actually,
like
now we already started doing some 2-3 recycle projects. One is at Dindikal. It is a tanners. We are giving our treated water. That is Dindikal Corporation's water to a tannery to dilute their effluent, and they are using for the agroforest. Now recently we did MOU with some industries. One is in Tirunelveli, where Nangunari export processing zone is there. There they are going to take a water around 24 ml. They are asking it. They are going to use for the some textile apparels park is coming there. And so now we entered a MOU with the MRF in Perambulur as well the Arakonam. They will take a secondary treated water and they will do a further treatment used for industrial purpose. Like that is now it is slowly picking up. And also government has given a authority to the Director of Municipal Administration to sell the treated water. They given a authorization. So it is picking up. It will take some time.
Thank you, sir. I think we can get your insights again, and during lunch also we can have a lot of networking. We're just running short of time. Thank you very much to all the panel members for this nice discussion.
I extend my thanks to all the panelists and to the moderator for the enlightening session. Now I would like to call upon Mr. S. Krishnakumar to hand over the mementos to the panelists.
And regarding this recycled water,
I would like to request Mr. S. Krishnakumar to hand over the memento to Mr. Sajid Hussain. Next, I would request Dr. Kurian Joseph. Yeah. Mr. Santosh Raghavan, sir, please. Let us now wind up the first half of the program for today. We have arranged for some delicious lunch. I hope everyone is hungry. I also hope that everyone present here will take this opportunity to get acquainted with each other. I would like to kindly bring to your attention that we would be resuming the program after lunch at 2:15 p.m. Sorry, 2:30 p.m. Sorry, my bad, my mistake. 2:30 p.m. The lunch is being served in the dining hall near to our venue.
to present their ideas. I don't know what stage they are at. Some are early stage, some may have a prototype, some may not have a prototype. It's to help them brainstorm with us and figure out what they need to change in their presentation. Okay, so over to.
Now, present here with us today are a set of teams who were selected competitively from all the applications that we received, and they will be showcasing their ideas and solutions in the domain of sanitation. I hope all are excited and open to hear new ideas from these young talents. With this, let us begin the idea pitch event. I would like to inform you that each team will be allotted 8 minutes to pitch their ideas. After that, they will be judged by the jury with the insights from them. I would like to invite our first team, Team Changemakers. Over to you.
Very good afternoon to one and all. I am Vandana, Dr. Vandana from Department of Electronics and Communication, working as an associate professor. And we have a team, and she's Ms. Samyukta. She's also working with me in this project. And she's from Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. We belong to same institution. And I'm coming from Hyderabad, all the way from Hyderabad, and to present my idea pitch today. So I thankful to you all because it has been shortlisted, and you have given me the opportunity to pitch the idea. So first is like, I just want to give a brief. It is 4 R's: reuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, and reinvent. Because these 4 are absolutely involved in my idea, whichever I am going to deliver now. So we have given a team name as a change makers because we want to move it to the next level, how this can be performed and how this can be utilized for the business point of view. So first I'll start with the contents. Obviously we'll have a problem that need to be solved, and the solutions what I'll be giving for the problem, and also coming up with that why I have been chosen this particular solution, because as we can say that it is a ill-structured problems, because a single problem can have a multiple solution. So this would be something good, that why we have been chosen this particular solution is important. So with that, who would be my customers and what could be the channels that I can reach to the customers, and what are the market segments that will be using, and also who would be my competitors, and followed with the business plan, and also who would be the investors, and following with that is the funding agencies whom I want to raise. The first is when I talk about our 4 R's, it is a sanitation purpose, first is. Second is like why this is important. The problem statement, why I have to solve this problem. Because one is like, yes, it is a public toilet, we all know, where the maintenance would not be that good, and also there would be a lack of water facilities, and also there would have not been any proper accessible for disabled and elderly people. So this is one of the major problem, that whenever we use washrooms, and obviously even if in my case, if I want to see, or if I want to go a washroom, if I want to use it, obviously I'll see the whole ambience, whether if it is good, if it is clean, neat. If it is not there, then obviously I may not be going. So this is one of the problem where I personally faced it. And second thing is like lack of water facility, because most of the in recent things, if I connect it, I have seen water leakages in the washrooms, but when we when we are trying to switch on, or when we are trying to use water into the washrooms where there was no water. So this was one of the problem which I faced personally. So that's why if it is not in use, we'll cut down the water usage. So this is one of the problem, and also it has been observed, but now people got the awareness, and now people have started thinking beyond the thing, because it is not only for the personals, and it is also used for, it should also be used for the others such as disabled. Because now whenever we see in any theaters, malls, or even universities, it has been observed that yes, there is a specific washroom only for the disabled people. So it has been noticed now. But in spite of that, still it can be modified in other or better inventions. This is these are the three problems where we identified when we usually go for the washroom. So the problem statement would here is like, yes, we empathize it. When we think on the design process, design thinking process, first it has to be empathized. When we connect emotionally, then that problem, identifying the pain points of the customer, then taking that as a emotional thing, then it would be easy for us to solve the problem. That means putting our legs into their shoes and trying to identify what the problems are. Therefore, if it is like that, almost 80 to 70% of work is, the problem has already been solved. So this is one point. So why we have been emphasized? Yes, we have observed it is a poor hygienic things, and many of the things we have noticed. And another is like criteria and constraints. Criteria, what requirements that has to be used if I'm trying to solve a problem. So in that case, yes, if I'm fixing it any external equipments or external devices, I have to be conscious that it should be a small device, handy or compact, very small size, and it should be easily installed and with the less maintenance, and also it should have a technology interventions with, if we are talking about water, because I have given here, it reduces also water bill. So if I keep on usage, if I continuously use water, then obviously there would be a rise in the water bill. So this is also one of the requirements that has to be taken into account. And constraints, yes, it is awareness. As morning, most of us, there was a discussion, yes, we have implemented that, we have implemented this, yes. The solutions, we have many solutions, but the one thing is that there was a lacking awareness among the people. That is, a behavior has to be changed, but it is moderately, it is being changed. Then when I talk about this literature, yes, we have a problem. With that problem, what could be the literature behind that problem? Because personally, when I was going through few articles in Times of India, there was a survey given by Delhi Science Forum, DSF, right? Delhi Science Forum, they have briefed it very clearly that for every flush, 80 liters of water being used if a family of 5 members. So if we put down these figures, if it is a 2.9 million of people, then the count will go rise and it keeps on increasing. So this was the census given in 2011. But now when we look on to 2023, that count would have been doubled. So therefore, this is one of the important problem. And also they said like using that much amount of water would have used it for drinking water. So this is one of the major problem where they have Times of India have given this, and by DSF. So this was one problem. And after every flush, in the traditional method, or we see the conventional method, if we look on, for every flush, we were been using full flush was of 10 liters, and the single flush was like 6 liters of water for every single flush. So this, if a human is going for a 5 to 10 times a day for a washroom, that count will also be increased. So the problem when we look on, 30% of water being, it has to be reduced. So that was the problem. So this was the secondary data where we have taken from the, sources. And the existing solutions, yes, you have already been known. We have been using it. So we have now, like a single flush and double flush, where the level of water, they said it is like 4 liters, somewhere it is like 6 liters. So now this has to be cut down. So, and also there is an existing solution, like we are always cleaning up by using some sort of liquid inside that flush tank. So these are a few glimpses where we have observed like existing solutions. So when we look on, it is also complex to install, and also this is like level of water been increasing. So what are your solutions and why we have chosen this particular solution is like, as I said you in the previous slide, we have been using single and double flush. So with this, we have came up with the solution where we are using a regulator, water regulator. As like a fan regulator, we have also a water regulator where up to 3, 1, 2 and 3, 1 is of 1 liter, 2 is of 2 liters plus 1 liter adding on 3 liters, and the third liter, and in the third thing, it would be adding of 3, 2, 1.
You have 2 more minutes left.
Oh, yeah. So totally 6 liters. But however, when we know that how much amount of water that the user is using, so with the regulator, it can be operated. And next thing is like, we are trying to maintain hygiene and clean. So when we are trying to maintain hygiene and clean, there should be some indication to the others saying that yes, the washrooms are clean. So we are installing a sensor saying that yes, the washrooms are clean and neat, by indication saying that if it is green, yes, the washrooms are clean. If it is red, it seems to be there could be it is not that clean. So it has to be again reflushed. So this is one of the another solution. And also where we said it is a one more point is that we need to concentrate on specifically for the disabled people, because for them it would be a problem for using our washrooms. So for that sake, we have made a seat adjustable for them where it can be movable. Means for people who are of height and people who are of short height, it is something a movable thing that we have been designed. And these are our 3 solutions that we are came up with. And also the current solution why we are supposed to use is why this only particular. As I said, it is a yield structure. It could be a multi-solution. So for that, I am taking intention behind this is that yes, first is cleaning, hygiene. For that sake, I am choosing this. And also it is a regulator. So I may be using it what you call for different purpose, or single or 2 or 3, I mean depending upon the usage. And also here we have installed a wrapper around the commode where once if the after usage, automatically it could be removed, and only a small bin could be placed beside the commode, which can be automatically removed, and it will automatically again replace it. And the uniqueness, yes, it is cost effective, because already for the existing I am trying to incorporate this, but we are not using any new commode. So for the existing things, we are trying to install the things.
Your time is up. Please wind up faster.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Then it is easy to install. Yes, 3 separate parts. So based on the requirements, it can be installed. It is eco-friendly even, and we use papers like banana fiber paper. And also it is an IoT sensor light, because as I said, we are giving some indications. For these indications, we are using an IoT technology for knowing this, whether the washrooms are clean or not. So our customers, yes, as I belong to Hyderabad, I have taken my customer as a Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, GHMC. And these are my customers, and the end users are public, whoever is using the washrooms, and all the public toilet users are my end users. And in order to identify this business market, yes, the channels reaching to the customers, channels are something like we are reaching to the customers. So this is something like we may use some social media things, or we may use through flyers, or we may also use some what you call with the with the collaboration with GHMC. As my customer is GHMC, so with the collaboration of that, we could also reach to the people. So what is the market segment? Right, if we could see these all, Telangana government targeted to install 10,000 public toilets around the city. But as of now, they have been installed 6,000. So still 4,000 yet to be done. So their target was up to 2025. It has to be installed. So if
me.
this all is done.
Please wind up. You have exceeded your time limit.
Oh. Okay.
So now judges will be asking questions
sure.
to the candidate.
Yes.
So, in terms of hierarchy of the issues of CTPT maintenance,
Yes, sir.
so where does water fit in? I mean, where does water rank? What are the other issues when you had looked at community and public toilets? Is water consumption is the primary problem, or there were other things beyond that?
Sir, first we observed like it was not clean and neat. First point is that. Second is like what you said was water consumption. More water consumption has been used there. So generally public toilet, it is a frequent usage. So if I look on that, it has to be clean, neat hygiene, and also the water level or using a less amount of water, it has to be cleaned. This is what our target is.
So many such interventions, right? So including IoT sensing. So if you
Yes.
walk across Chennai, so there are
Yes.
many such things, but they're not in a usable condition. So
Correct.
don't you think there is something else beyond water or the sensing of cleanliness?
Yes, sir. Because when we look into the market fit products, when we look onto the market fit products, something that I take that has to be installed very easily. Means it could be, anyone could be done, in that sort it has to be. So there could be a device where it is just installed to the commode or a washroom saying that the toilets are clean or not. So this is something handy. If wherever I go, I can have it, I can put it in the washroom, then I can identify whether it is clean or not. With some sort of either by smell or either by pathogens or either by wet or dry, in that sense.
So my question is, so for example, the community and public toilets in Hyderabad, do they have flush? Most of them, what I have seen is pour flush, not cistern flush type. And second, the biggest challenge with community and public toilet is whatever you put, it will disappear the next day.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm just posing
Correct,
questions
sir.
here.
Right. Sir, it's all about a behavior of the people and the awareness.
Then what do you want to prioritize? Is this behavior or a physical intervention like this?
Sir, absolutely. Physical interventions are important. At the same time,
What's the sequence? You want to change the behavior first and then intervene on the infrastructure side, or you put the infrastructure and then let them disappear and then I'll keep changing?
Not exactly, sir, but before, it would be better we give an awareness or we bring of behavior things. I mean, making them understand this is the thing, and next level intervention.
It has to be a mix of that. That's I think other person. So one
Any
more small
question?
thing.
Yeah,
So the channel,
Okay.
The question on channel is not advertisement channel, but it's about
Right.
market channels, I suppose. I think that was
Is
the
it
thing.
right?
So
Okay.
I think you need to correct.
So maybe, yeah, thank you, ma'am. What I did is like, I have thought like how to reach to the customers in that sense. Any questions? Yeah.
Could you please explain on what sort of IoT you are implementing here?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually what
Slide
we are
on it?
trying to do is...
Do you have a slide on it?
No, actually we didn't have it. We are doing a 3D model of it. Only half of it is done, so that's why I am not showing
No,
it.
you can tell
Yeah.
us what you are planning with IoT.
Sir, yes, sir. With the IoT, first is a smoke or smell that we are trying to identify. Second thing is identifying the wet and dry, whether the washroom is wet or dry. Second thing is like, if after flushing even, still any pathogens are there. Okay?
So what sort of sensors you are planning to implant?
Still that entire design has not been done yet.
So why you need an IoT?
Sir, because one thing is like, if I once enter into a washroom, I need to know whether the washroom is clean
For
or
that,
not.
do you need an IoT?
Absolutely.
Why?
That's
Just a indicator, right? just an indicator in front of every
Okay,
bathroom?
because one more thing is like I have been using a wrap around the commode, right? So to do that automatic things,
I didn't get.
I'm
I'm going to
using-
clean if it is smelling bad. Is
uh,
there a robot that goes and
no,
and
no, no,
clean
not
it?
exactly like that.
So what sort of control involved in it?
Mm.
So IoT involves several things, right?
Yes, sir,
So
yes.
it has the communication part, it has a control part,
Right.
it has a networking part, right? So
Okay.
why you call it an IoT thing rather than just a small sensor and a
Detector or
display?
sensors.
It's just
Ah,
a
it can be.
sensor, right?
It can be, right, sir. It can be.
It can be, or what's your plan?
Understanding, no, actually what we thought is
No,
like,
see, IoT is a buzzword.
Hmm.
Are you going by that buzzword, or actually are you implementing the good things about IoT in the system?
okay. Correct. I mean, I have to
Would
maybe.
you like to change your title?
No, let me look on to this. Let me work on it, and then I'll
Fine.
change it.
Yeah,
okay?
that's one thing.
Yeah.
And your problem statement was all about the toilet not being clean, it's
Clean,
filthy,
hygiene.
it smells
Right.
bad, and no
Right.
one wants to use it. Now, you're not going to solve that problem even now. You're going to tell the people that it is not clean, don't come here, go away.
Correct.
Right?
Huh.
Are you going to solve the problem
Uh,
with this?
Yes, of course, because if I say that the washroom
No,
is
after installing your device, will the toilet become clean?
no, but at least we could give indications to the
But I will get that
cleaners.
by walking beside that, right? So,
So
Maybe.
the other intervention on reducing water consumption increases water availability. That in a way surrogate measure of the toilet is likely to be clean. I'm interpreting that.
No, see,
Thank you,
I
sir.
don't think the workers are not cleaning or not properly maintaining the toilet because they are very aware of the water conservation, but rather they are quite complacent about it.
Correct.
Right? So, I don't know whether you have stated the need properly, but it hasn't translated to the problem statement.
Okay.
Even problem statement is to a certain extent I can agree, but
Okay.
it hasn't translated to the idea, how to solve that problem.
Sir, that is what just we thought like, okay, if it is not hygiene or
There
not.
is no sort of a proper one-to-one relation from the
hierarchy, what
need,
you are saying.
need of the motivation to the motivation to
Motivation.
the statement and to the solution.
Okay.
Just think about it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, one is
Yes,
the
sir.
creation of the awareness
Yes,
for
sir.
among the public, how to use the toilet and how to clean it. Number one, that is okay. Number
Yes, sir.
two, what is the O&M mechanism, that the operation maintenance mechanism? Even though your IoT will say only this is not clean, what to do and other, how they know? Number one, how you will communicate to the greater Hyderabad municipality? Is there any linkages
Yes,
there
sir.
like that?
We have a linkages. Actually, sir, before we came up with the solution or we came up with this idea, we have been to the villages and we have spoke with the different segments of the people. And most of the people said like it was like there are no washrooms in the villages. That was first problem. And even though they have one or two which was not clean at all. Okay, so with this we understood that okay, I mean the sarpanch of that particular village, we are directly talking to them and we are saying that I mean you can reach out to the GHMC and these people will look after. And why I said GHMC, because already there was a missionary design incense sticks, and this was granted by Telangana State Innovation Council with a funded of 1 lakh. So we have collaborations with them, so such that it would be easy for us to approach them easily. So for that sake, I very clearly mentioned that it is GHMC because we have been interacting with them on regular basis. So that is the thing. Yeah. Any? No.
Not open to
Yeah.
public. Questions not open to public.
Okay. Yeah.
Questions not
Like, if I want to buy it for my grandfather, you told about a person with disability. He's not disabled. It's okay, let him finish, but yeah.
Okay.
He's not disabled, but being 90 years old, he faces difficulty to use that toilet.
Correct.
So suppose if I want to buy it for him and make like, he should be able to use but vision is also the problem in old age. So will he be able to use it that adjusted to the toilet?
Yes, of course.
And what
But
is the per unit cost if you are if it's already in market?
no, it is not in the market. Because that regulator of water is not in the market yet.
No, not regulator.
No, I'm telling you.
Height adjustment toilets, what you told.
Okay,
It's
that
all just an
entire
idea.
thing.
The
Okay,
whole
that
thing
is
is
just
an
an
idea.
idea.
Whole thing is just
Yes, it is an idea. Still, we
okay.
haven't built it up.
Okay.
But as you said, individuals are to the government. First, let me confirm with the government because still government are planning to build up still 4,000 more toilets are yet to be installed. So once if this idea is, if they accept this idea and it has been implemented, then automatically it will come into the individuals.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have
Thank you,
some
ma'am.
points.
Yes,
I'm not
ma'am.
asking you questions.
Sure, ma'am.
But I think you need to go and do a survey,
Yes,
both
ma'am.
with GHMC as well as the public that uses it. Also survey how many Indian toilets are there and how many Western toilets are there.
Yes, ma'am.
You're
Mm.
putting a seat cover on the Western toilet. but
Right.
How many Western toilets are there in the first place?
Mm.
Because most public toilets in India have Indian
Indian.
toilets. Right? And Indian toilets do not need a seat cover.
Right.
Point number one. So do a survey and figure out what is it you need. Your problem statement, as Dr. Anup said, does not translate to solution.
Motivation, right.
You have to change your problem statement or you have to change your solution because one has to be addressed by the other, right? So if your problem statement is maintenance of the toilet in terms of hygiene, in terms of odor, whatever, you need some intervention that will help remove those, right? Putting incense sticks like you talked about is not the solution. You're only camouflaging the smell and odor that is existing. You're probably causing more air pollution. That's another thing you may want to look at. But basically do a lot of survey to
behind.
understand what is the need and how,
solution.
what is the solution you are providing.
Sure.
Just using buzzwords like Anup said is not going to be the answer.
Because
why are you using that? You
Huh.
have to be very clear in your mind. Why are you using each and every sensor that you're using, and which sensor is going to measure what?
Ma'am, because
No,
still,
I'm just saying, before you put it on a slide, you have to be
Okay.
sure of every word you
Which
put.
type of
The other is, your problem statement runs into pages. Nobody is going to read that. It should be one line problem statement. Very precise, very clear. You cannot create a solution for everybody. Each solution is for different people. If you're talking about disabled, the whole Pandora's box opens up. What kind of disability? Can I even sit on the toilet or, right? Or can I enter the toilet? Is there a ramp or are there steps?
Okay.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So think through the whole thing all over, right?
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana. Next, I would like to invite Team Chem Flash to the dais. Please try to adhere to the time.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Priyanka A from Erode, Congo Engineering College. I'm currently doing my final year BTech Chemical Engineering, and I'm here with my project, that is novel sanitary napkin. I'm doing this as my final year project, as innovative project, and the theme under menstrual hygiene solution. So first of all, I am focusing on 3 problem statement. One is health issue of women who are using sanitary napkin currently, and second one is time limitation of using a single napkin. That is approximately they can use one napkin for only 4 hours. Whether it is fully consumed or not, whether this should be used particularly for 4 hours. Third problem is the disposable of sanitary napkin leads to landfill because of many plastics and chemicals are involved in it, and it takes some around 500 to 600 years to decompose. The first problem that the women or the girls who are using the napkin can have some rashes or some skin infection. It not show suddenly, but the problem can arise after some ages because of using the napkin for more than a particular hours, or it can depend on each and every person or each and every girl or woman who skin type. For example, for someone has some sensitive skin, they can't able to offer a particular sanitary napkin. So these are some 3 problem I am focusing. So next, to address this problem, we are going to give a solution that for first one, for health issue, we are making our product with purely everything as like organic and natural material. So here, commonly in sanitary napkin, it has mainly 3 layers. One is top layer, and another one is absorbent core, and third one is a barrier sheet. So for top layer, we are giving a organic cotton cloth as our material. Why I am going for a cloth? Because in olden days, they have used only cotton cloth. They haven't faced any problem. But there are also some problems. Why it happens? Because they are reusing the cotton cloth. So that because of that reason, the health issues arises in olden days. So they stopped using cotton cloth. But in our product, we are using only single layer as a top layer as a cotton cloth. It can be, after used, it can be thrown away directly. So second one is here because of this materials, our product reduce the shrinkage of napkin if it prolongs after 4 hours even. So and it also has the absorbent capacity also, it has higher as compared to commercial napkin. Why? Because here for absorbent core, in our proposed product, we are using some plant-based mixed fibers as an absorbent core. Here I am including some banana plus pineapple leaf fibers as well as some cotton. So with some proportion and composition, we are making a single set of layer as absorbent core. So because of this absorbent layer, it takes some, it gives some more hours to use the particular napkin. And here the unique point in our product is we are giving a dual usage of layers, dual side usage in single product. And third one is it is environment friendly. Why I am saying this statement? Because each and every metal is organic material. It can be easily decomposed. So this is our, first of all, this is undeveloped prototype sample, and that is final prototype sample. Here I am stating that in a single product, it's a top layer. Here also one set of napkin, and in bottom there also one set of napkin. So in only single product, it has dual side usage. For particular 4 hours, they can use one side, and they can, after 4 hours, they can remove this top layer of napkin and throw away directly. And they can, if in other side, separate napkin is there, so they can remove this top sheet and they can use as a new product in same single set of product. Why I am going for this dual usage? Because if I am focusing on school going children and working women. For a school going children, they need to stay in school for 8 hours, or working women need to be stay in 8 hours. So if they want to change a napkin for after 4 hours, they need to carry some additional napkin with them. So it was some issue, kind of it. So for that, in one product itself, we are giving a dual set. So in that, in this, we can't, we need not to carry some additional napkin with us while going. So this is our 3D model of our product, proposed product. As I have said, this is one set and this is another set, but it is a whole product in a single napkin. So this is I have done some laboratory tests because first of all, in top layer it's directly attached to our skin and it is in touch with skin for prolonged time. So for that we have to check some pH level. If it should not be acid as well as base, it should be neutral. Then only it should be skin friendly cloth. So before absorption, that above napkin look like this. After absorption of 4 hours, this is commercial napkin, that is our proposed sample. And Next, I have, like as you have see here, this commercial napkin is around 2.87. So it shows that it's somewhat acid level. Because why it is acid? Because they are using some cellulose gel material to absorb the menstrual fluid. So in our product, it shows around 7.16. So it's a neutral. Next, as comparison with commercial napkin and proposed napkin, the absorption level is around, in our proposed sample, it's around, it can absorb up to 25 ml. And the pH level is like that. And durability, it can take up to 6 hours. We can have one set of napkin for 6 hours. And the next, the decomposition level, I have using some literature survey, I have justified my decomposition. As in commercial napkin, it takes around 450 years. And in our proposed sample, the cotton cloth takes around 1 to 2 weeks to decompose. And the banana fiber is around 3 months. And the pineapple fiber is around 21 days. And biodegradable cover, it takes 3 to 6 months. So totally, see from this data, we can say approximately for a single napkin, it can take some 6 months. But in commercial napkins, it takes some around 400 years. So next, the carbon footprints, so from the, it's also from the literature survey. So that SAP, this is the main material that used in commercial napkin as a cellulose material or for absorbing material. So that is around 4.467 per kg. And for it's from this data, I can say that commercial napkin is around 7.9, but in our product it takes like 2.1. So who is our customer? Us. If I'm going to commercialize, I can go for online market and supermarket and some medical stores. And next, our channel using social media partners and advertisement. Next, who is your target customer? Is around the women are between 12 to 50 years. And I'm mostly focusing on working women as well as school-going children, because they need to travel along. For if the home, women who are in home, they need not to use some dual napkin and all. So this is my business model. Here, as I have said, the value proportion of our product is eco-friendly, comfortable, chemical inert, double usage, and it is most what high performance. And the cost channels, as I have said, social media partners. And my key partners are investors and farmers. And key activities here involve us a platform management, product development, and all. So this is our this project have been started from my second year. We have shortlisted for Smart India Hackathon last year, and for that event I have built my team as a 6-member in a single team. And we have for our nodal center is given in Chhattisgarh, Billa Institute of Technology. So there we have stayed for 5 days for this event, and we have developed a prototype in their particular place itself for that 5 days. And we have won first a prize, and we have got 1 lakh cash award for that. And for that achievement, I have get my award from Padman of India, that is Mr. Dr. Muruganandam, Arnachalam Muruganandam, from our college institution. Last month, he came for our college for some guest lecture. So there, our team got some recognition for that. But this project have been started from COVID period. So that was my first presentation, first pitching session in my college. So next, for that award, we have a newspaper clipping and all. So from this presentation, my conclusion is our proposed product has some higher absorbency capacity as compared to commercial napkin. It can take up to 6 hours. So from this calculation, we can go for only two product of our proposed sample. For particular day, they can use only 2 product. And so this also minimize the usage of napkin as well. And the second one is it is 100% plant-based fibers, so it is totally organic and biodegradable napkin. And third one, from the carbon footprint, I have said that our proposed napkin is around, it emits 2.15 kg of CO2 per kg of pad, but in commercial napkins takes some 7.9 kg of CO2 per pad. So next point is it takes some 6 months to decompose. And lastly, I can suggest that our proposed product also strong contented to compete in commercially in a public way. So thank you. I like to show my sample product. So this is my sample product. As I have said, this is the top layer. We can use it for some more than 4 hours. After 4 hours, they can remove this. So we can remove this top napkin and we can throw away, and they can use the other napkin as a new product. Here we have given some outer cover because if this side is touched with cotton cloth, that some like bacteria, some content can be stick onto this. So we are covering with paper. So we can remove this cover and they can use another set of napkin in a single product itself. So for 8 hours, they can use only one sample product of our product itself. Thank you. So any queries?
Thank you, Priyanka. Now judges will be asking questions to you.
Yeah. Very, very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Good concept. Just have a couple of questions. What is the idea behind having both 2 napkins in one unit, right? Is it because anyway they have to carry extra, right? So instead of carrying 2 extras, it's cutting down to just 1 extra. Is that the only objective?
Ma'am, yes ma'am. Actually why I focus on this, because during my school days I used to feel to carry some napkin. So that's why for 8 hours, 1 napkin is enough, I think, like that. And it's also like somewhat comfortable to have one alone itself with us, ma'am, for some particular, because in the evening we going to again we are going to home itself, so we need not to carry some run. If we are in travel periods for 3 to 4 hours, then we can have some additional napkins. So that's my
okay, because the mass and the thickness and everything can
yes,
be
it's vary.
considerably less, because one napkin is very thin. Like that's really nice, amazing product you have, just as a single napkin, right? Very thin, very light. I haven't taken it, but it looks very light. So it just doubles the mass, and then there is a lot of inconvenience also if it becomes thick, right?
Ma'am, I
So
will add one point in it.
Yeah.
Actually, I have weight over my proposed product as well as commercial napkin. I have stating that weight of the that commercial product is double. My proposed product is double the weight of commercial napkin. For example, it is 6 gram, it takes 12 grams or some around 15 grams. But it's not like this, I am not saying that it's a not disadvantage, but because of this weight, it not shrink, ma'am. If we are using more than 4 hours, no, in commercial napkin, it's it will be shrinkage, and the flow may be transferred to our dresses. But in this product, because of the weight, the shrinkage is reduced. So I'm not included that data. Actually, I have tested that personally.
But many girls they prefer convenience rather than carrying one extra.
Yes.
Many people don't mind.
Ma'am,
Okay.
I can't able to satisfy everyone, no, ma'am,
Yeah.
but some can be satisfy my product.
No,
so
but if it is thicker, it is more thicker, then it is not comfortable. Have you given this product at least 50, 100 pieces? Have you made?
Yes, ma'am. Now,
have you taken the survey from the users?
Ma'am, actually now only I have started to, like I have distributed to my faculties and as well as my friends, colleagues and all. For that, my college suggests me to finish like 300 sample and I need to get feedback from the people and finalized my original product. So for that, my college is providing me a fund around 25,000 for that.
What is the cost of your product?
Ma'am, like rough calculation I have done by purchasing some metal, it takes around for one product 35 rupees in my work. But if we go for industrial scale level, it may be reduced, ma'am. But as compared to a biodegradable napkin, the cost wise, I think okay.
One napkin is 35.
Yes.
One bunch of napkins?
No, ma'am. One product, one double side product is
because she is making it in single.
Single.
Pieces. Once it is used, it will come down.
Just I am calculating with raw material and other uses, and I'm not going like large data and all.
You can prove that the cost also.
Yes, sir.
Discomfort is one, but you can also prove that if I use, for example, 10 single one, if I use by 5, then
Cost will be
that you show.
Yes.
Comfort, discomfort plus the economic point of view.
So
That
for
is
that I will add, in commercial napkin we will use one napkin
you
for
you
4
should
hours.
have. I'm saying you should have that slide.
Okay.
Comfort, discomfort plus cost, because long-term usage per year you calculate.
Yes.
Okay, numbers, if the double coated, single coated, what is the rate? Discomfort, how much? 300 people, you can have discomfort, comfort that ratings. You can ask them to give 1 to 5 some ratings.
Okay.
So then one more thing. Madam.
So you also have to look at, in addition to, I don't know whether you check the permeability of the napkin.
I haven't checked.
So you have to check the permeability of the napkin.
Okay.
And also you have to check the retention capacity of the napkin.
Yes.
So at what pressure you can retain the wetness of the napkin. It shouldn't squeeze out, right? So you should do all those studies, without which we cannot take it to a market, right? So not just absorptivity, how much it can absorb, retention, permeability, all that are matters, okay? And so usually the napkins are getting burnt, right? They get incinerated. So now, given this is a natural derivative, what sort of fumes it generates when you burn it? You're not these days no one is going to throw it out, right? So degradation is, I mean, let's take it apart. No one is going to throw it out. So people naturally incinerate it. So what are the fumes it generates? What are the components, chemical components it generates? Because it's natural derivative, whether it makes some
Cotton, now the liquid. So what type of reaction is happening when burning?
Okay.
But probably standard napkins, commercial napkins, probably the reaction may be different while burning. The materials are different. If you can add that also in the slide, it would be good.
Okay, sure.
Santosh, you want to go next?
Yeah.
I have only one question.
Go. Okay. So, I mean, very well done. You presented it very neatly. So, you have already done so much. I don't know why we have to evaluate. So it's probably in a stage where you are far ahead of the curve. So, only 3 things. I mean, I just wanted to add to what is being said in terms of understanding emissions. I think it's too early for her, because it also depends on the combustion conditions and what type of incineration that you do, whatever it is. I think you shouldn't be worrying too much, because my assumption is that this will definitely be better than the other ones which are there in terms of combustion products in whatever environment you are burning. So that's one. I don't know about that. So the 2 things which might help you to think through, apart from what he mentioned, they are very important. Both permeability and the material characteristics is one part. Second is the design. So the moment you are increasing the weight and all of that, so you could look at the product design. At the design per se, I don't think there is anything that you mentioned. So the way, whatever, the shape and all of that.
I haven't included that side, but we have planned for dual design, sir.
Okay.
That is one for day wise and one for night wise. What is the difference between these two? Because in day wise currently we are in motion, like they are maybe moving and all. So for that we are giving like this kind of lengthwise napkin. But in night wise they need not to have these much length. They need to have like widthwise they need to be larger, because we may be rotation in sidewise and all. So we need not to have so long napkin. So
Please include them, because one is the weight is on the higher side, plus you're talking about the flipping and using it on twice.
And as well as that absorbent material also we are reducing as per the day and night.
Good. I mean, if you can add that, that'll be good. The second question was around your comparison. So you compared napkins versus napkins, but there are other products also, cups and equivalent. So if you can include that also, and then how does your product compare with the other things that are there? So that'll be really useful. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. So
you also have to look at the what is the volume expansivity.
Okay.
Volume expansivity of the material after absorbing water. I mean any cloth, liquid.
Okay. So while you're comparing the cups and other things, ensure that you're also taking infection rate, because when you use menstrual cup, chance of infection is more if you don't clean it properly, right? That's also one of the reasons why it's not being adopted widely in India. So I have one simple question. You got Mr. Arunachalam Muruganandan to present you the award. What is the difference between your product and his product?
Ma'am, actually first he have like started with a napkin and he has given the napkin. But currently he is giving machine of making sanitary napkin, and he is selling the machine alone, and as home peoples or some peoples can purchase the machine and they can insert the raw material directly and they are pressing and they are taking the product alone. But here focusing on machine alone right now.
Okay. Okay.
So
nice.
the material is same?
No, sir. Fully it's a cotton material alone, and he is giving like heat press.
Okay, good. Looks like you've done your homework and well presented. So if you want incubation, you can apply to the Grand Challenge.
Sure.
We'll be most welcome to take it up formally.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
To the podium.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Myself Ragesh and my team members are Dinesh Kumar, Deepak and Savin. We are from Dr. NGP Institute of Technology, and our product is touch-free restroom restoration machine. In this proposal, we built a machine which has several inbuilt equipments and which are required to clean and sanitize any kind of restrooms, especially public restrooms. It is proposed by using an high pressure water and an water jet stream to remove all the possible wastages present in it. Nowadays, the Indian government is involved to minimize the spread of communicable diseases to provide a healthy human life. As per the literature says, there are increased number of causes of sanitary workers are getting infected by diseases like fungal and bacterial by coming in contact with the waste materials in the public restrooms. To reduce or to even eliminate some such risk involved in this cleaning of restroom, and to ensure the cleanliness of the restroom, we are about to develop our product. And our main objective is to enable sanitary workers to clean public restrooms with hygiene and then to prevent infection caused by improper cleaning of restroom. And the main concept is human waste should not be cleaned by humans itself. Okay.
And in this product we have some solution, and it is minimize the spread of contagious diseases, and it reduces the water consumption, and it involved in cleaning process and minimize human involvement in sanitation in public restrooms, and so that we fabricate this machine, and it is very low cost, and it is our working video. And now I can tell about the working principle of this component, and it is our product. In this particular, we have two tanks, each carries 20 liters, and one tank carries soap oil and another one carries water, and we have a flexible pipes, and we have 0.25 HP motor, and the motor we can use flexible pipes to flow the water, and the flexible pipe ends are connected to the steam nozzles or high pressurized nozzles to deliver the high pressurized water or fluid, and we have rotary brushes to remove the solid wastages of the in the restroom.
Market segments. It is a service based on the product of which is used in government sectors and hospitals and big malls, which are and colleges, and widely used in every cleaning sectors to clean the restrooms.
They are investors, sir. Government of Tamil Nadu in public restroom, because the most of public restrooms cleaning in properly. So the main objective of this product, we can design cleaning most challenging places in public restrooms to ensure the cleanliness. Our product to develop in our product. And we have some experimentation and calculation in our college campus. In that, by workers only they have a working time of 8 hours, and so that 4 restrooms only cleaned by the workers per day, and our machines to take 20 minutes to clean one restroom, so that we have 24 restrooms per day, and they have used 50 liters water to clean one restroom, and our product only carries 30 to 40 liter to clean one restroom, and that labor cost consists of 12,000 per month. In our product only the electricity only consumed, the motor consumes only 7 units per hour. It costs only 10 rupees, and per month it consists of 1,000 rupees only, and so that we have saved 20 liters of water and 10,000 rupees per month, and 6.5 hours per day we saved. And our main objective is to recycle the water. Morning itself the ma'am and all told, but our main objective is to reduce the use of water, so that we created this product. And we have used the sensors in motors. Any overflow is there, and we can message it through the mobiles, and it is operated in 15-meter radius. Thank you. Any queries?
So for monthly, we are giving the sanitary workers a salary of 10,000 rupees, sir. 12,000. So, it is a cost of an electricity, sir. The motor consuming, sir? As a sanitary workers. Yes, sir. But we are saving the money, sir. So we can reduce the manpower, sir. So without this product, man can we can give salary of 12,000, sir. But by using this product, the manpower is reducing only. So we are reducing salary also.
And the same 12,000 rupees you have to add to this also, plus 1,000 rupees electricity or whatever. 13,000 rupees divided by 24. I think that's the saving cost.
Product is 20 minutes per restroom, sir.
Toilets cleaner more by the same person. That is the savings.
Okay.
What about the maintenance of these
Yes, very less maintenance because the rotating parts are rotary brush and moving wheels only, sir.
You have to compare. There are other products in the market already. The pressure-based cleaning systems are there already. So you have to compare with that and see how much better your product is.
No, see the problem.
On the basis of cost only, it is better.
So in usually the pressurized systems, you can pressurize the water. There are cans inside that gets pressurized, and you don't need to work. I mean, the compressor will not work always. Only when the pressure reduces below a certain threshold value, it again switches on and work. But in this case, you have to switch on the motor whenever you work, right? So it's sort of a more energy consumption here compared to the existing products.
So, in this we are using a 0.5 HP self-priming motor, sir. In future we are gonna add the high pressure water pump, sir. So it doesn't need a continuous water flow, sir.
This is actually you already have in the market, right? Yes. Like that car cleaners.
Yes, sir. So we can use this in big malls and hospitals and colleges, sir.
No. I mean, the point is you already have a product. How is that different from? You already have a product. How is this different from existing products?
The only thing is the cost efficiency, sir.
In what way? Yeah.
Sir, we done a literature. We done a survey, sir. The cost around in commercial product, it is around 24. That look like that around, sir. Our product is just around 10,000, sir.
Now, what are you selling? With 20,000, they are selling a certain product.
Yes, sir.
And what are the specification of that product, and what is the specification of your product?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Prodding rapid materials, long duration material. Your material may be something it will 2 days it will.
We are going, sir. Sir, it is in the research only, sir. We are.
We will be asking serious questions. Don't take it personal.
Sir. Okay.
Think about and.
Sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You have to devise some product. What is the specification? What is the specialty? Like that you have to compare. But this cost also you have to rework.
Yes, sir. Sir, in commercial product, they are using a motor, sir. It's like self-priming motor, sir. In this, we are in self-priming motor. One disadvantage is it requires a continuous water flow, sir. With our product, we are using a high-pressure water pump, sir. It doesn't require a continuous water flow. In self-priming motor, it requires continuous water flow because sometimes it may airlock, sir. So we are using a high-pressure water pump, sir.
So then one more thing is water consumption. You are saying that 50 liter per room by workers.
Yes, sir.
Another one is 30 liter per room by your product.
Yes, sir.
Now you are using for cleaning only.
Yes, sir.
So how do you validate the cleanness of this? Means I used 50 liter water.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you instructed me don't use it, you use 30 liter.
Usually they are using like for one restroom, it's like it's a big restroom.
But you advised me. You advised me don't waste the water.
Yes, sir.
So I will use only 30 liter per room. Okay, as per your specification. Another
Okay.
30 liter by your product.
So even
how do you just cleanness? I'm saying in terms of what is called some bacteria, some
Yes, sir.
stiffness, some cleaning is there, no? Material, something you have to use to evaluate the cleanness, quality of cleanness.
Sir, even if they clean with the use of 30 liters of water, that I can't. They take much time, sir. Okay, okay. So they are coming in contact with the waste. Okay.
Try to include in the slides.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
But really good to see you presented as a team.
Yeah, so I'll just tell you to do
an analysis of what is in the market and benchmark your products with whatever exists in the market.
Ma'am.
No.
Okay, okay.
I mean, I'm not expecting an answer now. I'm saying
Okay,
go
okay.
home, do your homework. Per product, what are the specifications? For your product, what are the specifications? You have to have a tabular column that compares everything and then says what are the advantages of yours versus the others. If I don't see an advantage, why would I buy your product, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that has to come out. That's all. And then you can think of disinfection. If they are using soap oil, should I be using soap oil? Should I be using something else?
Okay.
Okay, or can I, even from 30 liters, can I bring it down even more by using some other compound or a different way of, instead of a water gun, is there a different way of cleaning the toilet? Air or water. Okay. Some more homework, I think, will help. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, team. The next event on our schedule for today is the third panel discussion, the theme for which is sewage treatment economics. The panelists for this discussion are Dr. S. Saktishwaran, CEO, Creative Environmental Consultants, Mr. M.R. Gopakumar, Managing Director, GRG Enviro Sound Solutions Private Limited. Dr. S. Saktishwaran is presently the CEO of Creative Environmental Consultants. He has obtained his MSc and PhD in Environmental Engineering from UK. Over the years, he has been an entrepreneur consultant on various projects of water, wastewater, and industrial effluent treatment with many national and international agencies including Abdullail Industrial Park Jordan, ASCM New Delhi, BHEL, Black & Veatch USA, British Leather Centre UK, etc. He was a former urban sanitation expert with World Bank at New Delhi and was a former waste management expert with Swachh Bharat Mission, Ministry of Housing, Urban Affairs. Dr. Saktishwaran has worked with many international and Indian experts for over 3 years in the formulation of Government of India Manual on Sewerage and Sewage Treatment and has also been retained as the editorial consultant by JICA for the Government of India Manual on Sewerage and Sewage Treatment. Welcome, sir. Mr. M.R. Gopakumar is the Managing Director of GRG Enviro Sound Solutions Private Limited. He is a renowned industrialist working in Indian waste management industry, focusing on water and wastewater treatment, zero liquid discharge systems and air pollution control for over 30 years. He is an expert in reinventing technologies and products that are outsourced from USA and Europe. Mr. Gopakumar has an MTech in Chemical Engineering from IIT Madras and has BSc from University of Calicut. He has worked with engineering divisions of L&T in various capacities for about 10 years before venturing with a startup GRG Enviro Sound Solutions in 1998. Welcome, sir. The moderator for this panel is Dr. Anup Akuratmana, Assistant Professor, IIT Palakkad. I welcome all the panelists and moderator onto the stage. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. So we have here with us Dr. Shaktishwaran and Mr. Gopakumar. Nice having you here. So, in fact, many of you are expecting to have a very interesting discussion here, particularly because it's something related to the economics of sewage treatment system. Going by what we had in the morning, the system, let's pick up from where we stop. Whether should we have a centralized system or a decentralized system? So the economics plays a huge role there. If we are going with the centralized system, always the government has to take the lead and implement that in every sewage plans and wherever you require. Whereas in the case of a decentralized system, probably it is more to the user, and every household or every industry has to implement it. So from the economics perspective, it has to be more affordable to the corresponding industry or household. So all this thought in my mind, or our mind, let's I request Dr. Shaktishwaran to open the discussion with your thoughts on.
Well, thank you. Now, as you talked about the centralized and the decentralized sewage aspects,
We have Dr. Vaidishwan here. He is working with the Commissioner of Municipal Administration. Nice having you, sir, here.
yes. Now, once we'll start with the centralized and decentralized. As you rightly said, centralized, yes, in an urban setting, particularly in a city-wise, we don't have an option other than to go in for underground sewerage systems. We can't do any other system as such. But when it comes to peri-urban and newly developing layouts, the Ministry of Urban Development has come out with a twin drain concept, which they have also approved, and they have also tried to propagate to the urban local bodies to pick it up. I will just take a couple of minutes to play that slide so that it will be easy to understand.
Present.
We take a brief to explain what this is. Now what you see here are two drains. That is how it gets the name twin drains. Now the detail of the twin drain is mentioned in the CPHEO manual in sewage treatment systems, wherein it talks about its advantages as well. Now, the reason why the ministry had looked into this is, this was for a settlement in Nagarkoil for tsunami affected people. Nagapattinam, the entire coastal belt, as Dr. Vaidhijuran sir says, it's for the entire coastal affected belt. Now, this is what was done. Typically, you will not find the second drain. You will have only one drain, and these are all houses which have been built for the people who were displaced due to the tsunami. Now, what you see here is the toilet, and you have the septic tank, and then you have an upflow filter. The addition in this system is the upflow filter. Now, this has been built under funding by Caritas Swiss and Caritas Germany. They did the whole funding for this. The idea was, okay, in this setting, they have already been affected by tsunami, you are developing a new habitation. Well, how do you provide a treatment for that? Okay, you can tell them you build a septic tank, then it gets discharged somewhere, then what? So instead of that, they thought, why don't we go a step further, and after the septic tank, this is an upflow filter. And the concept is, this is filled with broken brickbats. It's not compacted with concrete, it's with broken brickbats loosely placed, and the water flows from the bottom. So it's an anaerobic upflow filter. So as we all know, the treatment efficiency of that particular anaerobic filter will at least be 60 to 70% of the BOD what is coming in. So what gets treated out of the upflow filter, that goes into the drain. So what you get out into the drain flowing is partly treated, at least 50% in a septic tank. What comes out of it flows through an upflow filter, that gets treated, then it comes to the drain. Now, the next advantage in this twin drain system is, once the roads are laid, you do not need to, here you can see it is being concrete roads, they are all concrete roads. You don't need to dig them frequently. For providing the rainwater, that's why you see there are two gullies here. One comes from this and the other comes from the kitchen and the other washings. There is a drain which connects this as well as this. The advantage with this system, as I said, is it is low maintenance, because if you see on the top, these are not closed and laid with concrete. These are removable cover slabs. So this system was developed and it was handed over to the local panchayat for maintenance, and it's not very cost intensive in terms of manpower, in terms of maintenance aspects and things, and if there is a blockage, they can very well lift this and clean it themselves. So it's not that you need to have a complicated system for cleaning this. And because there was a space available, it was taken up for further treatment to a waste stabilization pond, and then it was sent to coconut trees, and then it was a coir industry which they developed downstream. Now, without taking much time, I will show you the comparative photographs. This was in the year 2007. The same street taken in 2022, 15 years hence. So the drain is very much there, here, on both sides. Of course, their living social strata has improved, so they have been able to build and have an improved housing situation. This is another location, the same concept, same thing. So just wanted to show that this is another sustainable system which can be looked at for decentralized. But the one aspect which, of course, in CMSR you'd have to take up is this is ideally for upcoming layouts. For example, nowadays they are in greenfield. There has to be a condition. We have, from the ministry, we have conducted these workshops up north, and surprisingly up north there is a welcome move to at least take it up and do the systems for upcoming new layouts where they don't place much stress on coming up for an STP. Yeah. You'd like to add something?
No, this is for the outskirts of the urban can be done, but the urban it is a problem because it is a urban it is a problem. Yeah, go for the even for the now the SBM2 also they actually they suggested go for this type of and because they given a lot of provision for the used water management in the SBM2. They given a maximum provision. That also they are also suggesting like this only, but in urban area even for the class 2 and class 3 they wanted to go for this. But how it is possible that only in the field we have to verify it? There is a problem.
But that's the reason why the ministry is looking after it is everything comes down to cost. Because anyway, once you are laying a road, you have to by law lay a drain. Well, we are only saying you lay one more drain by the side of it. And as far as the person who builds a house, anyway he builds a septic tank, we are only suggesting you build another upflow filter on it. So,
it seems very cost effective in a, as you said, in a greenfield project. But whereas in a very closely situated houses and no such fabulous place to offload, maybe a little problem.
Yes. Whenever the layout is approved, they have to do minimum infrastructure in that. We can insist them to provide this type of infrastructure. First, anyway, they have to provide some dustless surface, and they have to give some drains, that are stormwater drains, something they have to, all the infrastructure they have to provide. We can insist them to do another one more drain which can be used for this purpose. That we have to do it.
Right.
That is while in the approving stage still we got to do it.
Right. So in such cases, probably this is something a big supplier can do this. But there are very small suppliers also who makes systems or all the systems for small household. So in any case, managing a project, a government project, be it a government project or a private project, needs a lot of managerial skill to contact people. And so how does, probably over to you, how is that effective? How do you deal such two different scenarios?
Yeah, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to you. Now, if you look at the present scenario in Chennai, as far as the private housings are concerned, the private projects are concerned, there you can see there are two concepts. As you said, sir was saying, there are some places people can do the, individual houses can do that kind of operation with the upflow system, maybe like more better than the conventional septic system. When you have a apartment complex of say 1,000, maybe 500 in number, more than more than 20 numbers apartment complexes, you need to have a separate sewage treatment plant. There is no alternative for that because there is a limitation of space in the area, and there is a need to treat it completely so it can be reused maximum in the garden and the flushing and other applications in the apartment complexes. In fact, as per the new MMD regulation, you have to have STP to get approvals. This is a must anyway. So earlier, of course, the people staying within the city limits, of course, they had a flexibility to connect it up to the existing treatment plant, and government also increasing the capacity to use treatment plant. But all the new projects which are coming up, they all have to have a sewage treatment plant, and that they have to have the recycle facility in the system. It's a must in that. So anything more than, say, earlier the norm was 40 meter cube per day was the 40 meter cube per day, 40,000 liters per day was the norm for getting the approvals. Now I think everybody they insist on every new apartment complex must have a treatment facility. And see, regarding the after the plant is set up, it's important that the supplier should give a guarantee for this plant and the operate in the plant for a longer time. So it's very important because many times we have seen the builders buy the cheapest plant, and once after 1 year, it passes on to the residents and they struggle because they go for the cheapest plant in the market and they compromise on so many things. They compromise on that. So it's essential that this contracts once executed, it has to have a long-term 5-year operation maintenance contract along with that, so that this upkeep is totally ensured and the systems have been maintained properly on a continuous basis. So what is designed actually is performing all the time when the plant is in operation. So the system technology-wise things are developed very. I mean, we have latest technology. In fact, to give you an idea, the plan we set up for Cognizance Technology in Coimbatore, if you look at, we initially set up for 3,70,000 liters capacity. Now it's expanded to double capacity, 7,50,000 liter capacity. What you're doing actually after the biotreatment, we have added the ultrafiltration system, added the RO plant into it. So entire water sewage is getting converted into RO water. We use for the chiller cooling mechanism. Chiller cooling makeup water. Earlier they used to typically use groundwater for that, or the RO water. Again, they would RO plant do that. Here, the sewage plant itself, we are creating the water quality which is good enough for drinking purpose. So there are technology available in the market. And there are, once you maintain properly, it's sustained for a longer time without much problem. And of course, there is a little cost intensive compared to the conventional plant, which goes up to the gardening or maybe a little more flushing. Here we are talking about putting RO plant in the STP itself.
Yeah, right. So you can augment with different more features to the system as time progresses by. Yeah. But as a supplier or a vendor, how will I manage such new entrants or new features into the system? How will you ensure that it is compliant with? Is there a standardization in the industry, or sort of it varies with vendor to vendor? Because it's very difficult for if I am the user, if I am not talking to the vendor who supplied me, I should be able to go to another vendor and get that done. Right. So
yeah, when you prepare the specification of the the tender specification, or maybe the specification of the water what they require and how they're going to reuse the water, they have been specified very clearly. And if you look at IT Park, if you look at typically they talk about a water consumption per specific consumption of 40 liters per day per person. That's what norms they're talking about. With the recycle, we can bring it down to something like 20 liters with the recycle. And with the addition into the chiller water, it again comes down to around 10 liters. 10 liters per day per person is typically used for the drinking purpose. If you really look at it, the rest of it completely used in the process. So it is basically an ongoing process in which you educate the customer. Initially, when you do a project, we do directly with the customer. We educate them, and we incorporate those features into it. And that become a norms in the industry later. It's not that we had done a plant 2013 or 2008 in the first plant. There are norms available in the market and people are doing it. They're only looking at meeting pollution standards. That's only level. But when you build a plant, you treat the water level of 4-5 times better than the pollution norms, because then only the water will become stable. As long as water has got impurities, which normally called BOD, COD, the residual impurities, it's still turned into black after on storage. Let's say when you see the IT Park on weekend, after the weekend, on the weekday when you on the flushing, it smells everywhere, smells bad because of the water undergone further degradation is not completely stable by removing the impurities in the water. For that, you have to bring it down to level of say 5 BOD or less than 5 BOD. COD has to be less than 60. Yes.
This issue I faced in my cousin's apartment in the Porur.
Yeah.
Because the flush, it smells when you flush.
Yeah.
Now, as when we talked about the standards, so there are several, over to Dr. Shaktishwaran.
Yeah.
So there are several methods and means of doing water treatment. So what is suitable for a domestic purpose? What is suitable for an industrial purpose? How would you?
Yeah, I'll come to that. Now, earlier you were asking about this twin drain system in terms of maintainability and operability. You see, for example, these tsunami rehabilitations which have been done, the people who were operating the, the drains, it was the entire system was handed over to the fisher people. It was not that the panchayat was involved, it was the fisher people. And in all those places, they were initially told about a week what to do. After that, they maintained. So it's not a very complicated design to either build. And as I pointed out in that slide, it's not closed, it's not sealed. It's a removable cover slab, so you can remove it. And if your neighbor keeps dumping waste on it to block that, well, you can see it and then tell him, Arey, you are dumping waste on it. So it's, the other person, it's also the human behavior taking care into it. So maintenance aspect, not a problem. And of course, as sir was saying the issue, and you were also telling about your porur, your relation. Now the aspect is, as these huge condominiums come up, number of flats, huge number of flats, there is always a system which says you need to have an in-house STP. Well, that is mandated by law.
Combined building bylaw has come recently.
Yes.
That is 2019 or so. Exactly. It is a combined building rules has come. So in that it is mandated now. It is for the multi-story, there is special type of buildings, multi-story buildings or institutionals. They have to set up a STP, only the treated water, that also maximum they have to utilize in their premises itself. Only minimum amount can be let into the municipal drains. That is what the Act says. Yes, it is there. And also for the rainwater harvest also it is there in the Act. You have to reuse of water has to be ensured. That the bath and wash water has to be reused and utilized. Actually in the multi-story building they go for the dual piping system.
Okay, so there are several methods,
yes,
right?
Yes,
so which one you suggest to a vendor? I just heard from Dakshayani that there are different types of sewage treatment
Technologies.
you can employ.
You are asking about technologies. Technologies for the treatment.
Yeah. So the technology
ranges from the waste establishment, which is the very cheap and best technology. If you got a land,
okay.
That is a very cheap and best technology.
If I am bringing a new technology, if I am implementing, I am a vendor, I am implementing in a household.
Okay.
So as a government agency, you have to approve it. So what are the procedures involved, and what are as a vendor, what I need to do? Or as a new innovator, I'm bringing a new one. I would like to test it on my house or my friend's house. So is there any standardization?
What is the influent? What is the influent quantity? What is the effluent quantity? That's all.
That is it.
That is the main thing they will see that. And also there are O&M also. There it is for the benefit of your benefit only.
Right.
That and all, we normally government will not, only the technology they will, technology also, they will not, specific technology they will not see that. Only the influent effluent quantity, whether it is to this, that's all.
The input output parameters
that's
are
all,
the
that's
only.
all, that's all.
See,
Mainly
when the multi-story building approvals have happened, if I have gone for some of the town planning department, presentations to the, I built a apartment which is around 2,065 dwellings in the apartment. Chennai Patnam, you must have heard Chennai Patnam, Kambia. So when you go for this presentation to the town planning department, you only, they're not going to approve any technology as such. You only have to explain them how you're going to treat it, how is the water quality you're going to achieve it, how are you going to do with the water. This is what to be explained to them. It's up to the buyer or the buyer to decide which technology they should like to implement the complex. It's very user friendly and also less maintenance intensive and cost effective and all that. As I said, they try to look into it. To answer your question about the technology available in the market, I can tell you. See, the general technology actually is biological treatment. Basically, biological treatment. In that, the technology side since time immemorial is called active sludge process. You have a aeration system or biosystem in which sludge is activated, and that activated sludge process got on improved version subsequently by means of adding the media inside to increase the contact. It is called suspended media and attached media. Two processes in that come in subsequently too. The idea is to reduce the space required to do a treatment, increase the bacteria population with the given space. So increase when you have a contact media, so surface area in which the bacteria get impeded will increase, and with smaller space we will do the treatment. So that is that's one upgradation come in terms of the active sludge process itself. Otherwise, if you look at in that, there are machineries come in picture in terms of the improved efficiency of aeration, low power consumption, excellent aeration. So there are aeration technologies come, and machinery part of it.
So is this method even applicable, suitable for an industry?
Yes, absolutely.
From the economics perspective?
Absolutely. There is nothing like industry or institution or housing complex. Basically, you look at what input parameter, output parameter, how much we treated, and what do you like to use the water for ultimately. This is the thing which will decide what technology you use it, what level of system you want to add on to it. You have some basic technology, basic aeration, and if you look at the hardware plant is aeration and the clarifier. Then subsequently add on to it as a fine filtration, or you're going for ultrafiltration, or going for RO plant. All this addition to it, depending on what you need, what you want to do with the water subsequently for your reuse. End user water decides how you would add the technology wise.
I'd like to add on that. Now, insofar as the number of flats and all that, as you were saying, the crucial issue, what needs to be looked at, in the ministry, what we were also looking at is trying to make some guidelines. I build a flat, number of flats, say 200 flats I am prepared to build. Okay, now next what do? I get an architect. The architect draws up the plan. Okay, the rule book says, okay, number of people is more, so you need to provide an STP, the PCB is saying. But typically, I'm not blaming the architects. But if you go to any of these huge flats, you will find, you ask them where is the STP. It is typically below ground, basement. Why is it that the STP is always below ground? What is the requirement? Is it out of sight, out of mind? The reason in the ministry we were talking about is, okay, if you want to apply that, because there is an electrical system, you need to apply the electrical rules. As per the electrical rules, the minimum headroom available should be 4.5 meters. Now what happens when they build, you go even to some of the big 5-star hotels, you will find there is an aeration tank where the water is filled and air is supplied and aerated. Just above the water level of the aeration tank, you hardly have 1 foot or 1.5 foot. That's all. How do you expect a person to see what is happening? Whether you put suspended media, how he will remove the media. There are so many issues. So we wanted to bring out a guideline, just that it's not that, okay, the rule book says you need to have an STP, fine. But then we were also thinking, what are the options? As you rightly asked, what are the options of trying to see revenue versus this? If let's say BWSSB is there, lot of flats are coming up. Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board may be having an STP just, let's say, about a couple of kilometers, maybe 3 kilometers away. There are 500 flats being built by this builder. Is it not logical that you have a collection system and lay a pipeline and pump the sewage to the BWSSB sewage treatment plant and pay it? Pay them the charges. And you're free from the association, because you don't need to own up an asset, try to maintain that asset, the usual problems associated with it. That is still in the concept stage. The advantage is this agency which is operating, this BWSSB, they also get funding out of it. So many liters they get funding. And then you can lay a return pipeline. If you want treated sewage for your gardening and things like that, you can lay a pipeline return. So that is also to be thought about, and guidelines are being thought about to try and mitigate these instead of simply just putting it below. And in case you have a chance to go to Hyderabad, you can call me and you can go and see the Aurobindo Pharma plant, which we did for their 24-story office complex. And it has been recently awarded the Construction Industry Development Council Award for being an STP which is out of sight because it's not buried in the basement. It's having a unique technology whereby we have actually ensured that we are not wasting the air which is being pumped, maximum utilization of oxygen. So once you go there or that side, you please let me know. Thank you.
So when it comes to any town planning or anything, so as you said, there should be a guideline. It is better to have a guideline about all these activities, where you have to have a treatment system and all that. It will certainly help. Now, of course, that relates to I should also have a say. If I am the tower builder, I might try to reduce the cost always, but at the effect of I should also, the plan should be effective. So you have to look at both the parties, right? Now the question here would be, as you said, if I am sending all my effluents to the central system, nearby system, there should be a septic kind of a taxing or charge you have to pay to the BWSSB, Bangalore Water Sewage Treatment, or and you have to pay the pay for the amount, I mean the water you get back also. So is it something of that sort in pipeline?
Well, as I said, it's right now not in vogue, but it's being contemplated. The reason being, as I said, you can have certifications, you can train people, even in CMA, you have done so many trainings for operators and all that. But despite all that, sometimes it does look logical. When there is an STP, publicly funded STP, couple of kilometers, why do you have to inherit a huge system? And when there is a provision and when you can get the treated sewage, because they do that. They do take the treated sewage for parks and so many other places. So this is an option, but it's being contemplated.
See, what I would like to say actually, now you're passing everything to the government, ultimately it's not happening anything. And there are problems with the operational plan. The builder who is constructing the flat and people are using the flat, people are, using that water, they should treat it. That's my opinion, because then the accountability happen within the place. And they can also reuse the water maximum possible. Now, otherwise, again, everything depends on the corporation to supply water. You send it out, your problem is you putting the problem out of your site. Again, it's not solving the problem as such. You should solve the problem. There's a solution available. You should implement it, and also the possibility of recharging your existing recharging. There are the borewells in the complex can be recharged if you do it properly. Don't do it properly, of course you get disease. I'm 100% sure, because many apartment complexes don't treat the water properly. Without the knowledge, water is going into the drain and getting mixed with your, borewell water pump, and getting out, and then they're using it. So it's the accountability on the people to do the treatment completely, instead of water treated properly, because you're going to drink the water tomorrow. Right. That should come in the mind.
Yeah, probably any small, if I am a big builder and I have 100 plus, I should be able to do it. It's more sort of a decentralized system. And again, going back to the centralized or decentralized, which one is efficient or which one is apt. In fact, if we can make it zero or recycle at the same point where it's getting generated, yes, that is the best way to, but some point may not be able to, yeah. There are other options of recharging the groundwater, yes, also.
Not only that, presently, when you do the costing of the building, it has become part of the cost. You have to pay. Big builder, small builder, doesn't matter. Right. You're building a complex, building a house, you should have a system built in there, so you're treating completely and reusing it, because you're drawing the water from the ground. That, yes, you're getting free. You'll put it back then the way you're taken from the ground. Right. That's the obligation you have to nature. Mm-hmm. It has to come. Otherwise, Every time you've seen people draining out in the lake, draining out there, here, ultimately you've seen flood happening and they're getting immersed into it.
Yeah. In fact, that I could see in Kerala. Kerala water charges are very low. It's meager amount. People are not very careful about how much water they use. And they pollute everything. Whatever water body you see, it's all polluted. They're not worried about how much you pay for water you get. So this aspect is very important, that we should see water in terms of how much by amount we pay.
The way you said water, the air, you have seen during Corona time people are crying, right, on the air. They're not paying for the air. Only when you have the problem, they find the cost of the air, right? Same thing, they'll face the problem of water. They're not actually feeling the cost of water, which they feel it. Earlier it would be plenty, now of course, coming packet water, buying again, that water is going to be more costly than the milk tomorrow. I'm sure the way it's happening.
So let's go back to the economy side of it.
Yeah.
So how prepared Indian system, any fabrication or manufacturing system, to build any of these methods in a less time? So I could hear she was talking about, if you give to a normal vendor, it would take 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. But there are systems which you can complete within a week or 2. So how Indian ecosystem is suitable, or what are the technical aspects of fabrication of these systems in India? Do you have to import it something, or?
See, I tell you now, depends on the capacity of the plant you're talking about. If you're talking about, say, 10,000 liters or 1 lakh liters or 5 lakh liters capacity you're talking about, what capacity you're talking about? Depending on that, for the time, you have to look at the execution time. See, everything something called, there is a civil construction involved in a large capacity plant. Civil construction is required, right? There's a collection tank or all that required there. So for that civil is the most critical part, I would say. Civil construction time is the most critical part. Mechanically, you can fabricate things and do it in 30 days. We can do a plan. So most of the things are almost 100% locally manufactured and procured. So what is required? The critical part is the civil construction cost, civil construction of the plant. Smaller means you only have to have a collection pit, small pit. Rest of it you can put on a structure, with the MS structure and do a treatment of the package. We normally call package STP. So depending on the capacity, of course, time can be scheduled. For a larger capacity project, of course, you have a building coming up. You have a, it takes 24 months or 16 months going to take. You can plan accordingly, along with plan accordingly. You can plan the entire. Parallel, you can plan everything. So nothing. This is not a constraint. SCP is not a constraint for fabrication or supply or installation. It goes along with their project planning and execution.
Now over to, so for different types of industries, so how do we have a system in place for different types of industries, or it's common? Any method works for any industry, that sort of?
No, based on their treated effluent quality, it will be changing. That is, it starts from the waste everything. That is, I told you, it is localized and natural based system. Then ASP, then improved version of ASP. It is for the domestic sewages.
Okay.
If you go for the industries, we have to add on the thing.
Right.
That we have to do it.
Something like if I have a dye manufacturing
Yeah, then we have to go for the advanced treatment technologies.
Well, as Mr. Sajid sir is also here, you see he has operated any number of tannery plants as well as textile CATPs. Now, you see, when it comes to industry, the one word what the PCB would like to say is, why don't you make it a zero liquid discharge? Now, that is their mantra. Ideally, they do not want to allow you to discharge. They say, make it a ZLD plant. Am I right, sir? So once you talk about a ZLD, as I was telling about the dye, now what happens is a dye which is being manufactured by any specialty chemicals. Now, the dye which they manufacture today, be it for leather or textile or any other aspect, now the dyes, as days progress, they are all becoming more and more resistant to treatment. Because, well, if you make a dye, and let's say you impregnate it on a fabric after dyeing, and let's say if I just wash it and the dye goes off, I mean, nobody will buy that product. So ideally, you would like to have, particularly if I remember, there was this advertisement, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Kareena Kapoor, about a couple of years back. I think she will have a handbag, a black color handbag, and I think a particular name she had, Lavi or Lava, I don't recall. But the reason why I'm talking about it, it used to be having the most UV resistant dye. You can leave that bag in the hot sun, come back after 2 weeks, you will still be having the same dye, it will not bleach. So when you are trying to get that amount of, dye remnants in the wastewater, it's not that easy for you to add some lime and, some chemical and it will just, get treated. Biological, yes, even the human body, once it goes below the earth, it's biological activity, but it all needs time. So there, what happens there, chemical oxidation and other advanced treatments do take place. But ideally, the PCBs will always say, come up with a zero liquid discharge. Now, the aspect there, even in this, what we are trying to talk about at this particular point, two things, is the ministry had also talked about on the domestic aspect of it. Well, you set up a sewage treatment plant in a huge, multi-story flats, and you're putting an RO for some reason. Okay, you want high quality water. And let's say there are some places where you do get the RO reject. Now, what do you do with RO reject? That is the next problem. Okay, once you have done this, you have treated it, you have solved half the problem. Now, next is what do you do with RO reject? Well, there is no way there is no ready reckoner for you to say, okay, for this is the kind of material technology you need. Well, then, what we are talking about is 10, 15 years back when we were all at Tirupur, we used to look at what they used to do in Saudi Arabia and in that part of the world where they have the Middle East Desalination Research Center, and they used to bring out publications and material specifications. So you obviously need to look for locations where they have done things earlier and then try and bring it in. But then if you try and bring it too high a specification, ionics is the best. But if you bring in ionics to India, it may not be affordable except for a few companies. Not many will buy. So what happens is everything has to have a kind of there is a resource recycling series. Sajid sir, you'll remember for textiles, tanneries and all, it used to be available with the CPCB. But then what happens is, well, I am speaking as a member of the ministry, we can't blame the ministry for not giving you a ready reckoner for industrial effluent treatment because, well, they also don't have the time to do the treatment. Processes keep changing. Inputs into the process keep changing. A same technology treatment may not work after 2 years. So they do bring their part of knowledge dissemination is there. But then the other thing, what happens is the other part of the pollution control board, the other, I won't blame them, but what happens is when there are new technologies coming up on a smaller scale, let's say in Israel, they don't use these multiple effect evaporators to handle RO rejects because they are literally in the desert. Say they use fabrics and then you put the fabric and then in the hot sun, it is just like you are drying a wet cloth in the sun. That's what we do. We wash fabrics and you put it dry. But when it is done in Israel, they are okay. But when you do it here, they say no. So there are issues, but then things can't be solved. As they say, Rome is not built in a day. You also have to travel along with the agencies concerned and try and convince them. And at that point, I think IITs and Anna universities, they can help. And then we, try and move ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a constantly evolving. Quite dynamic, and it's rather difficult to come up with a guideline also, or rather tricky.
Or what I suggest is if you know, as your tech fin, you can come up with a solution even for your septage management. You know, there are so many technologies. Well, which is septage management? Okay, let's say I would like to start now. Which septage management treatment technology I want to adopt? I don't know. I'm a ULB. Let's say I'm ULB X. I am being told so many things. The ministry says something, Swachh Bharat says something, so many. Then I am really confused. I am the commissioner. I call up that fellow, do you know anything? He says, sir, I myself, I am not sure. So then people are left in the lurch. But I think here, being involved with septage, I think you can actually maybe bring out a publication which can help. As a ready reckoner, it means compiling what has been there. You know, you can officially write as part of IIT to all these people. They can send data. You can evaluate and compile and then come up with a ready reckoner. You know, the Nagpur Institute, which is called NERI, Nagpur Environmental Engineering Research Institute, when it was in its heydays, they used to bring out thick books. They will evaluate STPs from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. So you just have to sit in one place and see, and if you ask, sir, what was the aerator which was installed in that plant in Bombay, it is there in that book. So those sort of data assimilation is a very crucial aspect, which I think can be one of the outcomes of this TechFin, and I can assist whatever from the
sort of
ministry.
a meeting of all the stakeholders.
You can write to them officially, and
right.
It's only for official dissemination, and BMGF and all that, they can share data.
Right.
Come up with a technical online availability, so people can refer. Let's say I'm commissioner of some Raipur. I don't know what to do. At least if I know
Just refer this
I
book.
can go there and see what is their problem.
That's going to be very good. Thank you. So
one aspect I would add actually. See, when you talk about effluent treatment in the industry, there are a lot of opportunity to recycle the water before it gets into ETP. You know, like product recovery, you see, talking about dye separation, or even industries. There are some products actually getting into the why the effluent generated first place, because something is washed out into the in the water and become effluent. Before washing out, if you can remove by means of fine filtration and other technologies, you know, it can actually avoid the ETP completely. So that's an area actually research can go into that area to find out, you know, what kind of technology can be used. In fact, I work with a few industries on that actually, on the product recovery and, you know, and the waste, complete elimination of waste. And the water can be directly used in the process itself. So that has to be done before gets in the drain. So that kind of improvement you do, of course, then of course, you know, we can avoid DTP completely. That's an area, of course, like, you know, you can work. I mean, people definitely work on that, those areas.
Professor Nambi was talking about not letting urine mix with the water. And before getting it mixed with water, you take it and convert to ammonia or the required form, whatever.
Yes, correct. When you get some mixed water, you only smell, you know, the ammonia start generating, the degradation has happened. So it smells there. So if you avoid that, that's many people actually doing the, waterless loops people are doing. I mean, this I'm seeing for 5 years, 10 years back itself, some companies introduced that from US, such those loops, you know. So that will ensure. So that's basically you look into the basic aspect of the, you know, the cause of the problem. You look at that. Then you try to work on that cause, not as a pipe-in solution.
Not as a piping solution.
Pipe-in solution. You know, once it comes in the pipe, of course, it becomes effluent. You then treat it. You do it before that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. So, anything? Shall we go to the audience? Any questions from the audience? Yeah.
Well, what happens is in this particular scenario, at these two locations, it has gone for a waste stabilization pond because they have got these coconut, what do you call that, tennantopal. farming, and they make, all the fisherwomen, once they are free, they do all the coir, and there is a parallel business coming out. That's why it's there. But in other locations, at least after the treatment, wherever it is being discharged, it is being suggested by the ULBs for the nearby industries to look into. Now in Swachh Bharat, what they have said is, the power plants, where they are taking the sewage, where they are taking fresh water, they have been told, okay, there is a certain discount on the price, but you have to take the sewage. You can't say the sewage is not delivered at the door of the power plant. It is not feasible. It may be a couple of kilometers or even few kilometers away. You have to lay a pipeline, go there, either if there is a plant, treat it and take it, or you set up a plant along with the ULB in question and try and do it. There has to be a participatory mode of moving. It is evolving depending on where the scenarios are. The ministry has formed a complete mapping of the country where they have said you can't have power plants simply sitting in isolation and drawing water from the ground. So they are encouraging more and more the radius, and it is also now partly the German government is involved in it.
They have to use the recycled water for their industrial purpose, and also wherever the cement factories are there, they have to use the solid waste. That is the dry waste solid waste as a co-processing, co-fuel. They have to use it. That is also, it is now mandated now.
Sir, here there is one small suggestion. Whatever you are having twin drain system, there obviously the water quality, it will not meet the parameters, whatever the parameters laid down by the PCB. And only you are doing a separation of the solid and liquid. The water color also will not change. 90% the color will be in blackish only when it comes to the drain. That means that water is straight away, you can just drain it to the garden instead of taking it through the drains. Because we have implemented more than 600 projects where we are having a subsoil oxidation system, where the water gets treated in the first same system, anaerobic upflow filters we have done. First collection tank, then upflow secondary filter, then third level of filtration, and then adjacent to that we put just 2 plantation of banana. You put 2 plant of banana, each banana takes about 80 liters to 100 liters uptake per day. So if you plant it, then automatically it multiplies, mushroom it. The space required is about 5 feet by 5 feet or maybe 5 feet by 4 feet, whatever that offset area of the building is there they can do. We have done n number of projects successfully. It is there for last 8 years. If you do that, you don't require even the twin drain system also. And this I have suggested for a couple of layout builders where they are already on the implementation stage. If that is the case, they don't even require a STP. And if they require a STP, is only for a common drain system where when it rains, all that topography, whatever they have, that water they can collect it through the drains and then collect it, and then they can use it for whatever purposes they want. It's my suggestion to you. So
Yes, of course. You see, as I said, every situation has a solution based on where it is. As I said, for example, a huge layout is being done, because here again it involves the human intervention. Whereas the other side, they will say, yes, so even you are putting it up till the upflow filter, after that the banana and the other filter. You can do that. Suppose they are quite interested, as they said, Mr. Suresh, he was the person who is doing it. It is up to the individual, or else. But up north, this is a system where they feel at least the ULBs can do something instead of polluting it left and right. You see, now there is this Nadandalwari Kaveri scheme which is being treated where they do not want the sewage to go into the river, at least just before it touches a water body. You at least do that, and that is by the government of Tamil Nadu. So the idea is to stop pollution. Depending on the local scenario, how it is being applied is left to them.
And also the online drain treatment system you can try, sir. NEERI also has done that experiment. Online drain system, where we can do a treatment when the water is flowing in the drain itself in the open drainage.
Yes.
So that you can experiment it.
Eco bio blocks and like that. Actually, we are trying in a Kodaikanal now. In Kodaikanal to improve the lake, Kodaikanal lake. Just we are now venturing
I
that.
was in touch with a couple of people with the team, And we are willing to work for that kind of projects because we would like to execute it, but only with the government authorities we can do. That is wherever you have drains which is been choked or where it has been connected to the lakes, that area we can do a treatment from the upflow itself, maybe about 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers itself. We can start the treatment in the top level, so by the time it reaches to the lake, you will have a clear water. Yeah, so that we can try it out. That is again, as you said, it depending upon the topography of the area, depending upon the population and the flow of water, we can calculate, and accordingly the technology can be customized.
Yes. I'll just add to what Madam says. Now this eco bioblocks, what you are talking about, is already written in the manual because they did approach the ministry, so we had evaluated it and put it there. But then the other aspect, what you talked about also is there. Well, I have been part of the ministry, so even in Uttar Pradesh, in Gomti River, we are doing an online treatment by creating an STP in the channel itself. So that is also possible. In Varanasi, I myself have done, we have also done the same drain treatment. But I have always said, you see, there is one aspect which I have always been pointing to my seniors and to secretary in the ministry, sir. With humble submission, there are so many bacteria around. Everybody says I am not particularly against anybody on record. I am saying, you see, we are saying this bacteria is impregnated, this is from Japan. They have said, sir, this will just, once you gets into the wet condition, it will multiply. I was telling him, sir, this is PM constituency. We do not want to take a risk with any such thing. Later on, if something happens, they will say, nobody has looked into it. So my only suggestion, which I told secretary was, sir, in Lucknow, the Indian Toxicological Research Institute is there. Whoever wants to put any biological bacteria impregnated system, let them go there, get it tested, let them get the certificate, then we will do it in Varanasi. Let's not tamper. But what I am saying is, it's not that Varanasi alone is important. The whole of the country is the same, because nowadays there is this controversy where the corona came from. Was it from the lab or who leaked it? Military establishment. So just to be on the safer side, it's better when there is a provision, get it tested. Because ITRC is recognized with the Supreme Court also. So the certificate from them will be valid.
Yeah, you rightly said, since we have some scientific methods to prove the efficacy of any method, why don't we use it and prove it, then take it to the field, right? So with that, is there any other questions from the audience? So with that, thank you, Gopakumar and Dr. Shaktishwaran and Dr. Vaidishwaran. Thank you for coming for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Mr. Sajid Hussain to give away the mementos to the panelists. Dr. S. Sakteshwaran, please. Okay. Dr. S. Saktesh, Mr. M.R. Gopakumar. And Dr. S. Sakteshwar. Thank you, sirs. The results for the idea pitching event are as follows. The winner for the promising idea is Team Chem Flash, led by Priyanka. I would like to invite Dr. M. Shabrimalai Manikandan to give away the certificate. Also, I would like to note that this involves a cash prize of 5,000, which will be sent to the winner at a later stage. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sunitha K. Nair to give away the certificate of participation to Team Changemakers led by Dr. B. Vandana. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Anup Akuratmana to give away the certificate of participation to Team RDSD Reens, led by Deepak Kumar P. Okay. Fine. Rageshwi. Dinesh Kumar B. And Sarvin Kumar S. Thank you, team. Thank you, sir.
I'd like to tell the teams the questions and whatever we asked. Okay, I'll wait for them to finish the questions and all things we asked are not to discourage you, but to help you put them in your presentation next time. And it's always open, so write to us, and you can be part of one of the next few cohorts. Okay, so please don't lose heart. You're on the right track, but we want you to put in a lot more thought and work into it because startup is not an easy job, and however good your product may be, the customer needs to want it. Only then will they buy it. Otherwise, there's just no use. I can have a beautiful product made in the lab, the best in the world and whatever, but if nobody wants it, it's useless. Okay? Thank you.
I will now hand over the podium to Dr. Praveen, Project Manager of GSOE, to mark the vote of thanks on behalf of the entire staff of TechIn.
At the onset of completion of our fourth and final offline event of Prabhaav Innovation Challenge, on behalf of the entire organizing team from TechIn and GSOE, I'd like to express the sincere thanks to each and everyone gathered over here for making this event more meaningful. I am sure that the participants and the innovators are benefited by the thought-provoking deliberations that is shared by today's speakers. And it was a well spent day listening to all the deliberations by our eminent panel members and chief guest and other dignitaries of the day. Mr. Jayashankar as the chief guest and Professor Indumadi Nambi as the keynote speaker joined earlier in the day. I'd like to thank each panelist, including Dr. S. Veerapan, Ms. Dakshayani S. Delavai, Mr. S. Krishnakumar, Mr. Sajid Hussain, Dr. Professor Kurian Joseph, Mr. Santosh Raghavan, Dr. Vaidishwaran, Dr. Shaktishwaran, and Mr. M.R. Gopakumar for gracing us with your thought-provoking presence and deliberations. We are highly obliged to have Mr. Sabrimalai Manikandan, Mr. Dr. Sunita Kinayar, and Dr. Anup Akuratmana, who are the faculty members of IIT Palakkad and the moderators of other panel discussions today. We would like to express our heartfelt thanks to Professor Sunil Kumar, ex-director of IIT Palakkad, and Ms. Gayatri of Soft Matter Physics Department for facilitating the arrangements over here. And on the occasion, I would like to express our sincere thanks to our director, Professor Sheshadri Shekhar, all the faculty members and staff members and the students of our parent institution IIT Palakkad, who are the strong pillars and support of our all incubation and innovation activities. We would like to thank the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, for the directional support and facilitation partner for our events. Thanks to our technology partners, IAPMO India, IRAM Scientific, Toilet Board Coalition, and all the networking provides by this kind of outreach activities. I would like to thank our funding partners, HDFC Bank Parivartan and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, without which the events and the appreciations that we are getting will not be possible. Our sincere gratitude to all the incubative pools of mentors, ecosystem partners, and for their continued support and encouragements in our incubation and innovation activities. Our sincere thanks to Mr. Sudhakar Reddy and our team from ICE and SR office of IIT Madras for providing the amenities and arrangements for this program, and our audio video team and catering team for hosting us today. Last but not least, we thank all the participants who joined us today, and I would like to thank all my colleagues from the TechIn and GSEOE for making this even more fruitful and meaningful. Thank you all. Thanks so much. Over to Bibin.
We have arranged for some tea and snacks for you. Thank you all for spending your valuable time here with us.